Chapter 43:11. In the sky, Luli Empress and Han Xie's pupils trembled a few more times as fear spread in their hearts. Whoosh! As if the roof of the underground palace had been lifted, a rolling sea of blood began to flow out and drown the earth. In the rolling sea of blood, a figure with long hair fluttering in the wind slowly floated up. This person was dressed in blood red, and held a blood-red sword in his hand. His entire body was filled with dense killing intent. The moment he appeared, he affected the hearts of thousands of warriors in the spirit kingdom. Lin Ling. Yes. Everyone looked up with trembling pupils. Lin Ling. Yes. Luli Empress and Han Xie also swallowed with difficulty. From Lin Ling's body, they felt a power that surpassed the power of gods. Demon Slayer. Yes. Lord Ning and Treasure God Nan Wufingyu said at the same time. I didn't expect that the Demon Slayer sword would be taken by him. Moreover, he awakened the sword. You should know that even in the era of gods, no one could awaken the sword. Lord Ning said with surprise. He didn't know that Lin Ling had been collecting broken swords for thousands of years. It was done in a day. This guy, don't let the killing intent invade you. Yes. Treasure God Nam Wufingyu said with some worry. Xiao Moho. Yes. At this time Lin Ling, who was above the sea of blood, had a flash in his eyes. A surge of killing intent burst out, and turned into a sword that slashed towards the earth. Rumble. A huge trench was cut in the earth. Above it, a blood-red sword wave rushed towards the crowd like 10,000 horses galloping. Oh my God! Yes. Seeing the huge blood-red sword wave, everyone was so scared that their bodies trembled, and they almost forgot to run. However, before they could react, the sword slashed them in half. Their blood seemed to be sucked into the sea of blood below Lin Ling. Kill! Seeing this, Han Xie also roared angrily and activated 1,000,000,000,000 heartbeats to suppress Lin Ling. Sound waves of heartbeat surged out like ripples, but just as they were about to reach Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. A blood-red sword wave appeared and actually cut the sound waves into two. Furthermore, the sword wave did not stop and slashed towards Han Xie. Heart of God. At the critical moment, a crystal-like heart appeared in Han Xie's hand, and he slapped it hard. Rumble. A deafening sound rang out as the sword wave was blocked. However, Han Xie also spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. Looking at the crystal heart in his hand, there was a hair-sized sword wound on it. What a terrifying sword. What kind of power is this? Han Xie's heart trembled, and his gaze towards Lin Ling became even more fearful. The steps of God, and it's probably related to killing. Because killing is tyrannical, these steps of God are also the most ferocious. Not far away, Luli Empress seemed to have noticed something. However, killing is also a double-edged sword. It can kill the enemy, but it can also kill the master. Lin Ling won't be able to control this power for long. Lin Ling, we haven't seen each other for many years. Now that we meet again, are you going to destroy my spirit nation? At this moment, a huge stone statue appeared in the sky and looked down at Lin Ling majestically. He was Lord Ning. Lin Ling also raised his head slightly and looked indifferently at the godlike expert. He did not say a word. He raised the sword in his hand and looked at Lord Ning as he slashed with his sword. Suopku. This sword was very terrifying as it slashed out a rolling sea of blood. Because in the eyes of countless people, the sword turned into a sea of blood and rushed towards Lord Ning. Winter Plum. The huge stone statue was like a god. It stretched out its palm and looked down at the sea of blood rushing up from the ground and pressed down. The power of winter burst out and froze the sea of blood. From afar, the scene was very majestic because a huge sea of blood rushed into the sky. But now, it was completely frozen. Everything was so lifelike. What a powerful divine staircase. However, although Lord Ning easily blocked Lin Ling's sword, he also let out a dignified voice. Lin Ling, your opponent is not me, and my opponent is not you. Lord Ning looked at Treasure God Nam Wufingyu in the distance, and knew that this peak god was his opponent. Of course, he didn't expect that the current spirit nation would almost be turned upside down because of Lin Ling and Treasure God Nam Wufingyu. 1,000,000 martial gods move out. Then, Lord Ning let out a low voice as if he was giving the order of a god. As he spoke, A large number of powerful auras soared into the sky from all directions of the island. Then, rays of light formed the aura of divine soldiers and divine generals, and they rushed toward the underground palace with great momentum. 1,000,000 martial gods. These martial gods were all dragon spirits. Looking at the horizon, the sky was filled with experts like locusts. 1,000,000 martial gods are here too. Han Xie's expression changed greatly because he already knew that the spirit nation wasn't as simple as it looked. In the distant continent, there were countless experts. These experts were the group of people that the spirit nation took away when they first arrived in the void of the 9 states tens of thousands of years ago. Now that tens of thousands of years had passed, the strength of those experts had reached an unknown level. Thinking about it, the 1,000,000 martial gods were just a group of them. Lin Ling is going to fight against 1,000,000 martial gods. On the ground, the experts of the spirit nation were also trembling. One person against 1,000,000 martial gods. In the world, other than Lin Ling, who else could be so domineering? The name of Lin Ling, one of the 8 new gods of the 9 states, was now deeply engraved in their hearts. Look in all directions and chant. However, seeing the arrival of 1,000,000 martial gods, Lin Ling wasn't afraid. Instead, he stepped on the sea of blood, held his sword diagonally, and attacked. Kill, 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 rumble. The group of martial gods closest to Lin Ling began to receive Lin Ling's Blood Sea sword. The Blood Sea was a murderous aura. Therefore, even if they unleashed their full strength, they couldn't stop the impact of the Blood Sea and were all killed. With this attack, 30,000 peak martial gods had fallen. However, this was just an appetizer before the slaughter. Next, the Blood Sea drowned the 1,000,000 martial gods, and a figure began to kill wildly. This was because Lin Ling knew that before the giant ghost appeared, he couldn't retreat. He could only kill. 1,000,000 martial gods, he can kill them all. On the ground, looking at the falling corpses and the Blood Sea that was filled with murderous aura, everyone held their breaths and couldn't even speak properly. Time flew by just like that. 1,000,000 lives kept disappearing and merging into the Blood Sea. In the end, the murderous aura of the Blood Sea became 100 times stronger than before. This guy is really going to kill to stop killing. Chapter 43:12. Kill, kill, kill. In the sky, the voices of the millions of martial gods became softer and softer. Only a devilish voice could be heard. It was Lin Ling's voice. Looking at the sky again, it had turned into a sea of blood. There was no one to be seen. The millions of martial gods had been killed without leaving a single one behind. However, the sea of blood seemed to have become denser, and its flowing speed had slowed down. In the end, it was completely frozen, as if a large cloud of blood was floating in the sky. His killing intent has begun to recede. Luli Empress suddenly sensed something and was familiar with the power of Lin Ling's sea of blood. It turned out that after activating the killing steps, Lin Ling had to kill madly. If he didn't kill enough, Lin Ling would be affected. If he killed to his heart's content, the killing intent would be replenished. It would no longer affect Lin Ling. Of course, after reaching perfection, the power of the sea of blood would quietly recede, allowing Lin Ling to return to being an ordinary person. This is a chance. Han Xie floated up and shouted coldly, "Lin Ling, you've killed millions of martial gods. Your death is at hand." As soon as he finished speaking, he actually activated the mysterious talisman, Silent Words. A mysterious language was like a beautiful melody that floated into everyone's heart. Many of the Spirit Nation's experts felt a sense of comfort. Could it be? However, Luli Empress had guessed something. She guessed that Han Xie was activating the power that the Spirit Nation had left in Lin Ling's body to control Lin Ling. Lin Ling, be careful of that incantation. Treasure God Nan Wufingyu had obviously sensed this and immediately shouted. Looking at Lord Ning, his face was cold throughout the entire process. Whether it was the millions of martial gods being killed or this trump card, he showed no emotion. At this moment, Lin Ling was lying on the Blood Sea. After hearing Han Xie's voice, he suddenly floated up strangely. Then he floated out of the Blood Sea and flew towards Han Xie. Following his footsteps, the surging sea of blood in the sky also began to retreat, turning into a vortex and disappearing into the sword hilt behind Lin Ling. Lin Ling, kneel down. Lin Ling, aren't you very good at killing? Kill another one for me to see. Haha, Lin Ling, you didn't expect it, did you? One day, you would become my subordinate. As he watched Lin Ling walk towards him, Han Xie was undoubtedly excited. This was the fatal blow that he had been hiding. This trump card had been passed down to him by Lord Ning. Hence, he knew that as long as he unleashed this power, no matter how powerful Lin Ling was, he would be able to control him and become a member of the Spirit Nation. When he thought of the insufferably arrogant Lin Ling being controlled by him, the excitement in Han Xie's heart was even stronger than when he broke through to the next realm. Lin Ling did not stop walking. He slowly appeared in front of Han Xie and stared coldly at him. What are you looking at? Kneel down. Seeing this, Han Xie roared angrily, his voice filled with majesty. This also caused the Spirit Nation's experts to react. Then, they all laughed as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. After all, based on Lin Ling's previous killing method, they would have been killed by Lin Ling very soon. Fortunately, Han Xie now had Lin Ling under his control. Once Lin Ling is under the Spirit Nation's control, it will be difficult for him to resist. Since he has killed so many people from the Spirit Nation, he is definitely a sinner of the Spirit Nation. When the time comes, even I can torture him. That's right, I want to shit on his head. Hee, just thinking about it makes me a little excited. The experts of the Spirit Kingdom heaved a sigh of relief and began to converse with smiles on their faces. However, at this moment, Lin Ling raised his sword high. The murderous aura that had yet to fade from the body of the huge sword was still terrifying. Lin Ling, what are you doing? However, this method of controlling Lin Ling seemed to have no effect. This was because Lin Ling had already ruthlessly slashed his sword down. This also made Han Xie's eyes widen. However, he didn't run away or resist. Instead, he sped up the casting of the incantations and runes. Even now, he still believed that Lord Ning had left him a trump card. Unfortunately, he didn't know that this kind of trust would bring him a fatal price. I have no idea what you're talking about. At this moment, Lin Ling spoke for the first time. His voice was extremely domineering. Boom. The sword slashed down and sliced Han Xie into two halves. When the sword landed on the crystal heart, it paused for a moment before slicing the crystal heart into two halves. Crack. A crisp sound rang out and the crystal heart shattered like glass. When he looked at Han Xie again, his originally transparent body had quietly returned to his original appearance. However, from his forehead to between his legs, a blood-red sword mark had appeared. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Why didn't it work? Could it be that Lord Ning had lied to him? Impossible. Lord Ning would never use this matter to deceive him. In the end, he could only think of one possibility. Lin Ling had escaped from the Spirit Nation's control. Damn it, I've been fooled. Han Xie let out an unwilling roar. Then his body was forcefully torn apart. Blood and flesh rained down from the sky like rain. Naturally, he was indignant. With his strength, even if he couldn't defeat Lin Ling, he wouldn't have been killed so easily by Lin Ling. However, he firmly believed in the power that the Spirit Nation had left in Lin Ling's body, resulting in his current situation. His death undoubtedly affected the evil spirit in the underground palace. This caused it to be at a disadvantage in the battle for consciousness with the giant ghost. Lin Ling is out of control? In the distance, Lord Ning's eyes were filled with shock. This scene had clearly exceeded his expectations. After all, this was a hidden danger that he had left in Lin Ling's body. When Lin Ling became stronger in the future, he would use it to control Lin Ling. In the Battle of Spirit Light City, Lin Ling had disrupted the plans of the Spirit Nation's great god. At that time, the great god had said that he had to obtain Lin Ling no matter what. Therefore, he had left this trick up his sleeve. However, 100 years later, Lin Ling had disappeared and returned. The hidden danger had been removed. For deities guarding the island, kill him for me. Lord Ning finally had a murderous intent towards Lin Ling. Boom. Boom. No wonder the Spirit Nation was so powerful. After the fall of millions of martial gods, another powerhouse had arrived. In the east, a huge divine hound was galloping. With the sun and moon in its mouth, it let out a roar that made countless people tremble in fear. Divine Spirit, Divine Hound. Looking to the south, there was a beast with a human body. It was covered in red scales, with fire snakes piercing its ears and fire dragons beneath its feet. This was the southern fire ancestral sorcerer. A giant covered in flames strolled over. Wherever it passed, a sea of fire would appear. Even the bubbles in the sky above the island were burned. The bloodline of the 12 ancestral sorcerer. Speaking of the 12 ancestral sorcerer, they were powerful because they were deities from ancient times. Although they weren't real ancestral sorcerer, they possessed the bloodline of the ancestral sorcerer. Chapter 43:13. Looking to the west, an ugly old monk floated over like a ghost. Around him, the sky was filled with earthworm-like ants, causing one's scalp to tingle. This was the insect ghost monk. This person specialized in using goo. In the 9 prefectures void, where the heroic spirits of the 10 evils of the 9 prefectures rested, the Goo King's technique was passed down by him. As for the north, it had already turned into a pitch-black night. Under that quiet and strange night, an old woman holding a walking stick staggered over. Her old face was full of wrinkles, so much so that her eyes could not be seen. A ghost lantern hung from the walking stick in her left hand, and in the pitch-black darkness, there was a ghost lantern hanging from it. Under the lantern, it was like the light of a firefly. Looking at the aged right hand, there was a wooden bowl in it. The bowl was filled with liquid, and it looked very magical. Mengpo. Legend has it that she was a terrifying old woman guarding the bridge of helplessness. The origins of these people were not to be underestimated. They were the true pillars of the spirit nation, and their origins could be traced back to millions of years ago. After experiencing the investiture of the 9 prefectures, they had all returned to their positions as gods. Right now, the 4 ghosts and deities were suppressing Lin Ling. The 4 deities guarding the island are now fighting against the new god of the 9 prefectures, Lin Ling. I wonder who will be stronger. Seeing the powerful auras coming from the 4 directions, the experts of the spirit nation all retreated far away and rushed out of the majestic ancient city. Then, they stared at the strongest battle between the 9 prefectures and the spirit nation. Moreover, regardless of whether Lin Ling died or not in this battle, his name in the spirit nation and the 9 prefectures would definitely resound for millions of years. Lin Ling is actually so strong. The gap between me and him is too big. In the crowd, Luli Empress looked at the experts coming from all directions, and then at the arrogant man under the sky. She quietly clenched her fists, her eyes filled with unwillingness. Although she didn't want to admit it, she already knew that the Lin Ling she looked down on before was now above her head. During the competition for the 8 gods' heavenly palace's quota, if it wasn't for Eugene's interference, perhaps she would have been killed by Lin Ling. Li Xiaoyao Lin Ling, no matter who you are, you've all hidden so well. When she thought of this, Luli Empress's face was filled with killing intent and jealousy. After all, she had cultivated bitterly for so many years. However, she had been surpassed by Lin Ling in a single day. How could she accept this? Therefore Lin Ling must die today. Otherwise, if she let Lin Ling leave, then what awaited her would be Lin Ling's fatal revenge. Those 4 experts are all at the deity level. Their divine embryos and divine power are stronger than mine. If the 4 of them work together, they can definitely kill Lin Ling. Luli Empress retreated and said malevolently. Now she wanted to see Lin Ling die before her eyes. Only then would she feel at ease. As for Lin Ling, who was in the limelight, he quietly looked at the gods coming from the 4 directions. He felt as if he had sensed the suppression of the 4 great worlds. It's time to use more strength. With a soft sigh, Lin Ling's eyes shone with determination. From the beginning, he knew that today's battle wouldn't be so simple. The spirit nation wasn't something that he could shake alone. Therefore, he had been preserving his strength. However, now that he had continuously used his trump cards, it was time for him to finally reveal his trump card. This final trump card was very strong, but it had a time limit. Therefore, he had to use it to defeat the 4 gods before it was exhausted. Lower deity. Lin Ling's soul power spread out like a tide as his eyes stared at the 4 gods. Lower deity. This was the strength of the 4 gods. In the 9 states, they were only below the 4 great deities. Although Wuxia and Luli Empress had also stepped into the ranks of lower deities and possessed divine origin, It was obvious that the four gods' realms were more stable, and they had cultivated for a longer time. Great Buzhou Mountain Pillar. At this moment, the Western Witch ancestor took the lead. He was like a giant with his hands raised to the sky. Lava flowed from the sky, and turned into a huge lava pillar in his hands. The moment the pillar appeared, the island in the west immediately turned into a world of fire. Then he looked at Lin Ling and threw it over. Buzhou Mountain Pillar. According to legend, this sacred mountain was broken by the fire god Gonggong and the water god Zhurong. It was the pillar of heaven and earth and the support of the void great Tao. In ancient times, after the collapse of Buzhou Mountain, there was the saying of Niwa patching up the heavens. However, it was obvious that the giant wasn't holding the real Buzhou Mountain, but a wisp of Buzhou Mountain's will. However, because it came from ancient times, this wisp of will was extremely terrifying. It was mixed with the power of 3,000 Tao deities. 3,000 Tao deities. In the 9 states, there weren't many people who had more than 2,000 Tao deities, let alone 3,000. Moreover, the Buzhou Mountain Pillar carried the power of the witch ancestor and reached the power of 700,000 Tao deities. Rumble. When the Buzhou Mountain Pillar smashed towards Lin Ling, the cracked island cracked even more. In the sky, ancient red flames spread like the sunset. Although it was the most ordinary red, it was the most ancient flame of the fire god. Whoosh! When it rained down, it immediately drowned Lin Ling. After the flame of the fire god, a huge Buzhou mountain came crashing down. At this moment, no one thought that Lin Ling could still be alive. After all, Lin Ling was a new god and not a real god. This also made Nan Wufingyu roar. Lin Ling. He immediately wanted to help Lin Ling, but he was stopped by Lord Ning. Lord Ning's expression was cold, and he didn't even look at Lin Ling. He appreciated Lin Ling and didn't want Lin Ling to die here. Unfortunately, the trouble Lin Ling had caused today was too big. If he didn't kill Lin Ling, it would be difficult for him to report to Spirit Nation. Boom. However, at this moment, a ripple exploded from the rolling red flames. It was as if someone had punched the flames and used a powerful force to disperse the flames. Next, amidst the spreading flames, a young man in a gray robe shot up into the sky. He punched the sky, and with a single punch, Mount Buzhou was unable to fall. What? Seeing this shocking scene, the entire island was shocked. Under the sky, the gray-robed youth was incomparably cold. His aura could swallow mountains and rivers. After punching out, another fist followed. It was like a meteor shower that smashed at the bottom of Buzhou Mountain. With each punch, the island shook a little. Finally, with a boom, the huge Buzhou Mountain was forcefully broken. Broken. Whoosh. When Buzhou Mountain was broken, the explosive force was like the collapse of heaven and earth. It pierced through the island's bubble and caused a large amount of seawater to pour in. The island was completely destroyed. Perhaps the battle of gods was just like this. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the youth in the sky. At this moment, they were suffocating. Chapter 43:14. Trial Taker Lin Ling. I will represent the spirit kingdom and sentence you to death. In the west, the fire god ancestral sorcerer's long hair danced wildly. However, his eyes were filled with shock because Lin Ling actually broke through his Buzhou Mountain. He rushed towards Lin Ling with large strides. Although Lin Ling had some tricks up his sleeve, Lin Ling was still not a lower god. He was confident that he could kill Lin Ling. Rumble. The huge palm was like a city as it rushed towards Lin Ling. The momentum was earth-shattering. Wherever the giant fire god ancestral sorcerer passed, the houses on the ground collapsed. Under his feet, it was like a volcano erupting. You can represent the spirit kingdom? However, before the fire god ancestral sorcerer arrived, a gray robe flashed and a sword fell from the sky. What? The fire god ancestral sorcerer's face changed dramatically. It was too fast. Before he could react, a sword slashed on his cheek and cut open his cheek. The powerful force sent the giant flying. He glided on the ground and disappeared into the distance. Looking at the ground, a ravine that was thousands of miles wide appeared. It stretched to the horizon and was terrifying. Grey Robe Lin Ling. At this moment, Lord Ning also stopped fighting and looked at Lin Ling in shock. What method did Lin Ling use to increase his strength so much? He could already fight against the ancestral sorcerer. No, he should be able to suppress the ancestral sorcerer. This must be fake. Even Luli Empress's eyes were trembling. Lin Ling could still become stronger. Now his strength was the strongest under the 4 great gods. Among the 8 new gods, who could be his opponent? Lin Ling die. At this moment, a huge divine hound spoke in human language. It contained the sun and moon as it galloped in midair. It was like a tengu galloping towards the moon as it bit Lin Ling. This divine dog was like an ancient species. Compared to it, Lin Ling was as small as an ant. However, Lin Ling was not afraid at all. His cold eyes stared at the divine dog that was pouncing towards him, and all the strength in his body poured into his left fist. Looking at the divine dog, he punched out, pouring out all his strength. Boom! The man and the dog collided in midair, and a terrifying gust of wind poured out, blowing countless houses on the island away like straw. The island, which was already in ruins, became even more scattered. Pung pung pung. The power of 800,000 realms, the power of 2,000 Tao gods, 7 Danshians, and the power of 7 divine embryos erupted. It was like a volcano that had been sealed away for many years had finally erupted. Woo woo woo. The huge divine hound's teeth were shattered by a punch. The fist landed on its nose. It looked small, but it was as heavy as a mountain. The divine hound whimpered, its tail drooped, and tears flowed out. Then it turned its head and wildly strung it up. However, just as the eastern divine hound retreated, a ferocious ghost monk came from the west. He silently chanted, and countless insects and ants flooded towards Lin Ling. From afar, the insects and ants were like a sea of clouds, but they were constantly squirming. It was very terrifying. And these were all goo. Compared to the goo in the land of eternal rest, they were undoubtedly thousands of times stronger. Every poisonous insect came from the divine realm, and was incomparably precious. Goo, invisible and colorless, could cause people to fall into the trap when they did not react in time. Therefore Lin Ling also felt a sense of danger coming, but he had already activated his trump card. This trump card had a limited time, and if he could not deal a heavy blow to these gods, after they joined forces, Lin Ling would definitely suffer a huge blow. Come out! Lin Ling roared to the sky. The sound made the broken bubble in the sky crack even more. In Lin Ling's gray robe, mysterious ripples began to bloom, causing the void around him to distort and become illusory. However, no one could see this scene. They only saw the squirming sea of insects drowning Lin Ling. Some of the insects and ants were as thick as a finger, while others were as big as a speck of dust. It was simply impossible to guard against them. Boom. However, at this moment, there was an explosion in the sea of insects, and light bloomed. Then the pitch-black sea of insects shot out light like sea urchins, and there were more and more of them. In the end, a terrible burst of divine power burst out and washed away all the goo. Looking carefully, one could see the gray-robed Lin Ling standing in midair. A large number of illusions appeared around him. There was a white Luai's god, a golden king man, a green Vajra, a Buddha dragon and a wind dragon, a boundless wonton above his head, and countless evil spirits and jellyfish behind him. The 7 divine embryos were all displayed. Buzz, buzz. Strange sounds rang in the sky above Lin Ling. It was as if the saints were singing, as if the gods were praying for blessings. He actually activated all the divine embryos and formed the scene of the gods descending. Lord Ning and treasure god Nanwufingyu were still fighting, but it was clear that their gazes were on Lin Ling. Even treasure god Nanwufingyu, an old man who was very familiar with Lin Ling, was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. It was as if they were looking at a dazzling star that appeared like a bolt of lightning and descended upon the Spirit Nation and the 9 provinces. This was because this was the first time they saw the descent of the 7 divine embryos. Even in the era of the gods, this was unprecedented. Poof! In the west, the ferocious old monk's pupils trembled. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood, intimidated by Lin Ling's divine might. He didn't return to divinity, but he has the light of the gods. This Lin Ling is too strong. He also spoke in a solemn voice. This was because although Lin Ling seemed to be a martial god, his world essence was so terrifying that it wasn't much weaker than a god's. In addition to his physical body and powerful divine embryos, he could now truly become a god. Gray-robed Lin Ling, I'm calling you. Do you dare answer? When the old monk was injured, an old voice suddenly rang out. It wasn't loud, but it was like the cry of a nighthawk in the night, making one's scalp tingle. The sky in the north was eerily silent. A lantern slowly floated over. At a closer look, an old woman was staggering over with a walking stick. She was holding a wooden bowl, and her hands were trembling as if she would die at any moment. This was Meng Po, who guarded the northern island. Gray-robed Lin Ling, I'm calling you. Do you dare answer? The old woman looked at Lin Ling with lifeless eyes and spoke sharply again. Lin Ling, who was among the 7 divine embryos, also looked indifferently at the old woman. He sensed a strange power spreading from the old woman's body. It was the steps of the gods. However, the steps of the gods was very strange. It didn't seem to be an attack type. Instead, it was like Lin Ling's steps of wisdom, a soul-type sealing type. Now Lin Ling sensed that the strange power was spreading all around. It was formless and colorless, as if it was going to attack at any moment. Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Ling raised his head and said proudly. He knew that even if he didn't answer, the next attack would come. Chapter 43:15. That's the datura flower. Could it be? The spectators in the distance were shocked. An old man murmured. That should be the bridge of helplessness. Crossing the bridge meant that one was dead and had to be reincarnated. Drinking Meng Po's soup meant that one had forgotten everything in this world. The endless night was like a tide that spread to the sky above Lin Ling. When one looked at Lin Ling again, he was already in front of the bridge of helplessness. An old woman handed a wooden bowl to Lin Ling with a smile. Meanwhile, Lin Ling's eyes were blank. After entering the bridge, he seemed to have forgotten everything and who he was. He only listened to Meng Po. At this moment, everyone became nervous. Was the new god Lin Ling going to be defeated? And that Meng Po's methods were too strange. It was simply impossible to guard against. Because against Meng Po's bridge of helplessness, it didn't matter how strong one was. All methods would be suppressed. Steps of the god. Nam Wufengyu's eyes narrowed. He was shocked at the power of the spirit kingdom, because he knew that the 4 gods were only a part of the kingdom's strength. In fact, the spirit kingdom was already stronger than the void of the 9 continents. There were even more people in the void of the 9 continents with many cultivators with potential. It was just that they hadn't matured yet. Your power has weakened. You are worried about Lin Ling. At this time, Sir Ning's voice came. Treasure God, you came with Lin Ling today. Do you think you can ruin my plan? Back then, you obtained her body and I obtained her heart. You lost to me. And today, you still lost to me. After Lin Ling's death, everything you have done will be like a dream. You can't win against me. You will never win against me because she loves me. Nam Wufengyu's eyes narrowed and his body inexplicably trembled. In his mind, he thought of that woman. She was also the wife of Nam Wufengyu. However, he also knew that before marrying him, his wife was deeply in love with Sir Ning. However, Sir Ning was ambitious and only cared about his great cause. Nam Wufengyu didn't care, because he loved his wife. However, during the Battle of the Gods, his wife found out that Lord Ning was in danger, so she personally went to help. In the end, she died in the Battle of the Gods. When treasure god Nam Wufengyu rushed over, he saw his wife in Sir Ning's arms. At that moment, he felt as if the world was collapsing, as if there was no love left in the world. He didn't hate his wife because he knew that his wife had always loved Lord Ning. It was just that he thought he could use time to change his wife's mind. Therefore, he hated Minister Ning. Treasure god, you lost completely, ha ha ha. Lord Ning also laughed when he saw treasure god Nam Wufengyu's angry appearance. His laughter contained a trace of madness, because in his heart, there was still something he hadn't said. Back then, the person who loved him the most had told him before she died that the reason she helped him was to end this grudge. She also said that the person she loved now was treasure god Nam Wufengyu. He had never said this to treasure god Nam Wufengyu, because he also hated treasure god Nam Wufengyu for stealing the person he loved the most. Treasure god, I know you hate me and have always wanted to mess up my plans, but let me tell you, Spirit Country's footsteps will sweep through the entire 9 provinces. You have lost. Lord Ning's eyes were red as he shouted. He waved his hand with a tyrannical power, causing the sky to explode and the sea to flow backwards. You gambled everything on Lin Ling, right? Now, you can watch as Lin Ling dies. Once Lin Ling dies, it means that you will never have her and will forever lose to me. Rumble. Under Lord Ning's attack, the island was on the verge of collapse. Everyone looked over. They didn't expect Lord Ning to have such a grudge with that old man. Meanwhile, treasure god Nan Wufingyu was trembling. Minister Ning's words made him remember the scene back then. The person he loved the most was held by Lord Ning, not him. Suddenly, treasure god Nan Wufengyu's eyes narrowed as if he had thought of something. He said word by word. I have not lost. The heavens have not abandoned me and the earth has not abandoned me. She must love me because Lin Ling will not die. This is a message she asked the heavens to send me. What? Lord Ning's eyes narrowed. Ha ha. However, treasure god Nan Wufengyu didn't say anything and instead laughed. This laugh seemed to have removed the fetters of countless years. He finally realized that Lin Ling had a soul that surpassed the soul of a god. Not long ago, in the wasteland, it was Lin Ling who used his soul force to open the path to the 8th level. This also meant that Meng Po's steps of God could not affect Lin Ling at all. This also meant that the heavens were telling him that his wife must love him. Seeing treasure god Nan Wufengyu laughing, Lord Ning was furious and his eyes subconsciously looked to the north. North, the bridge of helplessness. Lin Ling held Meng Po's bowl and placed it in his mouth. However, at this time, his eyes revealed a sharp light and a terrifying soul force suppressed. Meng Po, you are already old. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Drink this bowl of Meng Po's soup, and the grudges of the mortal world will be forgotten. Lin Ling's voice carried a magical power as he handed over Meng Po's bowl. Meng Po's eyes narrowed at first, but under Lin Ling's voice, her eyes became vacant. At this moment, she was like a person lost in the world, looking for the end of the world to return home. She picked up Meng Po's bowl with her aged hand and drank it gently. Boom. This scene shocked the spirit nation. Lord Ning's face trembled and his eyes narrowed. A murderous aura erupted in his heart like a volcano. Did he lose? Did he lose? Or did treasure god Nan Wufengyu already know that the woman loved treasure god Nan Wufengyu the most? You lied to me. At this time, Meng Po, who drank Meng Po's soup, also reacted. She stared at Lin Ling with eyes full of anger. If I drink Meng Po's soup, my life will end here. The people I love, the people who love me, they will disappear from my world forever. However, Lin Ling looked at him coldly and then let out a loud laugh. Unfortunately, not to mention Meng Po. Even if the god of the underworld or the god of creation were here, they can't change me. I, Lin Ling, will not enter the 6th Tao, the underworld, or the mortal world. I am me and no one can bind me. Boom. Chapter 43:16. Rumble. Following Lin Ling's fist, the dark world in the north dispersed. A ray of light shone down from the sky as if it represented Lin Ling's heaven-defying heart. Meng Po was being stepped on by Lin Ling at this moment. She was being punched and kicked by Lin Ling, causing her to cry out in pain. It was as if Lin Ling was wreaking havoc in the underworld and destroying the heavenly Tao. A great calamity, a great calamity, a great calamity. In the distance, the experts of the spirit kingdom all had pale faces as they muttered this sentence. Lin Ling was definitely a great calamity for the spirit kingdom. Haha, what a great line. I want the heavens to no longer cover my eyes. I want this earth to no longer bury my heart. I want all living beings to understand my will. I want all Buddhas to vanish like smoke. Lin Ling, Quangba, Grandpa Treasure God will accompany you. Looking at treasure god Nan Wufengyu, a heroic voice soared into the sky. This old man's aura suddenly increased as he borrowed the reverse flow of the sea to form a world of wind and rain, destroying the entire island. Lin Ling. Lord Ning also let out a ferocious roar. There was only one name in his mind, Lin Ling. 100 years ago in Spirit Light City, Lin Ling had wreaked havoc there. Today, in the 8th level of the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace, Lin Ling had once again wreaked havoc in the Spirit Kingdom. Lin Ling, could it be that he was the nemesis of the Spirit Kingdom, the nemesis of the world's will? Bang, 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 bang. Endless sea water poured down from the exploded island. Outside of the island, a large number of blue giants quietly appeared. They were like heavenly gods and heavenly generals, casting their gazes towards the island. As long as the island was completely submerged, then they would attack and slaughter everyone on the island. Run! The sea water was like a heavenly river crashing down. The people of the spirit kingdom panicked and fled in all directions. They all knew that today, the spirit kingdom had been completely destroyed by Lin Ling alone. Lin Ling. At this moment, below the shattered island, a ferocious aura shot up into the sky. Then a 300-meter-tall giant appeared. It was gray in color and gray fog constantly gushed out from its body. It had sharp teeth and claws, just like a Wuxia from the underworld. However, it was not a Wuxia because it was an evil spirit. Bang bang bang. It shot toward Lin Ling, killing countless experts along the way. Finally, it arrived in front of Lin Ling and grabbed Lin Ling. Giant ghost. However, Lin Ling had already sensed who it was. It was just that the palm-sized giant ghost had now become a giant. Ha ha ha. After the transformation, the giant ghost seemed to be even bolder and more domineering than before. It laughed loudly and said to Lin Ling, "There's no time to lose. Let's leave this place immediately. Those blue giants are eyeing the island covetously. Moreover, I've already obtained the records of the 8 gods. Giant ghost, I've finally waited for you to come out. If you didn't come out, I would have been torn apart alive by the experts of the spirit kingdom." Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled as if a burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Previously he had used all of his soul force to confuse Mengpa. This had caused the 3rd stage of the innate talent fusion to fade away. At that time, if an expert had come, they could have easily killed him. After all, Lin Ling had been fighting for a long time, and had killed more than 1,000,000 experts. "Lin Ling, you guys leave first. I'll find you in the future." When Nam Wufingyu saw that Lin Ling was fine, he smiled and said, "This time, I've fought alongside you and destroyed the spirit kingdom. This is the fortune of 3 lifetimes." Lin Ling sat on the giant ghost's shoulder. He was so tired that he could not speak. He could only give Nam Wufingyu a thumbs up and smile. To the underground palace. The giant ghost carried Lin Ling and flew towards the broken underground palace. Although it had been fighting with Evil Ghost for the 8 gods' heavenly palace, it had also been paying attention to Lin Ling's battle. Thus, when Lin Ling rushed into the island, it had also noticed. It also knew that God Emperor Zhanggang was under the island. Walala. At this moment, the island was flooded with seawater. Whirlpools appeared everywhere and countless experts died within. In the sky, an arm formed from seawater was like fishing for fish. It scooped up the martial artists in the sea, and after it caught them, the endless seawater pressed down on them, forcefully squeezing them dry. They turned into blood. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As for the martial artists that had not died, they could not control their bodies and were sucked in by the endless whirlpools. When the giant ghost brought Lin Ling into the underground palace, there were swirling whirlpools. These whirlpools seemed to be suppressing the water of the entire sea. They were extremely domineering, and even the physical strength of 500,000 worlds could not resist them. Hurry! Sensing this, the giant ghost's speed increased by a fraction. Giant ghost, save me, save me. In the broken ruins not far away, the whirlpool was tumbling, and a weak voice could be heard. Upon closer inspection, it was a palm-sized giant ghost, and it was the evil ghost. However, the evil ghost was a little dispirited. It was obvious that it had suffered heavy injuries when it fought with the giant ghost for the record of the 8 gods. "Evil ghost, you'd better follow me obediently." But at this moment, an arm suddenly stretched out from the whirlpool. It was a transparent arm, and it suddenly grabbed the evil ghost and swallowed it. This scene was very strange. If that person did not make a sound, they would not have noticed it at all. This also shocked the giant ghost and Lin Ling. However, the whirlpools around them had already arrived, so they could not care less and madly rushed into the underground. "Who is it?" The giant ghost continued to shatter the surrounding rocks as it spoke in shock. "It's Wuxia." Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he said indifferently, "That guy actually did not die, and it seems like he took advantage of the evil ghost's weakness to swallow it." Wuxia. Hearing this, the giant ghost could not help but shudder because he also knew that the evil ghost was indeed seriously injured and could be annihilated at any time. However, he did not expect that at this critical moment, As the evil ghost's partner, Han Xie, not only did he not help, he even hit the evil ghost when it was down. Is this the greed of human nature? The 8 gods practice divine arts and question the human world. It seems that there is a reason behind it. The giant ghost muttered to himself, but when he saw Lin Ling on his shoulder, he smiled instead, and the gloomy thoughts from before disappeared with the wind. This was because his partner, Lin Ling, would not abandon him, and this was his honor. Previously, if Lin Ling had not fought for him and bought time for him, he might not have been able to successfully obtain the will of the 8 gods. Lin Ling's battle was also a fight to the death. How could such a person not be trustworthy? This also showed that he was luckier than the evil ghost because he knew Lin Ling and not Han Xie. Boom. At this moment, there was a roar in front of them. The giant ghost finally brought Lin Ling back to the previous void. When Emperor God Zhonggang saw Lin Ling and the giant ghost, he immediately smiled. Chapter 43:17. Lin Ling, don't bother about me. Leave immediately. Emperor God Zhonggang said immediately. However, Lin Ling shook his head and continued to examine the white chain. His eyes gradually became serious. Although his current level of spirit formation was very high, he could tell that the chain was not something that a mere spirit formation master could deal with. There was also the power of the spirit nation within it. It needed the power of the spirit nation. It had to be solved. Lin Ling obviously didn't have the power of the spirit kingdom. Lin Ling, leave quickly. There's more and more seawater. Seeing Lin Ling shake his head, God Emperor Zhonggang seemed to have realized something. The little skeleton beside him also looked at Lin Ling. Although he didn't say anything, he signaled Lin Ling to leave. Giant ghost, do you have a way to bring the pillar away? Suddenly, Lin Ling's gaze fell on the pillar in the void. Since he couldn't get rid of the chain, he might as well bring the person away with the chain. Let me try. Giant ghost nodded. He thought of something and immediately said, Lin Ling, wait for me. After saying that, he rushed towards the big hole in the sky and disappeared into the void. Lin Ling was confused. However, just as he was worried, there was a deafening roar above his head. This caused a large amount of seawater to enter the void. The void looked as though it was about to collapse. Giant ghost, if you don't come back, we will be torn apart by the huge whirlpool. Seeing that, Lin Ling was even more worried. The seawater wasn't ordinary seawater. It was the entire ocean of the 8th level. Even a god wouldn't dare to go against the might of the ocean. Lin Ling, leave quickly. Emperor God Zhonggang couldn't help but say again. Ka ka ka. The little skeleton also blinked its skull and looked at Lin Ling with eager eyes. However, Lin Ling still said firmly, Emperor God Zhonggang, back then in the starry sky forest you helped me. Today, I must bring you away. If I abandon you and leave, I will never be able to live in peace. But God Emperor Zhan still wanted to say something but hesitated. Lin Ling ignored him for the time being. His eyes were fixed on the sky. The rumbling sound in the sky gradually subsided. Then a figure rushed out of the water. With a splash, the giant ghost appeared. Giant ghost. Seeing this, Lin Ling finally let out a sigh of relief. He was very tired now. If something happened to the giant ghost, he wouldn't be able to help. However, the giant ghost that had returned was clearly different. This was because it was carrying a massive stone tablet on its shoulder. It was the record of the 8 gods. Lin Ling, this record of the 8 gods has the power of the void. Perhaps it can destroy that pillar. Without waiting for Lin Ling to say anything, he hugged the stone tablet and smashed it towards the pillar behind God Emperor Zhonggang. Rumble. With every smash, the void trembled a little. God Emperor Zhonggang's strength was sealed. However, he was still a powerful god. At this moment, he used all his strength and wanted to pull out the pillar behind him. The pillar was stuck in the void. It was very mysterious. Under the combined strength of the two, cracks appeared in the void below the pillar. Hurry up. Lin Ling, on the other hand, looked at the seawater that kept pouring down and became more and more uneasy. He didn't know how the island was now. However, he had a feeling that it had been completely destroyed. He would never have thought that because of his battle, the entire island would be destroyed. After this, the spirit nation would put out a bounty on his head. Hurry up. There seems to be a powerful existence in the sea. Lin Ling's soul strength recovered quickly. He could already sense the changes above him. He even sensed that there were many blue giants wreaking havoc on the island. Boom! At this moment, an arm stretched out from the hole in the void. It seemed to be fishing for something. Seeing this, Lin Ling's face changed. It was indeed a blue giant. Bang! Almost at the same time, the pillar behind God Emperor Zhonggang was finally pulled out. After pulling out the pillar, God Emperor Zhonggang's strength recovered rapidly. Although the chain still trapped him, it only brought him some inconvenience. Gang! He roared and his fist turned platinum. Then he looked at the void below him and smashed it. The little skeleton had also transformed into a skeleton king, and was also smashing into the void. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks appeared in the void like glass. However, at this moment, there were more and more blue arms in the sky. They were crazily fishing for something. Lin Ling was well aware of the strength of these blue giants. Even treasure god Namwu Fengyu was powerless against them, so even if God Emperor Zhonggang was here, it would still be an arduous and unrewarding task. Let me help you. Lin Ling's body recovered a part of its strength. He held tyrannical song in his hand and smashed it into the void below him. This smash was like the straw that broke the camel's back. Space shattered and revealed a large hole, and the raging seawater surged into the hole. The speed of its impact was so strong that even an ordinary martial god would be forcefully torn apart. A huge whirlpool appeared and the seawater sucked Lin Ling and the others downwards. Just as they disappeared, a few huge arms came over. However, there was nothing. If Lin Ling and the others were a step later, besides God Emperor Zhonggang, everyone would have died there. Rumble! In the whirlpool, even someone as strong as God Emperor Zhonggang couldn't change anything. He could only go with the flow. Lin Ling could only hear a deafening sound. His body felt as though it was being torn apart, and he gradually fainted. After an unknown period of time, there was the sound of water ripples. The gentle seawater was like a woman's hand, gently caressing Lin Ling's face. Lin Ling slowly opened his eyes. And where is this? Lin Ling woke up and his face changed. He looked around and immediately realized that he was in a cave. However, there was seawater all around and seaweed was swaying not far away. At the bottom of the sea, a guess immediately arose in Lin Ling's mind. Lower your voice. Just then 2 figures walked into the cave. It was God Emperor Zhonggang and the giant ghost. They looked cautious. Seeing this, Lin Ling quickly held his breath and suppressed his jie-qi. His body was like a dead object. God Emperor Zhonggang sensed the changes outside the cave. After a while, he finally let out a sigh of relief. They finally left. Then he and the giant ghost looked at Lin Ling and smiled. You have been unconscious for a year. A year. Hearing this, Lin Ling was shocked. He sensed his body and realized that he had unknowingly reached the peak of martial god realm. The jie-qi in his body was rolling, and it was 30% stronger than before. Chapter 43:18. Lin Ling was shocked. However, he couldn't be bothered to check the change in power. Instead, he looked at Emperor God Zhonggang and the others. After all, he saw that Emperor God Zhonggang and the others were cautious. It meant that there was definitely danger outside. A year ago, we were swept here by the whirlpool. This seems to be the lair of the blue giants. Looking at Lin Ling's gaze, Emperor God John Steel said bitterly. Most importantly, these blue giants seem to be looking for us. The giant ghost floated to Lin Ling and turned into the size of a fist as he spoke helplessly. Seems like there's trouble. Lin Ling frowned. He knew the strength of Emperor God John Steel and the giant ghost. If they had the chance, they would have left this place long ago. However, they were trapped here for a year. This meant that the bottom of the sea was filled with blue giants. What about Spirit Nation? Shaking his head, Lin Ling asked again. In this year, a large number of experts from Spirit Nation were swept into the bottom of the sea and died in the hands of the blue giants. This time, Spirit Nation's vitality was greatly damaged. However, half a year ago, Spirit Nation's great god came and saved the remaining people with supreme divine light. He then took them away. Emperor God John Steel said. Oh right, among those who were taken away, I saw Luli Empress and Han Xie. They didn't die. The giant ghost said to Lin Ling, Spirit Nation's great god is indeed powerful. He isn't afraid of the blue giants. Lin Ling mumbled to himself. He remembered the man with the strange smile he saw back then. Then he asked, "Have you seen Grandpa Treasure God?" That god fought with Minister Ning. The battle was interrupted by the blue giants. The two of them are missing. They either died in the hands of the blue giants or escaped. Emperor Gajian Steel said immediately. His words made Lin Ling worried. However, he couldn't help much now. Hence, he could only pray that Treasure God Grandpa was safe. Then, the three of them fell silent. Even if they were as powerful as gods, they felt as weak as ants in the 8th level of 8 Gods Heaven Palace. The 8 Gods Celestial Palace clearly hid the secrets of the era of the gods. Even in the era of the gods, it was no small matter. While they were silent, a sound came from outside. It was as if a blue giant had floated past, scaring Lin Ling and the others so much that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Fortunately, the bottom of the sea was vast, and there were many seaweeds and caves. Therefore, the giants did not notice Lin Ling and the others. After sensing that the blue giants had left, Lin Ling said softly, "Do you think these blue giants are looking for us? Otherwise, why would it not disperse for an entire year?" That's possible. After all, the bottom of the sea is so big, and there are so many people who fell from the island. Why are they wandering around nearby instead of searching elsewhere? Hearing that, Emperor God Zhonggang nodded. We can't go on like this. We can't be trapped here forever. Why don't we find a chance to escape? Lin Ling had an ominous premonition. He felt that something big must have happened in the void of the 9 continents, so he wanted to rush back immediately. These blue giants are walking back and forth, but there is a pattern to them. We can give it a try. Emperor God Zhonggang also agreed with Lin Ling's idea. The three of them waited for a moment. Finally, at a certain moment, they all burst out with speed and rushed out of the cave. Over here. Emperor God Zhonggang let out a low voice. His body split the seawater as he shot towards the east. Lin Ling also activated his 3rd stage talent fusion. 15 world speed burst out as he followed Emperor God Zhonggang with all his might. Looking back, the giant ghost had already transformed into the size of a human. Did it also burst out with speed? Splitting the water. The three of them were very fast. Like 3 white lines, they disappeared in the blink of an eye. Sensing that there was nothing strange in the surroundings, Lin Ling and Emperor God Zhonggang were delighted. At this speed, they would be able to escape from the blue giant's encirclement in less than 5 minutes. But at this moment, there was a change in the water. The speed of the water suddenly increased. Then, behind the giant ghost, a huge blue palm grabbed the giant ghost's right leg. Giant ghost. This change was too sudden. Even though Lin Ling's soul power had locked onto the surroundings, he couldn't sense it at all. Lin Ling, Emperor God Zhonggang, leave quickly. Don't bother about me. After the giant ghost was caught, it kept struggling but it couldn't break free from the arm's restraint. Hence, it didn't want to be a burden to Lin Ling and Emperor God Zhonggang. Bullshit. How could Lin Ling abandon the giant ghost? He stopped and the tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand. He looked behind the giant ghost and slashed. Lin Ling. Seeing Lin Ling stop, Emperor God Zhonggang sighed. In the end, he decided to help. However, he knew that if Lin Ling stopped, he would most likely be surrounded by the blue giants and perish there. However, Lin Ling and the giant ghost had saved his life. How could he not help? Ka ka ka. The little skeleton beside him also turned into a golden skeleton king. It held a huge leg bone and smashed it behind the giant ghost. Steel. God Emperor Zhonggang roared and punched out with his fist. The god's stairs revolved around his fist and formed a grayish-brown energy. It caused the sea to turn upside down, and a vacuum zone appeared. Rumble. The three of them weren't weak. When they attacked together, their attack power was terrifying. Even a god would have to avoid it. When it landed behind the giant ghost, it finally forced the giant hidden in the sea to reveal himself. Furthermore, the giant's body was continuously smashed into pieces. However, the blue giant was also very strong. Its broken body was recovering with the help of the water. No wonder treasure god Nanwufengyu couldn't do anything to it. It was indeed terrifying. Grand Cardinal Brahma punishment. Lin Ling knew that if the blue giant recovered, their previous attacks would be wasted. Hence, he also used the Stairs of Wisdom. The moment the Stairs of God appeared, it immediately sealed the blue giant and prevented it from recovering its injured body. On the side, Emperor God Zhonggang was shocked. Lin Ling actually knew the Stairs of God. Looking at its level, it wasn't weak at all. He knew very well that if Lin Ling's Stairs of God was an attack type, it would be able to kill the blue giant in one move. However, although the blue giant wasn't destroyed, it couldn't recover and looked a little weak. Die. Lin Ling seized the opportunity and unleashed his full strength, slashing at the giant with his sword. Emperor God Zhonggang and Skeleton King naturally knew that they couldn't miss this opportunity. Hence, they attacked the giant as well. Boom. With an explosive sound, the gigantic blue giant was forcibly blasted apart, causing a terrifying whirlpool to appear in the sea. Whoosh. At this moment, the giant ghost broke free and immediately shot towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling was delighted. He didn't expect the three of them to be so terrifying. They even killed the blue giant. One had to know that this was something that even Treasure God Grandpa couldn't do. Chapter 43:19. Too slow, we've been surrounded. Just then, Emperor God Zhonggang said solemnly. A huge steel fortress appeared around him, and he seemed to have pushed his fighting strength to the limit. Of course, there was still a pillar behind him, and the chains tied him to the pillar. Therefore, his strength was still suppressed by at least 30%. Hearing Emperor God Zhonggang's words, Lin Ling looked around. There was only a rumbling whirlpool, and it was blue in color. There didn't seem to be anything strange. However, when he looked carefully, he realized that there were huge silhouettes in the blue sea. There were many of them, and they surrounded the surroundings tightly. It was those blue giants. Moreover, there was more than one of these blue giants. This time, it could be said that they were doomed. Boom boom boom. Those blue giants that were hidden kept getting closer to Lin Ling, and the others. Their silhouettes became clearer and clearer. They were huge and they were like ancient trees surrounding Lin Ling, and the others. At the center, Lin Ling and the others immediately felt a huge pressure that made them feel suffocated. After all, no matter what, these blue giants were stronger than the treasure god Namwufingyu. With so many of them, even the thunder god would turn pale if he was here. Looks like we're going to die here. Lin Ling laughed bitterly. He knew that the three of them were no match for these blue giants. Yes, I didn't expect to die in the 8 gods' celestial palace after escaping the spirit nation. Sigh, I heard that even a higher god wouldn't dare to barge into the 8 gods' celestial palace. Now that I've seen it, it's not an undeserved reputation. No wonder no one dared to barge into the 8 gods' celestial palace in the era of gods. Emperor God Zhonggang sighed. He stretched out his steel arm and patted Skeleton King's head. Buddy, I didn't expect that after escaping the war of gods and waking up not long ago, we're going to die here. Wait. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded out. This voice reverberated through the depths of the sea, giving off a dignified feeling. The blue giants that were walking forward immediately stopped. Then, the blue giants separated, and a blue giant that was hundreds of meters tall and held a blue trident in his hand strolled in. This giant was roughly the same as the other giants, but it was slightly larger and had a pitchfork in its hand. Tell me what you know about the 8 gods' notes, and I'll let you leave. The giant's transparent face looked at Lin Ling and the other two and said in a low voice, Records of the 8 gods? Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. These blue giants actually wanted to know about the records of the 8 gods? This is too strange. I'll give you 3 breaths to consider. The Sea Fork giant said again. Emperor God Zhonggang and Giant Ghost immediately looked at Lin Ling. They wanted to see what choice Lin Ling would make. However, Lin Ling's eyes continued to flicker. He didn't know why, but he had a feeling that the secret of the 8 gods' diary couldn't be revealed so easily. 3. The Sea Fork giant's voice sounded again as he looked at Lin Ling. He could see that among the 3, the gray-robed man had the most authority. I'm sorry, I can only tell your master about the records of the 8 gods. At this moment, Lin Ling also raised his head and said calmly, I'm their master. You can tell me. The giant's voice turned cold. Is that so? Why do I feel that your status isn't very high? So, let the Lord above you come. This way, I'll definitely tell you about the records of the 8 gods. However, Lin Ling was still stubborn. He was determined not to say anything. Whoosh! The giant's huge body shook and the huge blue trident in his hand shot towards Lin Ling. The power was like the power of the entire sea. Lin Ling. Before the sea fork giant ghost and Emperor God Zhonggang lost their balance from the impact. Therefore, they immediately shouted in worry. However, Lin Ling's expression didn't change. His eyes focused on the incoming sea fork giant ghost. He was also gambling. He had a feeling that if he were to reveal the 8 gods' diary, the 3 of them would die here the very next moment. Therefore, only by meeting the master of the blue giant could he reveal the records of the 8 gods as an exchange. Rumble. The sea fork giant ghost looked huge, but it was as sharp as a blade. It was less than a meter away from Lin Ling. However, it still stopped in the end. The giant held the trident in one hand and looked at Lin Ling indifferently. If my sea fork giant ghost moves a bit closer, you'll die. Are you really not going to say anything? You don't dare to kill me. Lin Ling was expressionless, but his heart finally relaxed. This was because he knew that the giant had finally stopped. This meant that there was still room for negotiation. You're so confident, the giant said again. Currently, only the few of us know about the records of the 8 gods. If you kill us, you'll never get any information about the records of the 8 gods. Lin Ling said calmly. Therefore, you don't dare to kill me because you can't afford to gamble. Let your master speak. You have guts. The giant kept his sea fork giant ghost and said indifferently, previously, I wouldn't have held back. However, at the crucial moment, my master told me not to kill you. Therefore, you've won the bet. Come with me. After saying that, he turned and left. Lin Ling and God Emperor Zhonggang looked at each other and laughed. You lunatic. You actually dared to bargain with these lunatics. If they don't like it, they can kill us in a blink of an eye. God Emperor Zhonggang said helplessly after rejoicing. I'm a lunatic and they're lunatics too. Therefore, it's most appropriate for a lunatic to deal with a lunatic. Lin Ling shrugged and walked forward with large strides. The surrounding blue giants looked down at Lin Ling, but they all made way for Lin Ling, and the other 2 to walk through the group of giants. Looking ahead, the water rippled and the giant with the sea fork giant ghost was leading the way. After walking for 2 hours, the coral seabed began to appear in front of them. It was very beautiful. Various colors shone brightly, making them feel as though they had come to a mythical world. A huge palace sat in the middle of the coral. It was also very beautiful. The reason why the palace was huge was because the gate of the palace was built according to the size of the blue giants. To Lin Ling and the others, even a pillar was as big as a mountain. As for the gate, it was undoubtedly similar to the gate of Starry Sky. Looking at both sides of the door, there were also 2 tall giants standing there. However, unlike the giants outside, they were both wearing bright coral armor. At that moment, they were looking down at Lin Ling and the other 2, seemingly a little surprised. Chapter 43:20. There were quite a number of people in this hall, but every single one of them was a giant. Upon closer inspection, they were not only in the form of blue giants, but also in the form of various fish species. Shark giants, crab giants, lobster giants, and so on. Their auras were powerful, as though they were the lords of the sea. In fact, every single one of them was a lord of the sea in the 9 continents void jade divine world. Now these lords of the sea were looking at Lin Ling's group of 3, and a powerful pressure was quietly spreading out. At this moment, even God Emperor Zhonggang's mouth was trembling. He had come from the era of gods and had seen countless gods, but this was the first time he had seen such a large formation. He was sure that even the gods of the era of gods would be frightened out of their wits if they saw these ancient characters. Lin Ling was also paying attention to these powerful gods, and he felt as though he had arrived at an ancient temple. However, compared to God Emperor Zhonggang's shock, he was much better. After all, he knew more things. Before the era of gods, there was an ancient era, and those gods were still alive, but they had hidden themselves. Then Lin Ling's gaze turned to the front. There was a coral throne, and on top of it sat an even larger giant. This was a giant in the form of a dragon king, because he had a dragon head and a human body. He wore the robes of the 4 Seas garrison, and a jade crown on his head. His dragon beard was long and fiery red. His hands were placed on the dragon throne, and he was looking down at Lin Ling. "You are Lin Ling." Suddenly, he let out a low voice. Although his voice was not loud, it caused the hearts of all the Sea Lords to tremble. They did not expect the Lord Dragon King to know this human's name. "I am the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, and this is not the 8th floor of the 8 gods' heavenly palace, but the Eastern Sea of the divine world. However, the divine world was destroyed, and the divine soil was lost, so this sea is only a part of the Eastern Sea. The reason you are here is because the 8th floor of the 8 gods' heavenly palace leads to this Eastern Sea," the giant said again. "I see." Lin Ling was enlightened. He felt that such a huge existence like the blue giant would not hide in the 8 gods' heavenly palace. It turned out that the blue giants of the 8 gods' heavenly palace were mostly in the Eastern Sea of the divine world. "You know me?" Lin Ling looked at the Dragon King and said. "Ha ha ha." Upon hearing Lin Ling's words, the huge East Sea Dragon King did not answer. Instead, he laughed loudly. "I'm afraid you're the only human who can remain calm after seeing me. Look at the little god behind you. He's so scared that his face is pale." He was naturally talking about Emperor God Zhang Gang. "How dare you? Men, bring the wine." Then, under the East Sea Dragon King's voice, a goddess came over with a jug of wine. She put down the wine cup in front of Lin Ling, and poured it for Lin Ling and the others with a smile. However, this wine cup was also very big. It was even taller than Lin Ling and the others, causing Steel Slayer God Lord and Giant Ghost to be speechless. How were they supposed to drink this? Haha, the wine of the East Sea Dragon King has long been famous. To be able to drink a mouthful of it, this trip was not in vain. On the contrary, Lin Ling raised the wine cup that was as tall as a person and drank it. Looking at his heroic appearance, the lords of the sea were full of praises. This human was indeed extraordinary. This reminded them of the expert who came to the East Sea Dragon Palace for the first time in ancient times. This god was also extraordinarily courageous. He even took away the sea-stabilizing divine needle that suppressed the sea eye of the East Sea. "I have neglected you previously. I hope you can forgive me." Looking at Lin Ling gulping down the wine, the East Sea Dragon King laughed loudly and said, "It's okay. No discord, no concord." Lin Ling waved his hand casually, and continued to gulp down the wine, as though he was a whale swallowing the sea. The lords of the sea were shocked by Lin Ling's alcohol tolerance. After all, the sea heart coral wine could even make a god drunk. Well said, no discord, no concord. Just based on these words, I will make friends with you. The Dragon King waved his hand and got someone to pour more wine. Only then did he say, "In fact, there are many people in the current ancient era who have heard of your name. As for why, you will know in the future." "Right, that is the will of the 8 gods, right?" Then the East Sea Dragon King looked at the giant ghost and said. Of course, there was no need for Lin Ling to answer. He was sure of everything. The 8 gods are not dead yet. He is on the 9th floor of the 8 gods' celestial palace. If he wants to know something, he will know it by going to the 9th floor. Moreover, the 8 gods know all the will of the 8 gods. Therefore, the 8 gods are the gods that the other gods pay attention to the most. However, there are only 7 people who can meet the 8 gods. These 7 people are the 7 wills of the 8 gods, representing the 7 emotions. The East Sea Dragon King's eyes were burning with a hint of deep meaning. The giant ghost stood there quietly like a yaksha, its fangs flashing. However, it had obtained the records of the 8 gods, so it already had a clear understanding in its heart. Unfortunately, it is very, very difficult to reach the 9th floor of the 8 gods' celestial palace from here. Unless it is a god with great perseverance, great fighting spirit, and great fearlessness, only then will there be a 10% chance of success. Over the years, countless gods have tried to reach the 9th floor, but the number of people who died on the way is also as vast as the sea. The East Sea Dragon King continued, and if you want to take the safest path to reach the 9th floor of the 8 gods' celestial palace, you can only find one person. Ooh. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling and the giant ghost raised their heads. Dragon subduing Arhut. This person is the reincarnation of a god. In this life, he is also known as Taoist Myriad Treasures. The East Sea Dragon King looked gravely at Lin Ling and said, Taoist myriad treasures? Linling and the giant ghost looked at each other in shock. They naturally knew Taoist myriad treasures. The map of the 7th floor of the 8 gods' celestial palace had been bought from him. Dragon subduing Arhat. Linling was even more shocked than the giant ghost, because in Chinese mythology, dragon subduing Arhat was Jigong, and Taoist myriad treasures was sloppy and looked very similar to Jigong. However, he was obviously the reincarnation of Jigong. But what surprised Linling was not this, but the 8th floor's will. According to the records of the 8 gods, the 6th will of the world was Taoist myriad treasures. This Taoist myriad treasures is really not simple. Linling turned to look at the giant ghost and said, because this was also what the giant ghost had told him. Yes, I didn't expect him to be the only one who knows the key to the 9th floor. The giant ghost nodded. It seems that you all know Taoist myriad treasures. Seeing Linling and the others' expressions, the East Sea Dragon King was clearly surprised. Chapter 43:21. Okay, the will of the 8th level is Taoist myriad treasures. Linling didn't hide anything and said directly. What? The Dragon King of the East Sea was shocked. He was shocked by this news. This was because he knew the origin of Taoist myriad treasures. He knew that although this person seemed frivolous, he was righteous. However, he didn't expect this person to be the will of the world. The will of the world is mysterious and ever-changing. Perhaps the current Taoist myriad treasures is no longer the Taoist myriad treasures of the past. Or perhaps he is still the same, but his thoughts have changed. In short, he was recorded in the records of the 8 gods. Then he must be the will of the world. Linling also understood the Dragon King of the East Sea's thoughts. He knew that it was difficult for him to accept. Unfortunately, the will of the world was so huge that it wasn't difficult to change a person, even if that person was a good person back then. However, there were exceptions to everything. For example, Xiaoluan was also the will of the world, but at least she didn't reveal any thoughts of destroying the world. What about the second one? The Dragon King of the East Sea continued to ask. Hearing this, Linling and the giant ghost fell silent. In the end, Linling said in a low voice, the second one is one of the 4 gods of the void of the 9 prefectures. His name is Lei Gong. Lei Gong. The Dragon King of the East Sea nodded again. However, he didn't see that Linling's expression was very complicated. Because until now, he still found it difficult to admit that Lei Gong was one of the wills of the world. This news was too shocking. When Linling saw the stone tablet in the ruins on the 7th level, it took him a long time to accept the news. Now Linling didn't know if Lei Gong knew that he was the will of the world. If he knew, would Lei Gong be able to accept it? Many of the wills of the world were destroyed in the War of the Gods. However, they are immortal and can be reincarnated. Therefore, the fate of those who are born with the will of the world has already been arranged. This is something they can't change. It can only be said that it is fated. At this moment, the Dragon King of the East Sea sighed and said, moreover, during the Great War of the Gods, the Great War of the Primordial World, and the Great War of the Investiture of the Gods, not all of the world wills appeared together. Some of them are still in the Great Tao of Reincarnation. However, I have a feeling that in this era, 10 world wills will appear. Because in that universe, the Almighties guarding the strongest world will have noticed that the current world will is somewhat different, and it has become even crazier. Although I don't know why it's like this, these signs show that the real end of the world is not far away. Linling and the others went silent when they heard this. Even if their strengths were formidable now, they were still tiny like ants when facing the formidable existences of the prehistoric era. Linling, thank you for telling me about the 8 gods' notes. In return, I will help you become a god. After letting out a long sigh, the Dragon King of the East Sea collected his thoughts and looked at Linling with a smile. He could also see that Linling had not completely become a god, but he was just a hair's breadth away from becoming a god. If you want to achieve godly ascension with me, you'll definitely achieve godly ascension. Of course, that's only if you don't die. Then the Dragon King of the East Sea added, godly ascension. Linling's eyes burned with passion. He naturally knew that it was extremely difficult to break through the martial god realm and become a god completely. One had to be recognized by the great path of the void. Only then would the most terrifying divine tribulation descend. However, not everyone could overcome such a divine tribulation as it covered a vast area. Because there were flaws in the martial path, the martial heart, the body, the level of the divine fetus, and so on. However, with the Dragon King of the East Sea, he could help Lin Ling achieve godly ascension. However, the process was much more difficult than breaking through on his own. If he failed, his cultivation would not regress, but he would die. It's really time-saving. After all, I haven't sensed the divine tribulation of the great path so far, and I don't know when the divine tribulation will descend. Since the Dragon King has a way, I, Lin Ling, will go all out. The corners of Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. He guessed that the void of the 9 states had undergone a drastic change. Therefore, in order to take the initiative, he had to become stronger. Straightforward. Then follow me. Seeing that Lin Ling had agreed, the Dragon King of the East Sea nodded in appreciation. He stood up and led Lin Ling forward. That was where the sea-steadying needle used to be. However, the sea-steadying needle is no longer there. I gave it to a close friend. However, the eye of the sea that the sea-steadying needle suppressed is the best place to become a god. The Dragon King of the East Sea said as they walked. You gave the sea-steadying needle to a close friend? Wasn't it snatched away? Lin Ling followed behind and suddenly asked suspiciously. Rumble. The Dragon King of the East Sea slipped and almost fell. He looked extremely embarrassed. He forced a smile and said, he and I have been good friends for many years. How could he snatch it away? Back then, he begged me for a long time before I gave the sea-steadying needle to him. Begged. That's not right. Why is it different from what I know? I remember that the expert snatched it forcefully. The old Dragon King was on the verge of tears, but he didn't dare to say a word. Hearing this, Lin Ling frowned. He naturally knew what the sea-steadying needle was. It was the Rui Jingu Bang. As for the Dragon King of the East Sea's close friend, it was the great sage, Heaven's equal, Sun Wukong. In Journey to the West, the great sage, Heaven's equal had snatched the Rui Jingu Bang forcefully when he first came to the East Sea Dragon Palace. As for the Dragon King of the East Sea, his beard had almost been plucked off by the great sage, Heaven's equal. Rumble. The moment Lin Ling finished speaking, the Dragon King of the East Sea finally fell. The entire Dragon Palace shook. As for the lords of the sea behind him, they covered their mouths and snickered. They naturally knew about the embarrassing past. We wouldn't have known each other if we hadn't fought. Very quickly, the Dragon King of the East Sea got up. The smile on his face was even more forced. Embarrassing. Embarrassing. As the Dragon King of his generation, he had actually been humiliated by a few juniors. However, how did this Lin Ling know about the ancient legends? Could it be that he was really the reincarnation of some almighty like those people had said? The group continued forward. Before long, they finally reached the mountains behind the Dragon Palace. The mountains were majestic, like gods sitting on the ground. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that the mountains were full of scars and holes. Back then, when that close friend of mine obtained the sea-steadying needle, he waved it around in a fit of excitement. The entire East Sea tumbled. Those scars were left behind back then. It's a pity that my close friend has disappeared. Sigh. Looking at the mountains full of holes, the Dragon King of the East Sea sighed softly. As for Lin Ling, his gaze was on the mountains. A huge vortex rose up. Below the vortex was a huge, deep pit. Legend had it that the sea-steadying needle was stuck here. Chapter 43:22. Then I'll go. Go. Lin Ling could sense the mystery of the eye of the sea, but he also knew that nothing ventured, nothing gained. Lin Ling immediately shot forward. In midair, the real body of the Thunderlock appeared, and 8 wings appeared, allowing him to wreak havoc like a bolt of white lightning. Lin Ling, you must cross this eye of the sea. Go. Looking at Lin Ling, Emperor God Zhonggang and the giant ghost were a little nervous for Lin Ling. The eyes of the Dragon King of the East Sea and the other experts flickered. They knew very well that the Eye of the Sea had experienced countless years and seen the great tribulation of the gods. Therefore, as long as someone approached it, they would have to endure the great tribulation of the great Tao gods. The main reason was that the great sage, Heaven's equal, had seized the godly sea-steadying needle, causing it to be unearthed. This caused the gods and Buddhas to be dissatisfied, and all the gods and Buddhas in the Eye of the Sea had set up a god's domain. However, the great sage, heaven's equal, was too ferocious. When he waved the godly sea-steadying needle, he destroyed the great tribulation of the gods and Buddhas. Therefore, the great tribulation of the gods did not disturb the great sage, heaven's equal. Instead, it left a lot of trouble for him. Crackle. After Lin Ling got closer, he immediately sensed a terrifying whirlpool that wanted to tear his body apart. This whirlpool was very strange. Not only was it harmful to the physical body, but it was also fatal to the divine fetus, dantian, and soul. This also made Lin Ling realize that this whirlpool was several times more powerful than the East Sea whirlpool. First stage. Go. Lin Ling sensed that he could not hold on any longer, so he immediately increased his strength again. Now he had not even reached the Eye of the Sea, but he had to use 60% of his strength. This showed how terrifying the huge pit was. It was hard to imagine how the great sage, heaven's equal, had seized the godly sea-steadying needle. He was so powerful. After activating the first stage of the innate talent fusion, the pressure on Lin Ling lessened a little, but it didn't last for long. When he was about to approach the Eye of the Sea, he heard the endless sound of a tsunami, as if countless people were roaring in his ears. It gave him a splitting headache, and his soul almost exploded. However, the huge crater also appeared before his eyes. Looking at the crater up close, Lin Ling discovered that the crater was even bigger than he had imagined. It was hard to imagine just how big the sea-stabilizing divine needle was. Back then, the great sage equaling heaven was able to pull out the sea-stabilizing divine needle. But I'm not as powerful as that legendary figure. But if I can't even reach the Eye of the Sea, then what's the point of me practicing martial arts? Lin Ling's eyes were bloodshot. He looked up to the sky and roared. Second section. The three divine embryos erupted with power. Glaring Vajra, Human King's aura, and tyrannical Thunder Lake. These three gods stood guard behind Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling's aura to rise crazily. This guy actually hid the talents of so many gods. He's not simple at all. The Dragon King of the East Sea and the Lords of the Seas all looked at Lin Ling. This was the first time they had seen Lin Ling's methods, and they were a little surprised. This was because from ancient times until now, they had seen countless gods come into being, as well as countless other worldlings. But for someone like Lin Ling, who had 7 divine embryos suppressed his entire life, this was the first time they had seen such a thing. It was hard to imagine how 7 different powers could be present in one body at the same time. Rumble. Looking at the Eye of the Sea, after the 3 divine embryos were activated, Lin Ling's strength soared, and he finally disappeared into the huge Eye of the Sea. However, when the Eye of the Sea sensed the arrival of life, it immediately overturned the seas and rivers, causing the entire East Sea to shake. It was as if the sea-stabilizing divine needle had been unearthed. It's begun. The Dragon King of the East Sea muttered to himself as he watched the tyrannical whirlpool soar into the sky. He knew that everything that followed would depend on Lin Ling himself. Rumble. Bang. 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 Inside the Eye of the Sea, Lin Ling finally understood how terrifying this place was. It was like a violent storm, and the tyrannical whirlpool rose from the bottom of his feet. It was as if countless hands were pressing on Lin Ling's body, wanting to tear him apart. Aha. Oh. Even with Lin Ling's strong physical body, he was still vomiting blood. This Eye of the Sea has a power that surpasses the steps of the gods. Oh. Lin Ling's mind seemed to explode. He held his head with both hands, and his whole body twitched nonstop. Right now, he felt as if he was the great sage equal to heaven, suppressed by the Buddha god in the 5-finger mountain, and refined into a pill furnace. That feeling of powerlessness continued to spread out from his body, as if it was going to destroy him. However, during this process, Lin Ling also felt that within the huge whirlpool, there was a mysterious power that was constantly changing his body. His realm essence was currently transforming, turning into a power that was recognized by the divine world. This was divine origin. This power had the power to turn something rotten into something miraculous. If realm essence was the power of the 9 prefectures, then divine origin was the power of the divine world, or even the entire universe. Third stage. Sensing that he could no longer bear it, Lin Ling also let out an angry roar and used his final trump card. In the huge eye of the sea, the gray-robed Lin Ling appeared. The moment he appeared, his body that was originally moving with the whirlpool quietly stabilized. The third stage was too powerful. His realm essence, divine embryo, physical strength, and divine origin had all reached the peak. After stabilizing his body, Lin Ling took a deep breath. His eyes looked at the deep hole that was constantly surging with exploding whirlpools. Finally, he gritted his teeth and rushed down. He clearly knew that with this area, if he wanted to completely become a god, he was still lacking. Crash! After activating the 15 realm speed, Lin Ling continued to sink. However, as time passed, the terrifying pressure became greater and greater. Get lost! Crash! Lin Ling continued to attack, trying to destroy all the whirlpools around him. Now his eyes were red and his hair was messy. He was going crazy again. Crash! However, at this moment, there was a rumbling sound. A huge light appeared under his feet, forming a dazzling hot storm. Mixed with seawater, it wrapped around Lin Ling. Is it fire? Divine fire? Crash! Lin Ling was shocked. It was no longer a whirlpool of seawater. Ah! Crash! By the time he reacted, the firestorm had already wrapped around Lin Ling. It was constantly tearing him apart and burning him. Within the storm, Lin Ling's body was constantly being destroyed and fused together. His physical body was simply too powerful. If it was anyone else, they would definitely have died. There were no inner demons in the eye of the sea, but the tyrannical power was not something ordinary people could withstand. Therefore, in the era of the gods, even if people knew that the eye of the sea could allow one to undergo tribulation, very few people dared to do so unless they were crazy. Lin Ling was also forced by the situation. After all, if he had to wait for the Great Void Tribulation to arrive, he did not know how long it would take. He could not wait. Chapter 43:23. Damn it, there's more. More. Lin Ling sensed that the power was the power of frost. Then he was wrapped in a frost storm and constantly frozen. Then he was burned and destroyed by the firestorm and shattered into pieces of glass. However, his physical body could be reborn from a drop of blood. Therefore, the fragments gave birth to Lin Ling, but they were baptized by the catastrophe again. More. More. Soon, Lin Ling let out another angry roar, because he found that another black power was born under his feet. This time, it was the storm of the underworld. In the storm, countless underworld spirits came with chains, scythes, and soul-beating sticks. Lin Ling even saw Meng Pe, the black and white impermanence, and the king of hell. Whoosh! After the black storm wrapped around Lin Ling sensed that countless underworld spirits were tearing his soul apart. Is this bullshit catastrophe really so difficult to pass? More. Lin Ling held his head and kept kicking in the air. Now, in addition to his physical body, his soul was also destroyed. If he wanted to take a shortcut and become a god quickly, the process was obviously very simple. Sometimes, the vast void was also very fair. However, the black storm was not the end, because under Lin Ling's feet, there were a few storms of different colors that came gushing from the back of the mountain. There was divine thunder. There was a blade. There was a curse. More and more storms wrapped around Lin Ling, as if they wanted to kill Lin Ling here. Rumble. In the distance, people stared ahead without blinking. They could see that there were storms of different colors in the huge sea eye in front of them. It was very terrifying. The sea eye tribulation, from ancient times to the age of gods, very few people succeeded. 99% of them died there. The Dragon King of the East Sea narrowed his eyes and said lightly. His red beard swayed quietly under the waves. He looked calm, but in fact he was a little nervous. Since the success rate is so high, Dragon King, why did you let Lin Ling undergo the tribulation? Hearing this, the giant ghost couldn't help but cry out in worry. It almost rushed over to grab the Dragon King's beard and viciously pull it out. However, the Dragon King of the East Sea didn't mind the giant ghost's rudeness. He calmly said, "Those who can cross such a great calamity are all variables in the void. My close friend back then was one of them." Bullshit. Lin Ling is just an ordinary person from the sacred land of the rainforest. How could he be a variable in the void? You've killed him. When the giant ghost saw that the light from the sea eye was becoming more and more blinding, he became even more worried. Hearing this, the Dragon King of the East Sea shook his head and didn't say anything. Seeing that he didn't say anything, the giant ghost finally couldn't take it anymore. It flew over and landed on the Dragon King of the East Sea's dragon whiskers, pulling them furiously. "How dare you!" Seeing this, the ocean overlords all shouted angrily. However, the Dragon King of the East Sea waved his hand indifferently. His eyes were still staring in the direction of the sea eye. He suddenly laughed and said, "Lin Ling might be a variable in the void." He knew very well that in ancient times, Lin Ling's name had been praised by many ancient almighties. If Lin Ling was just an ordinary existence, how could those ancient almighties remember Lin Ling's name? This was also the reason why he brought Lin Ling to the sea eye to undergo the tribulation. Of course, he was also taking a gamble. If Lin Ling was just an ordinary person, then he might have died in the sea eye. This also proved that the ancient almighties had misjudged Lin Ling. In fact, I've been observing him before, but I discovered that although he has 7 divine embryos, he's still far from being a variable in the void. Therefore, I've always been curious about what makes him different. The Dragon King of the East Sea sighed and said softly, "Boom." At this moment, 7 rays of light of different colors suddenly shot out from the huge eye of the sea. They were Lin Ling's 7 divine embryos. Moreover, these 7 divine embryos seemed to be a little different than usual. There was an indescribable power in them. Although this power was very dim, even a trace of it seemed to be able to reverse the universe and change the void of the entire universe. The Dragon King of the East Sea's pupils contracted. The ocean overlords also opened their mouths wide. What was that? "It's his Dantian." The Dragon King of the East Sea suddenly let out a shocked roar. The giant ghost under his neck also stopped plucking the Dragon King of the East Sea's beard, and looked at the sea eye in shock. Dantian. If he remembered correctly, Lin Ling seemed to be able to form a Dantian. Could this be the reason why the ancient almighties valued Lin Ling? It should be his Dantian. Legend has it that when 9 by 9 returns to 1, the creators will awaken and fight against the world's will. The Dragon King of the East Sea suddenly became agitated, his body trembling. In his mind, the primordial age, the age of the gods, and even the primordial age that he had never seen before flashed past his mind. The famous gods of those eras, Jiang Taigong Neza, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, the great sage, heaven's equal, the Jade Emperor, and other experts also appeared quietly and then disappeared. However, these famous deities and Buddhas didn't have a variable like Lin Ling, who had the unique trait of returning 9 to 1. Whoosh! At this time, a multicolored beam of light shot out from the huge eye of the sea, causing the water of the entire East Sea to move. Within the beam of light, a figure seemed to be bathed in it and slowly floated up. This person had his arms crossed in front of his chest. His clothes were tattered, and his muscles were bleeding profusely. However, his eyes were bright as he stared coldly ahead. Even though blood was seeping out of the corner of his mouth, he was unmoved. He was Lin Ling. Previously, he had almost been torn apart by the sea eye's power. However, at the critical moment, his Dantian was suddenly stimulated by a powerful force, causing his 7 Dantians to fuse. One had to know that Lin Ling's third talent fusion had always been talent fusion. He had never tried to fuse his Dantian. After all, this represented 7 different powers, the 7 Tao universes. However, under the stimulation of external forces, this time, the fusion was complete. After the fusion, his Dantian became vast and mysterious, and there were strands of mysterious power that quietly overflowed. It was this power that helped Lin Ling to survive the sea eye's calamity. Now the power of the calamity was quietly diminishing, so Lin Ling was also recovering quickly. Bathed in the beam of light, Lin Ling also noticed that his talents were increasing rapidly. The talents of the double dragon had reached the 5th grade. Chapter 43-24. And this was precisely divine essence. With this power in his body, Lin Ling sensed that the power contained in the vortex and the light beam around him could not affect him at all. Lin Ling was like a sea-stabilizing needle in a raging sea. He would not be alarmed even if the sky collapsed. I've finally become a deity. My cultivation is now at the early stage of the lower deity realm. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He looked at the people in the distance and said calmly, "I'm still alive." After he said that, the Dragon King of the East Sea and the others laughed excitedly. After so many years, Lin Ling could be considered one of the few people who had survived the calamity of the Eye of the Sea. The giant ghost and Emperor God Zhonggang looked excited. They were happy for Lin Ling. When Lin Ling was at the martial god realm, he could already fight against an early-stage lower deity. If he reached the early stage of the lower deity realm, he would be unrivaled among the lower deities. Times have changed. Now there is one more deity who has been recognized by the void. Let's go. He will be comprehending it soon. Let's wait for him at the Dragon Palace. The Dragon King of the East Sea felt as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart. He then left with the others. The giant ghost suppressed the excitement in its heart and gave Lin Ling, who was still floating in the pillar of light, a thumbs up. Then it left. Seeing that everyone had left, Lin Ling focused on bathing in the light pillar. He sensed that the light pillar had suppressed all the power that had destroyed him previously. However, the power was no longer hostile. Instead, it was a power that made him feel comfortable. It was nourishing his body. Therefore, Lin Ling did not want to waste this power. He absorbed it with all his might. My divine energy is increasing rapidly. My soul energy is also increasing. My physical strength is also increasing. The benefits of becoming a deity were obvious. Lin Ling was surprised. No wonder so many martial gods wanted to become a deity. Unknowingly, his soul force had reached the level of 100,000, stepping into the level of 100,000. As for his physical strength, he already had the power of 500,000 worlds. If he fused with the third stage talent, he could reach the power of 1.5 million worlds. Of course, this large increase was mainly due to the 7 divine embryos. The effects of the 7 divine embryos were naturally not as simple as 1 plus 1. Looking at his speed again, his original speed was 150,000 realms. If he fused with his innate talent, he could reach 200,000 realms. As for the power of divinity, it was 2,000 strands of power of divinity. If it was the third stage, it would be one of the 6,000 daos. This was another huge leap. No wonder divine embryos are so important to gods. The higher the grade of the divine embryo, the more divine power it can bring, said Lin Ling in astonishment. He knew that even if the others had stepped into early stage low god realm, the extent of their improvement would not be as great as his. After all, if he was the only one who had made a breakthrough, it would mean that all 7 of them had made a breakthrough as well. Of course, Lin Ling also felt lucky that he was able to successfully break through. If he did not possess the primal chaos divine formula, he would have died in the Eye of the Sea. This also confirmed Lin Ling's conjecture that the primal chaos divine formula was the #1 cultivation technique in the void. Now, if I were in the land of the 9 prefectures, I might even be able to take on the 4 great gods head-on. Lin Ling took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and waited for the energy around him to continuously flow into his body. Time passed just like that. After an unknown period of time, the sea gradually calmed down. The pillar of light that shot up to the sky became dimmer and dimmer before finally disappearing. A figure floated down from the Eye of the Sea. With a wave of his right hand, a blue robe covered his body. After tying up his long hair, the newcomer left along the mountains. In the Dragon Palace, when everyone knew that Lin Ling had come out of seclusion, they all came to welcome him with smiles. In the huge hall of the Dragon Palace, the lords of the sea were all standing there. Congratulations, congratulations. Now there's another god. The Dragon King of the East Sea cupped his hands and said to Lin Ling. His attitude was also different from before. He no longer considered himself as a senior, but as an equal to Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling had become a god, and a god with extraordinary potential. Therefore, the Dragon King of the East Sea naturally let go of his previous attitude. He handed it over. I'm indebted to the old Dragon King for your help. I thank you here. After Lin Ling became a god, he felt that he was more familiar with the great Tao of the void. Unknowingly, his soul seemed to know many things. This feeling was very strange. It was indescribable and unclear. Therefore, he did not feel as amazed as before when he faced the Dragon King of the East Sea. Instead, He felt that everything was normal. Of course, everyone noticed this slight change. They knew that Lin Ling's attitude was mainly because Lin Ling's strength had increased too much. Unknowingly, he had narrowed the gap between him and the Dragon King of the East Sea. Celestial Emperor Zhonggang could not do the same. Whether it was in the past or now, whenever he saw the Dragon King of the East Sea, he would more or less revere him. Lin Ling, congratulations. At this moment, the giant ghost smiled. As he looked like a yaksha, his smile gave off a sinister vibe. However, Lin Ling was too familiar with the giant ghost. Therefore, the sinister vibe felt more intimate to Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling also noticed that ever since the giant ghost obtained the Diary of the Eight Gods, he had changed a lot. He gave off the vibe of the Eight Gods. Early Low God. TSK. You are the fastest person I have ever seen to become a god. Celestial Emperor Zhonggang sized up Lin Ling and suddenly said, Lin Ling, I am a mid-stage low god. Why don't we have a spar? Although his cultivation level was higher than Lin Ling's, he felt that Lin Ling's fighting strength was definitely not much weaker than his. Sure. Lin Ling had no reason to refuse, because he also wanted to test out his own strength. Come. Celestial Emperor Zhonggang accepted the challenge immediately. After drinking the wine in his hand, he stepped out and came to the center of the hall. The hall was incomparably grand. Even if the two of them were gods, their battle would not affect the hall. Lin Ling also took a sip of wine, and immediately walked out. The two of them stood hundreds of meters apart, and looked at each other with a smile. However, although they didn't seem to make a move, the void between the two of them was quietly turbulent at this moment. Waves of powerful divine origin were colliding with each other. These divine origin had the power to reverse the universe and distort black and white. This was also the first time Lin Ling used his divine origin to fight. He realized that his divine origin was much stronger than he had imagined. Come out! Lin Ling roared and took the lead. He waved his right hand and his divine origin surged. Then thunderous crackling sounds could be heard. Colorful lights appeared and lingered around. They turned into colorful weapons. Chapter 43:25. There were many effects of divine origin. At some point, it could be comparable to soul power. It could be used to predict fortune, change one's fate, or even change a realm. Then Lin Ling had turned his divine origin into a weapon. This was one of the means of divine origin. In actual fact, as long as Lin Ling wanted to, he could turn his divine origin into anything. This was one of the means of a god. Do you think you are the only one who can transform? Emperor God Zhonggang smiled faintly and waved his right hand. Black divine origin appeared and turned into countless steel weapons. Then they started fighting with the weapons that Lin Ling had turned into. Bang! 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 The battle was extremely intense. The fighting power was ferocious and comparable to an early-stage martial god. Swoosh! At this moment, Lin Ling took a step forward and shot towards Emperor God Zhonggang. He threw a punch out. Good lad. When he is controlling a weapon to fight, he can still fight. With this move, Lin Ling is more powerful than an ordinary early-stage lower god. Seeing Lin Ling's carefree look, many ocean lords laughed. The crab-like ocean king even clapped his two pincers. However, the way he clapped looked a little weird. Good one. Emperor God Zhonggang's body turned black. His arm was so black that it was dazzling. It was like an indestructible steel. He threw a punch at Lin Ling. Emperor God Zhonggang's strength is not bad. He has a strand of God's steps. Although it is very little, it is enough to be proud. After all, many middle gods do not have God's steps. However, Lin Ling has just broken through. Emperor God Zhonggang is too embarrassed to use God's steps. Seeing Emperor God Zhonggang attack, the surrounding ocean lords evaluated. Don't underestimate him. When that guy was in martial god realm, he already had God's steps. Moreover, his comprehension level is extremely high. Emperor God Zhonggang could not help but scold the ocean lords. During this period of time, he had become familiar with the ocean lords. He was just in awe of the East Sea Dragon King. Boom. The two of them came from afar and collided fiercely. At the center of their fists, the void shattered like glass. There was an illusion of another universe. Moreover, The experts of that universe could also see the battle between the two gods through the void. Each and every one of them was so frightened that their faces turned pale. Those who were timid even began to prostrate themselves in worship. Because the cultivators in that expanse of the void had never seen such a strong cultivator. Battle of creation gods, battle of gods. They roared towards the sky. Emperor God Zhonggang. Linling Emperor. You better use your full strength. Emperor God Zhonggang laughed. Previously, he was afraid that he would hurt Linling. Therefore he had suppressed his strength. Now he realized that he had been overthinking. Because after he collided with Linling, he noticed that Linling's divine energy was so thick that it wasn't much inferior to a mid-stage low god like him. Linling's advantage was not only his divine origin, but also his physical body that was comparable to a divine demon. Ka. Veins appeared on Emperor God Zhonggang's steel arm. Upon closer inspection, it looked as though there was black blood flowing down his arm. Xiangang, he roared. His voice was like thunder. A total of 4,000 streaks of divine origin burst out from his fist. First stage fusion. Linling also roared. His body began to change quietly. Countless tentacles appeared behind him. 3,000 streaks of divine origin were reflected back. Good fellow. Emperor God Zhonggang roared. Although Linling's divine origin was 1,000 streaks less than his, Linling's other advantages were strong and made up for the lack of divine origin. 3,000 worlds, magnificent Wen Xiangang. Emperor God Zhonggang activated his divine origin again, and reached 5,000 streaks. Around his body, a huge black circle appeared. It was like a fortress and also like a complicated divine rune. It provided Emperor God Zhonggang with great power. Linling's arm began to tremble. His eyes twinkled. Emperor God Zhonggang was a figure from the era of gods. The divine origin that he possessed was very strong. Moreover, it had the taste of steel. Steel was the hardest and indestructible. Second stage. Facing such an ancient god, Linling did not hide anything. Human King, King Kong, and God of Thunder appeared behind him. The three divine embryos were undoubtedly twice as strong as before. 7th grade divine embryo. Emperor God Zhonggang's eyes narrowed. Although he had a 9th grade divine embryo, facing Linling's 3 divine embryos together, he immediately felt an indescribable pressure. Moreover, Linling's second stage innate talent fusion allowed him to sense that Linling had 4,000 streaks of divine origin. However, its power was comparable to 6,000 streaks of divine origin. The reason was that Linling's physical strength had increased greatly. This strength is similar to Grey Robe Linling's. Emperor God Zhonggang recalled the time when the three of them worked together to kill the blue giant. At that time, Linling's strength was as strong as it was now. However, if he did not hear wrongly, the current Linling was only at the second stage innate talent fusion. Linling, I'll let you see my divine embryos. Emperor God Zhonggang suppressed the shock in his heart. When his fist came into contact with Linling's fist, a pitch-black light suddenly engulfed Linling's fist. When it came into contact with Linling's arm, it caused Linling's arm to turn pitch-black, as though it had been tempered. What? Linling lowered his head to take a look. His expression changed instantly. This is the power of my innate talent. A 9th grade divine embryo that can absorb black iron. Back then, I was from the spaceship Divine Hall, and was quite famous there. Now that it has been engulfed by my black iron, unless it's a Tao of mutual restraint, it's impossible to break it. Emperor God Zhonggang chuckled as he saw the black iron continue to engulf Linling. That's not necessarily true. However, before the laughter ended, Linling's body shook and the 7 divine embryos exploded at the same time. The black iron that covered the surface of his body immediately cracked. Then it peeled off like an eggshell. This time, the real Linling in the grey robe had appeared. Bang bang bang. Emperor God Zhonggang was hit by the aura, and took a few steps back. His eyes were filled with shock. Was this Linling's full strength? That was too ferocious. He could fight with a mid-stage lower god. Awesome. Bullshit. After a long time, Emperor God Zhonggang spat out these 2 sentences. Then he shook his head helplessly. It seems like there's no need to spar. I, a mid-stage lower god, am not your match. Emperor God Zhonggang, you haven't used your full strength. As for me, I've used my full strength. However, Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. At the same time, he exited the innate talent fusion stage. Then his soul power had increased greatly. Therefore, the time he could fuse had increased by a lot. Chapter 43:26. Hearing that, Lin Ling smiled awkwardly. Because his fighting power could actually increase by another 10 to 20%. Especially now that he had reached the step of wisdom, it was no small matter. It wouldn't be difficult to seal Emperor God Zhonggang. Lin Ling, after you became a god, your strength is much stronger than before. When the Dragon King of the East Sea saw that the sparring had ended, he immediately looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Lin Ling was also one of the more special existences among the gods he had met, just like his close friend back in the day. In fact, in the age of the gods and the primordial era, every famous god had their own unique skills that made them famous. For example, his close friends, 8-9 arcane art, a certain god's divine tree that could farm any treasure, or some ancient almighty being's unparalleled speed. Lin Ling's unique skills were naturally his unparalleled divine origin and divine embryo. Thank you for your hospitality, Dragon King. However, I'm afraid something big has happened in the void of the 9 states, so I have to rush back immediately. I hope you can forgive me. At this moment, Lin Ling cupped his hands and said to the old Dragon King, "You should be talking about the 8 Gods' diary." The Dragon King of the East Sea said solemnly, "Now the hosts of the world are beginning to descend one by one. Sai, the world's righteous path is full of vicissitudes. You should go back quickly. Don't let the world will succeed. Once the world will descends, no one can stop it." Okay. Lin Ling nodded. After cupping his hands, he left with the giant ghost and Emperor God Zhonggang. The Dragon King of the East Sea looked at Lin Ling and said to the Lords of the Sea, "Don't you think he's like my close friend back then?" "A little." The Lords of the Sea looked at each other and laughed. "They're a little alike. They're both fearless. However, Lin Ling is calmer than my close friend. He's also one of the variables in the void. I hope he can change the entire universe." The Dragon King of the East Sea looked into the distance and sighed. He didn't know what the world would look like when the 9 nines returned to 1 appeared. Perhaps this was one of the things that could resist the will of the world. At this moment, after Lin Ling and Emperor God Zhonggang left the Dragon Palace, they swam along the sea. After Lin Ling became a god, he felt that the surrounding tyrannical seawater had weakened a lot. Dear guests, if you wish to leave the 8th floor, please head to the Lost Island. At this time, the surrounding seawater changed and turned into blue giants. They spoke human language and were very polite to Lin Ling and the other 2. "Alright, please lead the way." Lin Ling naturally knew that this was the Eastern Sea Dragon King's intention. Moreover, everything was as Grandpa Treasure God had said. The blue giant was indeed the Eastern Sea Dragon King's bodyguard. "Oh right, did you see a powerful old man?" Suddenly, Lin Ling also thought about Treasure God Namwufingyu and immediately asked the blue giant. "They are in the south of the ocean, and they are still fighting." What surprised Lin Ling was that these blue giants actually knew the whereabouts of Treasure God Namwufingyu. Moreover, Treasure God Namwufingyu was still fighting? "Bring me there immediately." Lin Ling's face turned cold. He was a little worried about Grandpa Treasure God. "All right, dear guests." The blue giants nodded. Then, seeing that Lin Ling and the rest were slow, they immediately let Lin Ling ride on their shoulders. Actually, Lin Ling and the rest were not slow. They just had to use all their strength. However, this kind of speed consumed a lot of god origin energy. On the other hand, the blue giants were formed from the sea. Not only were they fast, they did not even need to use any strength. Immediately, a large group of blue giants rushed towards the east. That direction was beyond the 8 gods' heavenly palaces area, and did not belong to the Eastern Sea. Therefore, even if they knew that Treasure God Namwufingyu was fighting, they were too lazy to care. Their goal was to protect the Dragon Palace. So fast. Standing on the giant's shoulder, Lin Ling felt the sound of seawater rumbling in his ears. After assessing, he immediately knew that this was a speed of 300,000 world realms, which was slightly faster than his own speed. Almost there. Not long after, the blue giant under Lin Ling's feet said, causing Lin Ling's eyes to immediately look into the distance. Looking up, he saw an island floating in the sea in the distance. It was also covered in bubbles, but at this moment, the island was constantly emitting light, as if there were flowers blooming on the island. The light was obviously brought about by a powerful battle. It's still a battle. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. The battle between Grandpa Treasure God and Lord Ning started when he destroyed the underground palace, and continued until now, as expected of a battle between gods. Boom boom boom. At this moment on the island, the fierce battle was still going on. The entire island was now in ruins. There were no plants or creatures to be seen. Only countless experts of the spirit kingdom were watching the battle. Looking at the ground, there were craters with a radius of 10,000 miles everywhere, covering the entire island. Treasure God, let's see how long you can last. A cold voice floated out. Under the sky, a figure stood there. His clothes were tattered, but his divine aura was awe-inspiring. He was Minister Ning. This man was no longer as gentle and refined as before. Instead, he was a little crazy. He was like a mad god. Of course, Minister Ning was in a sorry state, but Nam Wufingyu wasn't much better off. His clothes were tattered and blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. His silver hair was no longer lustrous. You can't last much longer. Looking at Minister Ning with his tired eyes, Treasure God Nan Wufingyu laughed heartily. However, as he laughed, a few of his teeth fell out. Haha, look at your miserable appearance. You're so embarrassing. Seeing Treasure God Nan Wufengyu's appearance, Minister Ning couldn't help but laugh. But as he laughed, he also vomited blood. Haha. This time, it was Treasure God Nan Wufengyu's turn to laugh. In the distance, countless experts of the spirit kingdom were watching this scene with serious eyes. This was because these two experts had been fighting for a year. The battle was so intense that it felt like the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. That kind of power could kill any martial god realm expert. It's hard to imagine that they could use such terrifying power for a year. Someone said in a low voice with a hint of shock in his voice. They're evenly matched. Someone else said. Boom boom boom. As they were talking, the two of them collided again, blasting a large number of craters into the ground that was already full of holes. This is the 325th time. Everyone immediately retreated. Their bodies were protected by vital energy as they watched the battle in the distance with solemn eyes. Chapter 43:27. Seeing the two gods fighting without any regard for their lives, many people felt that victory or defeat would be decided in this short period of time. If Nam Wufingyu loses, remember, you must kill him. His body is full of treasures and must be offered to the spirit nation. At this time, a deep voice suddenly came, causing many people to turn around and see a man in a long robe. Holy Spirit. People immediately bowed, knowing that this man was the current Holy Spirit, Han Xia. Lord Holy Spirit, are we going to kill Nan Wufingyu? Someone looked at Han Xia and asked. That's right, this is also Lord Ning's intention, as well as the intention of the Spirit Nation's great god. Anyone who goes against the Spirit Nation must die, especially those who will never submit. Lord Ning also said that Nan Wufingyu Treasure God will never submit, adding on the fact that he caused a ruckus on the island and let Steel Slayer God go. Emperor, this is a great crime. Han Xie said word by word, his eyes cold. Thinking about Lin Ling and the others who died at the bottom of the ocean, he was extremely unhappy because in his opinion, Lin Ling should have died by his hands. Boom. At this time, a dazzling sun appeared in the sky. Two forces crazily clashed. One was the power of wind and rain, the other was the power of frost. The power of the sun constantly spewed out, causing the earth to become stormy and frost to fill the sky. But at this time, a groan suddenly came out. The old man with the fluttering hair suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and roared. Minister Ning, you actually borrowed the power of the Spirit Nation. You have an unfair advantage. Haha, the Spirit Nation's power is also my power. How is this unfair? We've fought for 400 days, now there should be a result. On the other side, Minister Ning sneered. In fact, he had reached his limit. However, a mysterious power suddenly came and provided him with a portion of his power. He knew that this power came from the great god of the Spirit Nation. Moreover, the great god of the Spirit Nation also sent a message to him. It was to kill Nam Wufingyu. Therefore, although he had an unfair advantage, he did not dare to disobey the great god of the spirit nation. He waved his hand, and the giant sun in front of him drowned out the treasure god of Namwufengyu. The latter let out a painful roar. Boom! The sun suddenly exploded, revealing treasure god Namwufengyu's body. However, he was now covered in blood, and his eyes were filled with madness. However, Minister Ning could see that Namwufengyu had reached his limit. Treasure god. Our grudges can be traced back to the era of the gods. We have fought many times, and if it wasn't you who was injured, then it was me who was injured. I didn't think that today, this bond would come to an end. Minister Ning walked step by step towards Namwufengyu treasure god. His eyes, which were originally filled with madness, had unknowingly recovered. There was an additional trace of yearning and reluctance. Even though he hated Namwufengyu as well, he still had a friendly relationship with this old man after countless years of war. Therefore, his relationship with treasure god Namwufengyu was very strange. They seemed to be enemies, but they also seemed to appreciate each other. Yeah, I didn't expect it to end here either. Namwufengyu treasure god now knew about him. With his current strength, he could fight against a martial god, but clearly not against Minister Ning. We've fought 300 times, right? Suddenly Namwufengyu treasure god whispered. Seeing Minister Ning nod, he smiled. In fact, after fighting for so long, other than the stubbornness in my heart, I don't hate you at all. Me too. Minister Ning stopped and nodded. Ha ha ha. They glanced at each other, then let out heroic smiles. That was because they were also friends that had been forged through fighting. Let's do it. After Namwufengyu treasure god laughed, he suddenly felt relieved and said, She's been waiting for me for a long time. I should go accompany her. Hearing this, Minister Ning's eyes became serious. There was an additional trace of reluctance. It was as if in the future, he had lost an enemy who dared to fight against him with all his strength. This made him feel like he had lost something important. Sorry, Minister Ning, sometimes can't help myself. Minister Ning's arm, which was hanging by his leg, quietly gathered a powerful force. I know. Namwufengyu treasure god smiled. Dying in your hands is better than dying in the hands of those who want to cause trouble. At least, I've fought with you more than 300 times, and after 300 times, you've succeeded in killing me. But before I die, I want to know what she said to you. Minister Ning's heart trembled. He almost wanted to say it, but for some reason, he didn't want to say it. Speak. Namwufengyu treasure god roared when he saw Minister Ning's silence. I'm sorry, I can let you do anything, but there are two things that I can't let you do. First, the spirit nation, and second, her. Minister Ning shook his head in the end. He couldn't tell Namwufengyu treasure god that she said before she died that she loved Namwufengyu treasure god. Treasure god, rest in peace. Then Minister Ning attacked. You bastard. Namwufengyu treasure god cursed. He was about to die, but Minister Ning still didn't say anything. He's finally dead. In the distance, the experts of the spirit nation narrowed their eyes. Hanxia's lips curled up in anticipation because the spirit nation had promised him that if Namwufengyu treasure god died, his body would belong to Hanxia. Namwufengyu treasure god was a late lower god, so his body was naturally incomparably precious. Grandpa treasure god, I'll save you. However, just as Minister Ning was about to attack, a loud roar suddenly sounded, shocking the entire island. Almost instantly, everyone raised their heads, their faces filled with disbelief. Minister Ning and Hanxia's bodies trembled, and their eyes widened. They said at the same time, Lin Ling. How is that possible? Didn't Lin Ling die at the bottom of the sea? After recovering from his shock, Hanxia gritted his teeth and said, When the island collapsed, countless people fell to the bottom of the sea and were killed by the blue giant. This was something he had seen with his own eyes. If it wasn't for the great god of the spirit nation, he, Hanxia, would have died there. But now Lin Ling was still alive? Lin Ling. When Namwufengyu treasure god heard this, his heart of death suddenly saw a ray of light. He had fought with Minister Ning for countless years, and he was also tired. However, Minister Ning didn't say the words she said before she left. This made Namwufengyu treasure god very unwilling. If he didn't hear those words, he didn't want to die. And now, Lin Ling had come to help him. This brat is really so powerful. Chapter 43:28. Treasure God. Do you think Lin Ling will be of any help? Maybe I'll kill him too. But soon Minister Ning sneered and looked at Nam Wufingyu. Nam Wufengyu's eyes narrowed. Yes, with Lin Ling's strength, how could he be Minister Ning's opponent? However, he suddenly thought of something. After all, during the battle on the island, everyone thought Lin Ling was going to drink Meng Po's soup and go to the underworld. But Lin Ling didn't. Instead, he destroyed the island. So now, everything was possible. I said before that Lin Ling was a message arranged by the heavens. She told me through Lin Ling that she must love me. Now that Lin Ling is here, it proves her feelings even more. At this thought, Nam Wufengbao smiled brilliantly. Treasure God, you're dreaming, Minister Ning said in a low voice. He obviously thought of the island. Now, I'll kill the will of the heavens right in front of you. This will also prove that everything is just your imagination. She loves me. Then Minister Ning roared and his divine energy surged. His eyes looked into the distance, wanting to kill Lin Ling. However, just as he took a step in the sky, he stopped abruptly. Looking at the Spirit Kingdom experts on the island, they originally wanted to take revenge on Lin Ling. But after seeing the scene in the distance, none of them dared to move. The more cowardly ones were so scared that their faces turned pale. Because looking at the horizon, there was a sea of blue. On the other side of the island, rolling ocean water rushed into the sky as if it was going to drown the entire island. In front of the ocean, countless blue giants were walking over step by step. These were the blue giants. Even someone as strong as Nam Wufengyu had to retreat from one blue giant. But there was more than one. Looking at the shoulder of the leading blue giant, a figure stood there proudly. His eyes were cold as if a king had returned. Oh my God! After seeing the blue giant clearly, the Spirit Kingdom experts were so scared that they fell to the ground. After all, they had just witnessed the blue giant's massacre a year ago. Any expert who fell into the hands of the blue giant would be killed instantly. Lin Ling, it's him. Han Xie's eyes narrowed and his body trembled with anger. Why didn't the blue giant kill Lin Ling, but help Lin Ling instead? Why? This was too unfair. He was afraid that he was dreaming, so he slapped himself hard. But in the end, even though his teeth were knocked out, the illusion in front of him was real. Blue giant. Minister Ning's eyes narrowed. He had been on the island for many years, so he knew how terrifying the blue giants were. These creatures were inhumane. As long as they dared to leave the island, they would be killed without mercy. Over the years, he had tried to communicate with the blue giants, but in the end, these blue giants were like Buddha, didn't seem to be sentient and ignored him. And now, Lin Ling had actually summoned the blue giant and allowed it to land on the island. All of this was too inconceivable, too abnormal. Previously, he thought that killing Lin Ling would be as easy as flipping his hand. But now it seemed that even his survival was a problem. Boom. Boom. In a short period of time, the entire island was surrounded by countless blue giants. It was like an army of gods attacking a city. The Spirit Kingdom experts were silent. They were so scared that they didn't dare to say a word. On the other hand, Lin Ling stood on the blue giant's shoulder and walked towards the sky. His eyes were locked on Lord Ning and Treasure God Nam Wufengyu. What an intense battle. Fortunately, I rushed over, Lin Ling said to himself. He then nodded at Treasure God Nam Wufengyu and looked at Lord Ning. Let go of Treasure God Grandpa and I'll let you leave. Let him go. Do you know how long I've been fighting with him? Now that you've let him go, all my years of effort have gone down the drain. Seeing that Lin Ling wasn't afraid of him, Minister Ning said in a low voice. When he first met Lin Ling in Spirit Light City, Lin Ling was like a junior. Although he wasn't afraid of him, there was still a hint of respect. But now, this junior dared to confront him head-on. He wasn't any weaker than him. I've destroyed your island and caused the Spirit Nation's efforts to go down the drain. Why don't you kill me? Hearing this, Lin Ling said plainly. Now Minister Ning was silent. He also wanted to kill, but the blue giant behind Lin Ling was glaring at him. He was afraid that before he could reach Lin Ling, he would be drowned by the blue giant. Come and kill me. Seeing that Minister Ning was silent, Lin Ling's voice became louder. Looking at him, he was no longer a junior. It was as if he was one of the 9 states' 4 great gods. You should know that if you kill Treasure God Grandpa, everyone here will die, including you. This will be a huge loss to Spirit Kingdom. You can bear the consequences. Lin Ling said again. Hearing this, Minister Ning was still silent. But he began to hesitate. In his world, Spirit Kingdom's cause was number one. It even surpassed his own life and death. Therefore, if these people were to fall, the Spirit Kingdom would definitely suffer a loss. Releasing the tiger back to the mountain. Releasing the tiger back to the mountain. Thinking of this, Lord Ning sighed. Back then, he saw that Lin Ling was talented, so he gave Lin Ling the opportunity to join Spirit Kingdom. But who knew that this tiger wasn't someone he could control? After a long sigh, Lord Ning finally nodded and said, Okay, I promise you. Yes. Treasure God Grandpa, come here. Seeing this, Lin Ling said to Treasure God Nanwufingyu. The latter held his injured body and immediately flew towards Lin Ling. Throughout the process, Lord Ning didn't stop him. He knew that although Lin Ling was arrogant, he was also a man of principle. Since he agreed to let them go, then he would definitely do it. He meant what he said. When Lin Ling saw that Treasure God Nanwufingyu had arrived safely, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Lord Ning and said, Back then, you helped me once. Today, I'll help you once. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. After all, you should know that on this island, there is someone who I really want to kill. Lin Ling obviously noticed Han Xie. This Han Xie had devoured the evil ghost and his strength had increased greatly. This made Lin Ling feel that he was a great threat that must be eliminated. However, this time he gave Lord Ning face. After all, back in Spirit Light City, if Lord Ning had wanted to kill him, he Lin Ling wouldn't have been able to leave alive. After that, he Lin Ling destroyed the awakening of Spirit Kingdom's great god. Lord Ning could have killed him, but the latter didn't. Instead, because of his greed, he missed this opportunity. But no matter what, he Lin Ling did owe Lord Ning a favor. Chapter 43-29. Those who walk different paths cannot work together. Lin Ling nodded. Although you are no longer the same as before, I still believe that you will return to the Spirit Nation one day. Let's go. Lord Ning took a deep look at Lin Ling. With a wave of his hand, he led everyone away. Even now, he still did not give up on recruiting Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling did not believe it. Perhaps the entire Spirit Nation wanted to kill him. Grandpa Treasure God, are you alright? After Lord Ning and the others left, Lin Ling looked at Treasure God Nanwufingyu and asked, I'm fine, just a little injured. Although Minister Ning is despicable, he is still a magnanimous person. He would either kill me or let me go. He won't use any underhanded methods. Treasure God Nanwufingyu waved his hand and looked at Lin Ling with gratification. He never thought that the final decision of this trip to the Eight Gods' Heavenly Palace would be Lin Ling. When he first met Lin Ling, he asked Lin Ling for help. It seemed that this was the best choice in his life. These blue giants? Treasure God Nanwufingyu stared behind Lin Ling and asked. Haha, let's talk about this as we walk. I think something big has happened in the 9 states. Let's hurry back. Okay. With the help of the blue giant, Lin Ling and the rest arrived at a deserted island after a long time. There was a stone tablet floating there, burning with blue flames. It was exactly the same as the path Lin Ling and the rest had taken when they first entered. However, the current Lin Ling was no longer the same as when he first arrived. He was confident that he could easily open a path to leave. Of course, when he was about to make a move, the blue giants were even more convenient. With a tear of their hands, the stone tablet split open, revealing a passage that was just big enough for one person to enter. Amazing! Lin Ling praised. If he did not do well in the 9 states in the future, he could come to the 8th level and borrow troops from the Dragon King. He would probably be able to sweep the entire 9 states. Of course, he was only thinking about it because he had a feeling that the Ancient Almighty would not easily interfere in the matters of the 9 states. It was as if there was a rule in the unseen world. Or perhaps, the will of the world also had powerful Ancient Almighty that did not make a move. This was why the Dragon King of the East Sea and the other experts did not make a move. Let's go. The group passed through the 8th level one after another. When they appeared again, they were already on the 7th level. After that, The four of them did not stop and search for the exit of the 7th level to leave. As St. Guy. Along the way, Lin Ling saw St. Guy and the others. Big brother Lin Ling, Xiao Nan and brother Anyo were wandering in the dense forest. After noticing Lin Ling, they were both delighted. You guys have been here for the past year. Lin Ling was very surprised. He landed on the ground with Nan Wufingyu and the others, and then continued on with St. Guy and the others. Yes, and the other trial takers did not leave. I saw Juing and the others not long ago. After all, they did not get the 8 gods' notes, so they wanted to see what treasures there are on the 7th level. Little South said. A shield appeared in his hand and he waved it around happily. It looked like. Lin Ling glanced at it and immediately knew that it was a rare innate divine weapon. Of course, compared to the saber St. Guy got, it was still a little weaker. Lin Ling, why do I feel that you are different? Because my saber can sense it. At this time, St. Guy looked at Lin Ling and said in shock. Yes, I've become a god. Lin Ling replied casually. His words made St. Guy and Little South's hearts roar. It had only been a year, and Lin Ling had become a god? One must know that a year ago, Lin Ling was only a 9th level martial god. What had Lin Ling encountered on the 8th level? Alright little kid, let's go back first. Your Lei Gong is in trouble. Seeing St. Guy and the others blabbering on, God Emperor Zhonggang became impatient and interrupted them. When they saw the people behind Lin Ling, St. Guy and the others did not dare to speak. They could sense that these people were very strong, like gods. Lord Lei Gong is in trouble. St. Guy became worried when he heard God Emperor Zhonggang's words. He clearly did not know about the 8 gods' notes, or he would have been in Lei Gong's palace by now. Let's go back now. Lin Ling did not have time to explain. He led the group in the direction of the exit. Little South and the others were familiar with the direction of the exit. It was a bronze gate. This bronze gate was located in a ruin. It was very simple and unadorned. When Lin Ling and the others arrived, they immediately saw a few people preparing to leave. These people were the trial takers. When they saw Lin Ling, fear appeared in the trial takers' eyes. They clearly did not know about Lin Ling's strength on the 8th level, but they knew that even without going to the 8th level, Lin Ling was not someone they could fight against. Lin Ling. Among them, Xiao Er was also present. He was now looking at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. Get lost. However, Lin Ling did not take them seriously at all and shouted angrily. This domineering voice made Xiao Er's face turn ugly. However, he knew that he was no match for Lin Ling, so he endured it. Let's see how you answer to the gods when we go back. Xiao Er suddenly recalled that Lin Ling had killed the trial takers, so he gloated over their misfortune. It's none of your business. Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not even look at him and walked past him. However, after he spoke, a domineering aura pressed down. This aura was like an avalanche, spreading in all directions. It caused the trial takers' legs to tremble, and they fell to the ground with a plop. As for Xiao Er, he was obviously under an even greater pressure. Roar. Xiao Er directly transformed into his dragon form as well, because only in this way would the pressure he had to endure be slightly reduced. However, just as he had transformed into his dragon form, and was baring his fangs and brandishing his claws, Lin Ling, who had already arrived in front of the bronze door, stopped in his tracks and looked back. So noisy, get lost. This time he finally looked at Xiao Er. However, the aura of a god also directly landed on Xiao Er's body. Rumble. Xiao Er, who was hovering in midair, was violently smashed to the ground as if he had been slapped by a large hand. After landing on the ground, he frantically struggled, twisting his body like a small snake. However, he could not break free from the enormous pressure on his body. He was in a very sorry state. Even if you're a dragon, you have to lie down. Lin Ling coldly glanced at Xiao Er and strode through the bronze door. Even if you're a dragon, you have to lie down. Chapter 43:30. While Xiao Er was struggling, a few challengers came from afar. When they saw the scene in front of them, they all asked around and were shocked speechless for a long time. The strength of the 8 new gods was too terrifying. Looking at Lin Ling and the others, they had also left through the 7th level. After a long time, they finally reached the void of the 9 states. Everyone stood in the void and looked into the distance. Inexplicably, there was a complicated feeling in their hearts. The void of the 9 states did not seem as powerful as the 8th level of the 8 gods world. However, it seemed to be the center of the universe, causing everything to revolve around the void of the 9 states. Perhaps it was also the symbol of an era. The realm of the gods was the symbol of the era of the gods. The void of the 9 states was naturally the symbol of the current era. I wonder what happened in the 9 states. Let's go back to Snow City and take a look. Lin Ling stood in the void and looked into the distance. Although the current void of the 9 states was about the same as before, he had a faint feeling that there was probably a huge storm that had quietly erupted here. Lin Ling, you guys go back to Snow City first. We'll go back to Lei Gong's hall to take a look. Let's go back to the Kurishin. St. Guyi Little South and Nyogo all said goodbye to Lin Ling and then ran away. Lin Ling led Emperor God Zhonggang, Treasure God Namwufingyu, and the giant ghost to Snow City. At this moment, Snow-Blowing City looked very calm. However, this kind of quietness was like a surging undercurrent. A powerful torrent was quietly spreading throughout the entire Snow-Blowing City. Senior sister, have you heard? There's news from Yushin that the Thunder God is the host body of the world's consciousness. Now all the gods want to attack the Thunder God. Is this true or not? In the City Lord's mansion of Snow City, a figure paced back and forth. His eyes were filled with anxiety. He was Songqiri. He was obviously surprised by the sudden news. I don't know if this news is true or false. Perhaps someone is deliberately spreading rumors. So before everything is confirmed, it's better not to jump to conclusions. Behind him, the old woman sat with a frown on her face. Obviously, she was also surprised by this news and believed that someone was deliberately targeting Lei Gong and spreading rumors. Yes, it must be fake news. Someone is deliberately targeting Lei Gong. This person is really despicable. Now that the Spirit Nation is eyeing him covetously, this person actually dares to attack his own people. What a vicious person. Songqiri suddenly stopped and said with certainty. But at this moment, a roaring sound suddenly rang out, shocking the entire Snow-Blowing City and causing it to tremble. What happened? The faces of the people of Snow-Blowing City changed greatly. Then they discovered that a huge thunderball was falling from the sky. It was like a huge black sun, slowly sinking and suppressing the sky above Snow-Blowing City. Rumble. This lightning ball was incomparably terrifying. The moment it was suppressed, the entire city was shaken. Those who were weak were even sent flying by the powerful lightning energy. Pitter-patter. Finally, the black thunderball fell on the street and wreaked havoc on the entire street. It was buried in the ground, constantly releasing lightning snakes, causing the surrounding area to become a thunder-forbidden zone. What happened? At this time the governor and the old woman also arrived. They looked at the huge thunderball in shock from afar, and realized that the thunderball was suppressing a terrifying power. But who was so arrogant to throw a terrifying thunderball here? Was this intentional? Lightning energy? Sakura, Yu and the others also appeared. Their faces were very solemn. During this period, they naturally received the news that Lei Gong was one of the hosts of the World Will. In this regard, they naturally took it as a joke at first. After all, the 4 gods were against the World Will. Now that Lei Gong was the host of the World Will, wasn't this a joke? However, as time passed, they began to feel that something was amiss. This was because the revival of the World Will's host body had always been without any signs. Even the World Will itself did not know about this. Therefore, wind from an empty cave might not be without reason. Lei Gong was Lin Ling's most powerful backer. If something happened to Lei Gong, then some people who hated Lin Ling would definitely attack Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling's strength was enough to dominate the void of the 9 continents, he was still not invincible. There were still many people in the void of the 9 continents who could take his life. The person who came seems to be very arrogant. Young Beast Lord said with his eyes narrowed. Young Beast Lord, do you know who did it? Songqiri and the old woman flew towards Young Beast Lord. Sakura and Young Beast Lord were rising stars now. Their strength was no longer the same as before. They were stronger than Songqiri, and were one of the 12 martial gods of the 9 continents. I don't know, but the person who came is very strong. The divine power suppressed by that thunderball is very terrifying. Sakura looked at Songchiri and the others and said. Hearing this, Songchiri and the others' faces became more serious. On the street, Ancestor Taiyan and the others stood there with a worried look. They had heard about what had happened during this period of time. They didn't expect the 9 continents to be so turbulent. The investiture of the 9 continents had just been quiet for 100 years. Now there was a storm. Perhaps this is the spirit nation's method. Lin Ling's mother, Emo Nianchen, said with a frown. Hearing this, everyone nodded. They thought that the spirit nation was spreading rumors to cause internal strife in the 9 continents void. Nonsense. However, at this moment, a cold snort was heard, interrupting everyone's speculation. Then a large number of experts came from afar, stepping on clouds. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in the sky above Snow City. The person in the lead was an old man wearing an 8-trigram robe. He looked very unfamiliar, but the people behind him gave off a familiar feeling because they were the Duan lineage martial god, and the eternal martial god. Duan lineage martial god, what is the meaning of this? Seeing this, Sakura and the others shouted. It was not difficult to guess that this huge thunderball should be the method of this group of people. However, the last time the 12 martial gods of the 9 continents were re-ranked, the Duan lineage martial god did not dare to be arrogant. When he saw Lin Ling, he did not even dare to fart. Now he dared to arrogantly step in. Humph! Seeing this, the Duan lineage martial god and the others snorted and ignored Sakura and the others. Instead, they cupped their hands and said to the old man, Ancestor Qing, this is Snow City. Looking at their appearance, they seemed to be in awe of the old man. Looking at the people behind the old man, they were dressed differently from the 9 continents. They were all in the same uniform, but their strength was not weak. It was unknown where this group of experts came from. Chapter 43-31. Who are you? Young Beast Lord frowned and asked when he saw the old man's disdainful tone. However, the old man did not care about him at all. A list appeared in his hand and he said indifferently, In the name of Divine Emperor Delay, I want to take a few people away. They are Ancestor Taiyan, Emo Nianchen, Yu, and Yuer Xian Yuangur, and Sakura. The names he read out were all related to Lin Ling. After he finished reading, he looked at everyone calmly and said, Do you have anything else to say? Who is Divine Emperor Delay? Sakura and the others frowned when they heard that because they had never heard of such a name. You're so ignorant. Duan my martial god said disdainfully. This is the order of the Imperial Court. I know you don't know what the Imperial Court is. Let me tell you, the Imperial Court is an independent island in the void of the 9 states. That is the Imperial Court. At this time, the old man added, That island is also one of the broken continents of the Divine Realm. Our master, Divine Emperor Delay, is the master of that island. As for my master, I think you've heard of him. He was the leader of the 9 states' 10 great martial gods, Divine Emperor Delay. Divine Emperor Delay. What? Sakura and the others were shocked when they heard that. Among the 9 states' 10 great martial gods, 2 of them were more powerful than the other martial gods. They were as mysterious as distant divine mountains, hidden in the fog. One of them was Luli Empress. She was ranked 2nd among the 10 great martial gods, and one of the 8 new gods. The other person was older and had a long history, so he could not become a new god. He was Divine Emperor Delay, who was ranked 1st. This person had always been mysterious. He had become famous 30,000 years ago. There was a rumor that this person could fight against the 4 great deities. He was truly worthy of being called the number 1 martial god. Even the glazed empress paled in comparison to him. Now Divine Emperor Delay had surfaced and wanted to take Ancestor Taiyan and the others away. Senior, our Snow City has no enmity with martial god Delay. Why did you take our people away? Songchiri immediately said. He couldn't afford to offend such a person. Do we need to explain to you what the Imperial Court does? Now you only have 2 paths to take. 1. All of you die, and then we'll take them away. 2. Surrender yourself and we'll take him away. Make your choice. Hearing this, the old man coldly snorted. His voice was filled with disdain as he looked down on everyone. Then he muttered to himself, This Lin Ling arrogantly re-ranked the martial gods of the 9 provinces. My master just couldn't be bothered with him. Otherwise, does he think he has the right to re-rank the martial gods? The faces of Sakura and the others became increasingly solemn. Although all the experts of the Godslayer Alliance were present in Snow City, and their strength was monstrous, they were obviously as weak as lambs in the face of the #1 martial god. Alright, cut the crap. You don't have a person, but you do have a life. I would like to see how impressive this so-called martial god delay is. However, Sakura didn't think much of it. He took a step forward and his realm essence surged. You must be one of the 12 martial gods of the 9 provinces, Sakura. Haha, you really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Seeing this, the old man sneered and looked around at everyone. Who else is next? The words who else were extremely domineering. This is the territory of the Godslayer Alliance. If we don't do anything after taking our people away, people will laugh at us. Young Master Yao walked out. Next, Yu and Yuer, and the others did the same. These people were the top experts of the 9 provinces. If they fought in the 9 provinces, the entire 9 provinces would be shaken. However, the old man was also very domineering. He said indifferently, Duan, my martial god, eternal martial god, I'll give you a chance to make a contribution. Go and deal with the 2 martial gods. Leave the rest to me. Okay, Ancestor Qing. Duan, my martial god and eternal martial god nodded. They looked at Sakura and young Master Yao. Then, without wasting any time, they attacked the 2 of them. Although they were also the 12 martial gods of the 9 provinces, it was obvious that Sakura and young Master Yao were weaker than Duan, my martial god and eternal martial god. After all, they were martial gods who had just risen and weren't mature enough. Therefore, in a short period of time, Sakura and young Master Yao were suppressed. However, the Godslayer Alliance wasn't just as strong as the 2 of them. There were still many experts, and these experts were all looking at the old man called Ancestor Qing. Useless people. The old man's lips curled up. He had a heroic aura as if he looked down on the world. He stared at the crowd and suddenly shouted, Northern Wilderness Hill. Under his voice an inexplicable, invisible force erupted. Rumble. The entire Snow City seemed to have been slapped by a giant palm and crazily sank. The cultivators in the city all vomited blood and fell down. Their minds buzzed and they instantly lost the ability to fight. Sound of thunder. And Yuer also had blood flowing out of the corner of her mouth, but she couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. The previous method was a sound of thunder. However, because this sound was too powerful, it had become silent. However, its power was terrifying and unprecedented. An expert who has become a god. Yu obviously sensed something. That old man should have the strength of a lower god, and his divine fetus wasn't weak. Bang, bang, bang. The cultivators in Snow City fell down one after another. The weaker ones directly lost consciousness. So weak. You can't even block one of my moves. Ancestor Qing clasped his hands behind his back. His eyes were filled with disdain as he said to the people behind him, Take away all the people on the list. Yes, Ancestor Qing. The people behind him walked out and took away all the people who had lost the ability to fight. You can't take them away. Seeing this, Indra and the others who were fighting with the Duan lineage martial god became anxious. However, they were firmly suppressed by the Duan lineage martial god and the others. They couldn't resist at all. The Duan lineage martial god and the others even sneered and repeatedly attacked, causing Indra and the others to vomit blood. Alright, let them go. We are the imperial court, not some spirit kingdom. Since they know they were wrong, then let them live. However, the old man also stopped the Duan lineage martial god and the others. Then he wanted to take them away. However, at this moment, a figure crawled over. As he crawled, he vomited blood and said, I'm Lin Ling's grandfather. You want to take us away because you want to use us to threaten Lin Ling, right? Just take them away. Let those juniors go. Grandfather. Seeing this, Yu and the others shouted. Ancestor Tai Yin actually wanted to sacrifice himself, so that everyone could escape. Chapter 43-32. Yes. Extreme Flame Ancestor said with blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. He was everyone's elder, But he couldn't do anything when he saw the younger generation fighting to protect their family. Therefore, he was unwilling to give up. This time he wanted to protect the younger generation with his own hands. I see. Qingzu nodded after hearing this. Extreme Flame Ancestor's eyes flashed. Could it be that he could save the younger generation? Get lost. However, just as Ancestor Extreme Flame had this thought, Ancestor Qing kicked out. The kick shattered Ancestor Extreme Flame's chest. He coughed out blood and fell to the ground unconscious. You're just an old man. You think you're qualified to bargain with me? Take them all away. After kicking Ancestor Extreme Flame away, Ancestor Qing said disdainfully. He waved his hand and took everyone away. The people on the ground looked at the departing group with powerless eyes. They felt like their hearts were being cut by a knife. Snow Wind City was famous in the final world. However, it was still vulnerable in front of the real ancient figures. We're still too weak. Songqiri, the old woman and the others touched their injured chests and looked at the distance with anger. In the distant sky, no one knew when it had started to snow. White snow fluttered in the air, dyeing the messy snow-blowing city into a silver-white color. Unknowingly, winter had arrived today. In the past, Snow Wind City would be bustling with noise to welcome the arrival of winter. However, the current Snow Wind City was less lively and more desolate. Some experts have come to Snow Wind City. I didn't expect that the powerful Snow Wind City would end up like this. I heard that Lei Gong has fallen. Otherwise, no one would dare to make a move in Linling's territory. Linling went to the Eight Gods' heavenly palace. I wonder what he will do when he comes back and sees this scene. What else can he do? If Lei Gong is really like the rumors, then Linling's powerful backer will be gone. Without a backer, although Linling is strong, there are still many people who can kill him. The news of Snow-Blowing City quietly spread to the entire final world. Like a bomb, the final world was in turmoil. It's snowing. At this time, several figures were flying towards the Snow-Blowing City. Linling looked at the white snow falling from the sky, and the corners of his mouth revealed a smile. Unknowingly, he had already spent several autumns and winters in the final world. Gradually, an ancient huge city began to appear in front of them. They had arrived at Snow-Blowing City. Seeing this, other than Emperor God Zhonggang, Linling and the other two smiled. No matter if it was Treasure God Nanwufingyu or the giant ghost, they had all lived in Snow Wind City for a long time, and had an indescribable sense of warmth towards that place. Something's wrong with the power of lightning. All of a sudden, Linling's smile vanished and he frowned. He sensed a powerful divine energy rushing out of Snow-Blowing City. The strength of this energy was not something that the people of the God Slayer Alliance could possess. Something is indeed wrong. Treasure God Nanwufengyu's expression also changed. He was inexplicably worried about Xiaoyu. The few of them sped up and flew towards Snow-Blowing City. After a while, they landed on the ground. They looked around and found that everyone in Snow-Blowing City had fallen to the ground and could not move at all. It was as if their bodies were paralyzed by the power of lightning. Yu. Linling's gaze immediately swept around, but he did not find any of his family members. Not a single one. Everyone looked at Linling with an excited expression. However, their bodies were powerless and they could not stand up at all. Senior. Linling looked at the old woman and Songqiri who were closest to him. He immediately flew over and activated his divine energy, destroying all the hidden divine energy in their bodies. Then Linling's divine energy seemed to be omnipotent. It spread to other people's bodies and cleared the lightning divine energy in their bodies. Treasure God Nanwufengyu was also helping. However, after he saw that Xiaoyu was fine, he finally relaxed. Linling, it's the Duan, my martial god. He brought martial god Delay's people here and took everyone away. After Songqiri recovered, he immediately looked at Linling and said excitedly. His eyes were moist. Because Linling trusted him, he allowed his family to live in Snow-Blowing City. However, Songqiri had failed Linling's trust and let Linling's family members be taken away. He was seriously injured. Grandpa, Yu and the others have been taken away. Hearing this, Linling's eyes narrowed and a murderous aura spread out from his body. One should know that he had dominated the final world for many years, and no one had dared to touch his family members. This had touched Lin Ling's reverse scale. Moreover, Ancestor Tai Yin is injured. The old woman looked at Lin Ling awkwardly and said with a guilty expression, Grandpa is injured. A strong murderous aura spread out from Lin Ling's body. The tyrannical song sword behind him was now jumping. A billowing sea of blood spread out like clouds and occupied the entire sky of snow-blowing city. Everyone sensed the terrifying murderous aura, and their faces turned pale with fright. Lin Ling. The giant ghost was shocked. It was the first time he had seen Lin Ling erupt with such murderous aura. Kunlun. On Lin Ling's shoulder, little Kunlun had also awakened. Its vines were constantly caressing Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling had massacred on the island of Ling Kingdom, Lin Ling was passive at that time. Now Lin Ling was actively killing as if he wanted to kill everyone in the world. However, little Kunlun had been with Lin Ling for many years. It knew what Lin Ling's reverse scale was, so it was not surprised by Lin Ling's anger. Under the obstruction of the giant ghost and little Kunlun, Lin Ling gradually withdrew his murderous aura, causing the sea of blood to slowly return to the scabbard. Of course, although Lin Ling had suppressed his murderous aura, his eyes still looked like they were about to devour someone. Who is Martial God Delay? Lin Ling's voice was hoarse as he looked at the old woman and asked, Martial God Delay, the leader of the 10 great martial gods back then. The old woman immediately said, It's him. Nan Wufengyu's eyes flashed when he heard this. Then he saw Lin Ling's confusion and explained, A junior from 30,000 years ago. He was very strong and fought against the 4 great martial gods back then. However, he was defeated in the end and disappeared without a trace. I didn't expect him to resurface today. To be recognized by treasure god Nan Wufengyu. This showed how powerful martial god Delay was, the leader of the 10 great martial gods back then. Lin Ling murmured. Luli Empress was ranked second among the 10 martial gods back then. This meant that martial god Delay was stronger than Luli Empress. Moreover, after so many years, martial god Delay was definitely a martial god now. Let's go find him. Lin Ling said without any hesitation. Okay, I know where he is. I'll take you there. Nan Wufengyu immediately said. Chapter 43-33. Alright. Lin Ling also told Emperor God Zhonggang how to open the road to seeing gods. Then he followed treasure god Nan Wufengyu into the distance. Lin Ling, come back immediately after you're done with the things over there. God Emperor Zhonggang reminded Lin Ling as he watched him leave. He had guessed that the 4 great gods were already in a state of chaos. That was why they needed Lin Ling. Lin Ling wasn't much weaker than him. He also knew many people in Lei Gong's palace. If he were to deal with those things, it would be much easier than Emperor God Zhonggang. Lord Lin Ling, be careful. The members of the God Slayer Alliance also shouted at Lin Ling. Their hearts were filled with excitement. As expected of their lord, their great leader could solve a problem that no one else could. Moreover, he didn't seem to be afraid of martial god Delay at all. Lin Ling and treasure god Nan Wufengyu were very fast. They rushed out of the void in the blink of an eye. They were rushing towards the other side of the Kaiyuan River. One should know that the Kaiyuan River was like a Milky Way that separated the 2 sides of the void. On the other side of the river, there was not only the dragon tribe. There was also an endless void. It was just that very few people could go to the other side. Of course, this difficulty couldn't stop Lin Ling and treasure god Delay. Looks like Lin Ling is really angry. Sigh, martial god Delay could have offended anyone, but he had to offend Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't speak along the way. Therefore, treasure god Nan Wufengyu thought to himself. This was because even he rarely saw Lin Ling's cold attitude. Plus, he knew that Lin Ling wasn't the same as before. He was extremely powerful. Therefore, martial god Delay was courting death if he dared to offend Lin Ling. After flying for a short while, a large number of figures appeared in front of them. They seemed to be heading towards Lin Ling. Duan Vane martial god. Lin Ling was very powerful. He instantly saw 2 of them. Lin Ling. Duan my martial god, and the others were also surprised to see Lin Ling. They didn't expect to meet Lin Ling on the way back after handing the person over to Divine Emperor Delay. Immediately, they whispered something into the old man's ear. The old man narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Ling indifferently. He was very surprised. The two sides quickly met face to face. No one spoke, but a wave of baleful aura spread out from the two camps. You're Lin Ling? Didn't you go to the 8 gods' heavenly palace? Why are you back so quickly? Green Ancestor was the first to speak. He also glanced at Namwufengyu treasure god, but he didn't recognize him, so he didn't put him in his eyes. Lin Ling, right? Kneel down and kowtow to me, and I guarantee that I won't touch you. After all, I've heard that you're someone that the 4 great gods want. Then he looked at Lin Ling and said. His words were like a reward. Lin Ling, did you hear that? Your luck is here. Kneel down and kowtow to me. The Duan, my martial god, also shouted when he saw this. He was extremely excited because he had finally found an opportunity to attack Lin Ling. Let me tell you, martial god Delay wants to become one of the 4 great gods. If you kowtow and admit your mistake, maybe martial god Delay will let you be a trial taker again. Eternal martial god said with a sinister smile. This was also the reason why Divine Emperor Delay wanted to capture Lin Ling's family. She wanted to subdue Lei Gong and become one of the 4 great gods. Hearing this, Lin Ling froze for a moment, then laughed maniacally. He looked at Namwufengyu treasure god and laughed even louder. Because a mere martial god Delay wanted to become one of the 4 great gods? What a joke. Although martial god Delay's strength was not bad, she was not strong enough to dominate the void of the 9 continents. Lin Ling was not much weaker than her. What are you laughing at? Qingzu frowned after seeing Namwufengyu treasure god laughing. Namwufengyu treasure god immediately looked at Qingzu and said, I'm laughing at martial god Delay. Who does she think she is? She dares to call herself one of the 4 great gods, and wants the 2 of us to be her subordinates. Is she stupid? What did you say? Qingzu's eyes narrowed. That old man dared to scold Qingzu? Are you deaf? I'm saying, who does martial god Delay think he is? Do you understand? Do you need me to shout louder? Namwufengyu treasure god's eyes became even more disdainful. You're courting death. Duan, my martial god, and eternal martial god cursed at the same time. They had never seen Namwufengyu treasure god, and didn't know how powerful he was. Qingzu and the people behind him were emitting a murderous aura that shook the void. Lin Ling and eternal martial god could laugh at anyone, but Divine Emperor Delay. Kill them all. Qingzu couldn't take it anymore and roared. The experts behind him gritted their teeth and lunged at Lin Ling and eternal martial god. What an idiot. He doesn't know how strong Divine Emperor Delay is. Duan, my martial god, and eternal martial god sneered and waited for the scene of Lin Ling being beaten up. They knew that if martial god Delay didn't want Lin Ling to die, Qingzu alone would be enough to kill Lin Ling. I'll do it. Lin Ling's suppressed killing intent finally erupted when he saw them attack. Because he'd noticed earlier that Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others weren't amongst them. So he didn't intend to waste any more time. A surging sea of blood gushed out from behind him and flooded the entire void. A sword floated out and landed in Lin Ling's hand. Huayan Fourth Association. After Lin Ling's sword of murderous aura floated in his hand, the steps of slaughter appeared. Now that Lin Ling was a deity, his sword was even more powerful than when he was on the island of Ling Nation. Rumble. The sea of blood engulfed everything. It was domineering and magnificent. Swoosh. As long as one wasn't a deity, they would be split into 2. Their bodies would be submerged by the blood sea, turning into a part of the blood sea. In the blink of an eye, more than 100,000 peak martial gods were killed by a single slash. Qingzu and the others were stunned, especially the Duan, my martial god, and the eternal martial god. Their eyes were trembling because Lin Ling's strength seemed to have more than doubled in less than 3 years after the battle in the Yellow Sea. What the hell is going on? After all, that group of experts from before were from the imperial court, and it was a formidable power that was isolated from the outside world. So their strengths were extremely formidable. However, even such experts couldn't withstand Lin Ling's sword. After all, there were hundreds of thousands of people there. While they were still in shock, Qingzu, who was contemptuous at the beginning, finally showed a shocked expression and murmured, "A lower deity." What? Chapter 43-34. Only they knew how difficult it was to become a god. Although there was a basic requirement to become a god, which was to have a powerful divine fetus. There were also pros and cons. A powerful divine fetus had a lower chance of becoming a god. It would take a very long time to feel the arrival of a god's calamity. Lin Ling was originally very powerful, and was almost invincible in the martial god realm. Logically speaking, it was inevitable for him to become a god. However, it would take at least 100,000 years for him to feel the arrival of a god's calamity. But now, only 3 years had passed since the Battle of the Yellow Sea, and Lin Ling had already become a god. This change was simply too great. Lin Ling stood in the void, holding the tyrannical song sword diagonally. His long hair fluttered gently, and a murderous aura quietly spread out. It was sharp and fierce. This aura was so strong that even Ancestor Qing sensed it. His eyes narrowed, making it hard to tell what he was thinking. This was because he did not expect Lin Ling to be a lower god. Ancestor Qing, this Lin Ling can't be left alive. He must be killed. Why don't we act first and report later? Anyway, Emperor Delay has never seen Lin Ling. When the time comes, we'll say that Lin Ling is dead. That's enough. At this time, the martial god looked at Ancestor Qing and said, his only hope now was Ancestor Qing. This was because even if Lin Ling had not become a god, he was confident that he was no match for Lin Ling. The reason he dared to provoke Lin Ling was all because of Ancestor Qing. That's right, Ancestor Qing is still here. Ancestor Qing is also a god who became a god 20,000 years before Lin Ling. How can Lin Ling be his match? The ancient divine emperor's eyes lit up. Then he laughed and looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, why aren't you kneeling down and begging for mercy? Don't think that you're so great just because you've become a god. This is Ancestor Qing, who was transformed from a divine pine in the divine world. He became a god 20,000 years before you. Divine pine. When he heard this, Lin Ling looked at Qing Zhu indifferently. He naturally noticed that the reason the Duan lineage martial god and the others dared to not fear him was because of that old man. Green Ancestor was still looking at Lin Ling. He slowly said, I didn't expect you to become a god. You're really lucky. Since it wasn't easy for you to become a god, I'll spare your life if you submit to Celestial Emperor Regal Thunder. You should know that there are strong and weak gods, such as in the final world. Some castellans are experts who have become gods. However, at some point in time, their strength may not even be comparable to a peak martial god realm expert. You are one of the 8 new gods. After becoming a god, your strength is indeed extraordinary. However, in the end, your foundation is still weaker than mine. Are you done with your bullshit? Where are my grandpa and the others? Hearing this, Lin Ling disdained to say anything more. I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. Earlier, it was only you who used your sword. Otherwise, do you think that your sword could kill all of my people in front of my eyes? Green Ancestor sneered. Terrifying divine vitality began to surge out of his body. An evergreen pine tree quietly appeared behind him, as if it had not fallen for 10,000 years. The activation of divine vitality immediately made Duan my martial god, and the others laugh. They laughed a little excitedly, because Green Ancestor was finally going to make a move. Do I need to use my sword against you? At this moment, Lin Ling moved and actually made a move. He didn't use his sword but punched out. He seemed to be far away from Green Ancestor, but the moment he punched out, he arrived in front of Green Ancestor in an instant. Attack me? Green Ancestor's eyes narrowed. He was very surprised because he was a lower god who had cultivated for 20,000 years. Lin Ling had just become a lower god. The difference between the two was 20,000 years. If a talented martial artist had 20,000 years, he could have completely become a martial god from nothing. So Lin Ling dared to be so arrogant when he had just become a god? Green Ancestor didn't waste time. He mobilized his divine vitality and punched out. He wanted to cripple Lin Ling's arm and let Lin Ling grow up. The two people's fists quickly collided, and a dull rumbling sound rang out. The collision of the wind and waves directly blew the Duan lineage martial god and the others back. Their eyes were also filled with seriousness. As for Green Ancestor, he immediately felt a terrifying pressure after colliding with Lin Ling's punch. Lin Ling's fist was so hard. It seemed that he had just broken through to become a lower god, but the density of his divine vitality was beyond imagination. Bang, bang, bang. Ancestor Qing took 3 steps in the void, causing cracks to appear in the void. Then, he stopped and stared at Lin Ling with a serious look in his eyes. When he looked at Lin Ling again, he didn't move and didn't take a step back. He was a lower god who had 7 dantians. This meant that Green Ancestor was fighting against 7 lower gods at the same time. How could Green Ancestor withstand that? However, Lin Ling didn't follow up with another attack. Instead, he looked coldly at Green Ancestor. Green Ancestor didn't move. His 8 trigrams robe fluttered, and he felt a little embarrassed. In the distance, Duan, my martial god, and the other martial god's eyes widened. This was because in the first collision between Lin Ling and Green Ancestor was the one who was sent flying. This was simply unbelievable. How dare a useless person like you touch my people? At this time, Lin Ling finally opened his mouth. His voice was cold, but it was also filled with a strong sense of disdain. Now, compared to Green Ancestor, he was obviously more like a god. A useless person like you? Hearing Lin Ling's words, Green Ancestor's face became a little twisted. He stared at Lin Ling with a little more killing intent. Fine, it's time to show my true strength. Swoosh. Terrifying divine origin suddenly spread out like seawater and changed the entire void. In the vast void, endless pine trees appeared and swayed in the wind, forming a spectacular scene like a sea of trees. In the sea of trees, a palm suddenly slapped towards Lin Ling. It was mixed with the power of 3,000 divine origin. This palm also quickly arrived in front of Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's expression didn't change. He also slapped out with his palm. After the 2 palms collided, divine origin exploded. However, this time, the 2 of them were evenly matched. Neither of them took a step back. Haha, this time, I only have the power of divine origin. I didn't use my divine embryo. Otherwise, you definitely wouldn't be able to block it. Green Ancestor maintained his posture and looked coldly at Lin Ling as he said. However, Lin Ling shook his head and didn't say anything. This time, he activated his divine power. As soon as Qing Zhu finished speaking, Lin Ling launched a ferocious palm attack. Such a ferocious scene caused Qing Zhu's face to freeze. Then, he felt as if a torrential river was rushing towards him. His body was like a sea of trees, and he immediately floated back. As soon as he stabilized his body, he gritted his teeth because this was the second time he had lost face. Treasure tree. He shouted in a low voice and completely activated the power of divine embryo. The sea of trees behind him swept towards Lin Ling with a demonic force, as if to seal Lin Ling's divine origin. Chapter 43-35. Although Green Ancestor's divine fetus was not as powerful, it had the characteristics of a treasure tree. This was because his divine fetus was transformed from a pine tree not far from the treasure tree from ancient times. A 6th-grade divine fetus. Lin Ling stared at the sea of trees in the distance. He could feel that his divine core strength and power of God were being depleted. However, the rate of depletion was not very fast. Let's see how much power you can take away from me. Lin Ling shouted. His physical body, divine core strength and power of God were immediately enhanced by the first stage talent fusion. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Qing Zhu with a mysterious melody and killing intent. His fists immediately smashed out with earth-shattering force. Although his power was constantly being swept away, after the first part of the innate talent fusion, his power had increased greatly. Therefore, it was impossible to completely sweep away his power in a short period of time. He could not do it. Rumble. Countless palms struck out, causing the entire void to distort. The martial god and martial god Duan Mai, who were far away, felt as if a divine wind was pulling at them and trying to tear them apart. His power has increased. Green Ancestor's pupils constricted and his face was filled with disbelief. He thought that Lin Ling had just become a lower deity and his realm was unstable. However, after the collision, he realized that Lin Ling's realm was not like that of a lower deity who had just become a lower deity. He was more like a lower deity who had cultivated for 100,000 years. Of course, if Emperor God Zhonggang was here, he would laugh disdainfully. As a deity from the era of the gods, he could not even take advantage of Lin Ling in a head-on confrontation. How could Green Ancestor, a rising star, be qualified to confront Lin Ling in a head-on confrontation? Puff. Countless palms came and destroyed the sea of trees. Green Ancestor spat out blood and retreated. Blood kept flowing out from the corner of his mouth. North-facing Green Mountain. At this critical moment, Green Ancestor ignored his injuries and unleashed his full power. After the sea of trees disappeared, an ancient brown pine tree rose from the ground and grew rapidly. It was verdant and exuded an ancient aura. However, just as the tree started to grow, a sword made out of a sea of blood arrived. Looking at the horizon in the sky, one could see the surging waves of an ocean as if 10,000 horses were galloping. However, the murderous intent engulfed the divine pine tree and cut it into two halves. My divine embryo. Green Ancestor spat out mouthfuls of blood. He no longer had the arrogance he had before. Instead, he looked dispirited. His divine embryo had actually been severed by Lin Ling's sword? This result made him feel like he was dreaming. Lin Ling, surrender immediately. Otherwise, I will kill him. Right after Green Ancestor's defeat, an angry roar came, causing Lin Ling to turn around. He saw the Duan lineage martial god and the eternal martial god on the left and right respectively. They had Namwufingyu in the middle with a ferocious expression. So it turned out that they saw Green Ancestor retreating and immediately knew that something was wrong. Thus, they immediately stared at Namwufingyu in order to make Lin Ling fear him. Even though Namwufingyu came with Lin Ling, they have never seen him before. Plus, there was no famous character in the 9 continents, so they assumed that Namwufingyu was weak. Kill him? Lin Ling was a bit surprised and his sneer deepened. Even though he was confident that he was no weaker than Emperor Zhonggang, he still felt that he didn't have the power to fight against Grandpa Treasure God. But now, the Duan lineage martial god and the others wanted to threaten Namwufingyu? Haha, don't they know that this will only lead to a faster death? Lin Ling, abolish your godhood and surrender. Otherwise, we will kill that old man. Green Ancestor looked at the Duan lineage martial god and the others and finally felt relieved. With the old man as a hostage, Lin Ling should be afraid of breaking the vases. It could be seen that he had been beaten by Lin Ling until he was scared. If you want to kill me, then kill me. However, at this moment, Lin Ling shook his head and withdrew from the first talent fusion. He put away the tyrannical song sword. If you want to kill me, then kill me? The Duan lineage martial god and the others were stunned. Are you crazy? Do you really think we don't dare to kill you? Green Ancestor shouted angrily and then said to the Duan lineage martial god and the others, break his arm or Lin Ling won't know how powerful we are. Okay. The Duan lineage martial god and the others nodded and sneered at Lin Ling. They were going to break Namwufengyu's arm in front of Lin Ling. Lin Ling, keep pretending. I know you must be very nervous at this moment. You are just trying to deceive us and make us think that this old man is not important. Hahaha, unfortunately, do you really think we are stupid? Now I will break his arm. Watch carefully. The ancient martial god shouted angrily. However, after he spoke, he saw that Lin Ling did not care. Instead, he revealed a look of anticipation. This made him even more confused. Could it be that Lin Ling had a grudge against the old man, so he wanted to use his own people to kill the old man? If you can touch a hair on his head, then consider it my loss. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. Haha, Lin Ling, you are indeed trying to deceive us. Duan lineage martial god, make your move. The ancient martial god no longer doubted Lin Ling. He nodded at the Duan lineage martial god and then, as if he was afraid that he was not strong enough, he joined the fray. How could the old man withstand 2 martial gods breaking an arm at the same time? Rumble. Their palms turned into blades and slashed out fiercely. They watched Lin Ling as they slashed out, because they believed that Lin Ling would admit defeat at the last moment. However, they were obviously disappointed. Not only was Lin Ling not worried, but the anticipation on his face was even stronger. Boom. When their blades landed on Namwufengyu's body, a sigh was heard. Sigh, old people are useless. I am about to be killed, but no one is worried about me. If this old man didn't have some strength left, I'm afraid he would have been killed today. A ferocious divine origin energy descended on the void, causing it to tremble continuously. Rumble. The Duan lineage martial god, and the ancient martial god were sent flying. Although they were not injured, their mouths were wide open and snot was flowing out of their noses. They said in unison, "God, God." They subconsciously recalled what Nam Wufingyu had said. If this old man didn't have some strength left, however, this was still considered a little strength? What a terrifying divine origin energy. Could it be a mid-stage lower deity? Or a late-stage lower deity? Green Ancestor was so frightened that his snot was flowing out of his nose, bouncing up and down like a yo-yo. Only now did they realize that the most terrifying person was the old man. His strength was probably not weaker than Divine Emperor Delay, and it was even possible that he was stronger. What made them want to cry was that they wanted to use the old man as a hostage. Chapter 43-36. This old man is called Treasure God Nan Wufingyu. As soon as they finished speaking, an old man appeared beside them. With a grab of his large hand, he directly grabbed the necks of the Duan lineage martial god, and the Duan lineage martial god. After that, he violently slammed the two of them as if they were watermelons. Bang! A dull sound rang out. The two martial gods of Jiuzhou were knocked into each other's heads. Their noses bled and they were dizzy. Bang! 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 Treasure god Nam Wufingyu did not stop there. He slammed them back and forth. After dozens of slaps, the two martial gods were smashed beyond recognition. Run! On the other side, Qingzu saw that the situation was not right and immediately fled. However, could he escape? A sword suddenly hung in front of Qingzu's neck. In front of the sword, a sea of blood surged with murderous intent. It was terrifying. Qingzu did not dare to move anymore. He glanced to the side and saw Lin Ling standing there. He raised his sword and looked at him indifferently. Where did these two come from? Why are they so powerful? Moreover, they are so strong. However, according to the rumors in the void of Jiuzhou, they are not as strong as imagined. Cold sweat kept falling from Qingzu's forehead. He was filled with regret. Where are my grandfather and the others? Lin Ling asked indifferently. Yes, 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 Imperial Court. Qingzu did not dare to hide anything now. You said that your Emperor Delay wanted to become one of the four great gods. What's going on? Lin Ling asked again. A year ago, Eugene spread the news that Lei Gong was one of the hosts of the world will. In the following days, the four great gods were divided into two camps. Lei Gong became an independent camp. The other three great gods were his enemies. At that time, Eugene said that they wanted to control everything. Lei Gong. After all, the host of the world will is no small matter. Although Lei Gong was a god in the past, no one dared to ignore him. If Lei Gong is to be punished, then the four great gods will lack a position. Therefore, many hidden experts in Jiuzhou want to replace Lei Gong. Our Emperor Delay is one of them. If she wants to take the position of Lei Gong, she needs to prove her allegiance. Therefore, she captured your grandfather and the others. Yes. Qingzu's words made Lin Ling's eyes grow colder. Everything was as he had guessed. The news came from Eugene. Lin Ling immediately knew that it was Luli Empress. After all, Lin Ling had destroyed the records of the 8 gods on the 7th level. Among the challengers who went to the 7th level, only he Lin Ling knew about Lei Gong's identity. But before Lin Ling, the Spirit Nation knew about this news. Luli Empress was already a member of the Spirit Nation. Naturally, she would know about this news. It was even possible that this was part of the Spirit Nation's plan. Luli Empress was just one of the chess pieces. Luli Empress, you're a thief who wants to catch a thief. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with murderous intent. That day on the island of the Spirit Nation, if it weren't for the fact that there were too many experts, he Lin Ling would have killed Luli Empress. Lin Ling, I'm afraid that Lei Gong's side is in big trouble. Let's immediately deal with this matter and go help him. At this time, Nam Wufingyu flew over and said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded and looked at the two people in Nam Wufingyu's hands. His murderous intent surged. By the time he went to Lei Gong's hall, he should have dealt with the two martial gods. After all, they had surrendered last time. However, when Lei Gong's power weakened, they stirred up trouble again. If he didn't kill them, they would definitely do something in the future. Lin Ling, don't kill me. Sensing Lin Ling's gaze, the two martial gods' hearts trembled. Their faces turned pale, and their bodies trembled. Nam Wufingyu also let them go. He knew that this was a grudge between them and Lin Ling. Give me a reason not to kill you. Lin Ling walked over with his sword. During the battle in the Yellow Sea, I almost wanted to kill you. I only spared your lives out of respect for the unrestrained sword martial god and the others. At that time, I said that when you see me, Lin Ling, you have to take a detour. However, today, you seem to have ignored my words. It's all in your ears. We know that we were wrong. We know that we were wrong. Give me another chance. The ancient martial god knelt down in the sky and kowtowed. He didn't expect that the rising star he saw in the divine world would directly threaten his life. One had to know that when the 9 continents investiture God, he didn't put Lin Ling in his eyes. Why do I need so many chances? Once is enough. Any more and it's just a waste of saliva. Lin Ling shook his head and raised the sword in his hand. No, don't. The ancient martial god kept kowtowing. Even the 12 martial gods of the 9 continents didn't have the slightest intention to resist. They only dared to beg for mercy. Unfortunately, when Lin Ling decided to kill someone, no one could change his mind. With a slash of the sword, the sea of blood drowned the ancient martial god, turning him into a part of the sea of blood. Lin Ling looked at the Duan lineage martial god. However, the Duan lineage martial god was different from the ancient martial god. He didn't have the slightest bit of hope. After all, the grudge between him and Lin Ling was greater. He knew that if he fell into Lin Ling's hands this time, he would no longer have a chance to live. I didn't expect that Lin Ling, who killed the number 1 bloodline of the Duan family back then, would be able to kill me with a sword now. Thinking back on everything, it really feels like a dream. The Duan lineage martial god sighed. Then he closed his eyes slightly and said, "The cycle of karma. That day, I killed you, Lin Ling. Now that I've fallen into your hands, I, the Duan lineage martial god, accept it. I only hope that you will be magnanimous and not cut off my Duan family's bloodline. I see that you are also a hero. Fine, I agree to your conditions. Go to the underworld and see Duan Wuhan." Lin Ling nodded and slashed out with his sword. Then he withdrew his sword and left. Above the void, a headless person knelt there like a statue. He stood there without falling. This was the Duan lineage martial god. Moreover, this headless person had a divine origin energy pervading his body. Unless one reached the god realm, ordinary people would find it difficult to get close to him. This was why this statue had been in the void for thousands of years, and was seen by martial artists passing by. This was also Lin Ling's way of telling everyone in the 9 continents that this was the fate of the Duan lineage martial god who offended him, Lin Ling. Swoosh swoosh. At this moment, Lin Ling took Qingzu and shot into the distance. Gradually, huge fragments began to appear in front of them. There were many fragments floating in the void. From afar, it looked like a meteorite field. Fragments of the divine world? Treasure god Nan Wufingyu glanced around and frowned. I didn't expect that many fragments of the shattered divine world would float into the void of the 9 continents. Your divine emperor Delay lives in this area? Chapter 43-37. Nan Wufingyu sneered and said, "Divine Emperor Delay, this little guy, he thinks he's a god from the era of gods just because he's living in a fragment of the divine world. Haha, what a joke, he didn't even dare to fart when he saw me back then." "Senior, you've met Divine Emperor Delay." Qingzu was shocked when he heard Nan Wufengyu's tone. He remembered that Divine Emperor Delay once said that there were no more than 10 people in the 9 continents that she was afraid of. Apart from the 4 great gods, there were 6 other people in the 9 continents. Could this old man be one of them? Of course I know her. I remember when she first came to the ancient Forbidden Forest, she acted like a god. However, I beat her until she knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. She swore that she would never come to the ancient Forbidden Forest again. However, she kept her promise. After so many years, she really didn't come to the ancient Forbidden Forest again. Divine Emperor Delay is good at everything, but he's too narrow-minded. Nan Wufengyu said indifferently. Qingzu's legs went soft, and he almost knelt down in the void. Because Nan Wufengyu mentioned the ancient Forbidden Forest, he finally knew who this old man was. Moreover, Divine Emperor Delay also said that there were 3 places in the 9 continents that she would never go to. One of them was the ancient Forbidden Forest. The main reason was that there was a god hidden in the ancient forbidden forest. All of this meant that Celestial Emperor Delay had seen this old man before, and was very wary of him. Now that the old man had come to find him, the result was predictable. He never thought that Lin Ling would know such a big shot. "We're here. Is it there?" At this moment, Lin Ling's voice drifted over as he pointed at a large fragment in front of them. Yes, it's there." Green Ancestor immediately nodded, and Lin Ling led him to the island. As soon as he reached the sky above the island, he found that there were many people on the island. There were many experts, and they were all wearing the same long robes. Their faces were full of arrogance. "Walk faster, you trash." Within a mansion, a 15 or 16-year-old youth was holding a whip and riding on an old man. The whip constantly lashed out, causing lightning to bloom, causing the old man's entire body to tremble. But the old man didn't dare to resist. He lay on the ground and carried the fat youth around the garden. "Haha, interesting. The fat youth was clearly very excited as he shouted while eating the drumstick. Suddenly he turned his head to look at an expert by his side and said, "The few women I brought back this time are very pretty. Tonight, I want them to accompany me." "Young master, that's not good. Lord Delay specifically asked for it. It's said that we have to hand it over." The person next to him immediately replied. However, his words were met with a whip from the youth. The man's body twitched, but he didn't dare to resist. "I'm the son of God. Whatever I say goes. Bring those beauties over immediately. I want to take off their clothes." After the young man lashed out with his whip, he immediately laughed. "Yes, young master." The expert didn't dare to resist. He immediately nodded and turned around to leave. At this moment, Lin Ling was hovering in the sky. His expression was cold and his eyes were red. He didn't say a word. He's the son of Divine Emperor Delay. Lord Delay usually spoils him the most, so he's a bit willful. But he's not a bad person. Ancestor Qing saw this scene, and immediately said nervously. He clearly sensed Lin Ling's anger. This was because he also saw that the old man being ridden seemed to be Lin Ling's grandfather, Extreme Flame Ancestor. It seems like there's no room for martial god Delay's actions. Nam Wufingyu also saw this scene and couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. He had lived in Snow City before and knew that the person Lin Ling respected the most was his grandfather. Not to mention riding the Extreme Flame Ancestor. Even if he dared to curse him, Lin Ling would raise his sword and kill him. But now, this fat youth was riding Extreme Flame Ancestor. Didn't this completely incite Lin Ling's murderous intent? Moreover, the beauties the youth was talking about were probably Yu Yu's group. This touched Lin Ling's reverse scale once more. Experts had their own prestige, and Nam Wufingyu was one of them. If someone dared to do this to his Xiaoyu, he would kill without mercy. Lin Ling was an indomitable master right now. If someone dared to do this to his loved ones, the result was obvious. Everyone on this island would die. Your name is Qingzu, right? At this moment, you'd better not say anything. Otherwise you'll... Nam Wufingyu looked at Ancestor Qing and said. Or else what? Ancestor Qing was startled and the corner of his mouth turned purple. You will die a miserable death. Treasure God Nam Wufingyu said word by word. His words made Ancestor Qing's legs go soft, and the smell of urine spread out. He knew that dying and dying miserably were two different things. Some experts had terrifying methods to torture others, and they could make them wish they were dead. You're still a god, yet you're scared to the point of pissing your pants. How shameful. Nam Wufingyu immediately said with disdain after sensing the stench on Ancestor Qing's body. Meanwhile, Lin Ling's gaze landed on the mansion on the island. Boom. When he landed, the fat young man was stunned. The Extreme Flame Ancestor was also stunned. Then his pupils constricted. Ling. Having said that, his entire body trembled. Grandpa Ling is unfilial. Lin Ling clenched his teeth and knelt before Extreme Flame Ancestor. He knew that his grandpa should have enjoyed his old age in peace, but because of him, he had suffered so much. This made him feel like his heart was being cut by a knife. He hated himself for not being strong enough and ruthless enough. Wow, he's actually kneeling. Is he an idiot? However, the youth didn't know that the god of death had appeared in front of him. Instead, he saw Lin Ling kneeling before an old man and found it very amusing. "Young master, I've brought them." At this time, a guard brought Yu and the others. They were bound by lightning chains and couldn't move at all. However, after seeing Lin Ling, they were delighted and said in unison, "Lin Ling." They clearly didn't expect Lin Ling to suddenly appear here. After all, they all thought that Lin Ling was still in the 8 gods' heavenly palace. He beauties, this young master is here. However, the youth was indeed fat and stupid. He still hadn't reacted. Even the guards reacted. After all, it was suspicious that a stranger had suddenly appeared in the mansion's garden. Moreover, when they heard Yu and the others call him Lin Ling, they instantly sobered up. Could this be one of the 8 contemporary gods, Lin Ling? Chapter 43-38. However, Emperor Delay's son had always been like a crown prince on the island. He had never experienced any danger, so he still didn't put Lin Ling in his eyes. Instead, he swaggered toward Yu and the others. Lin Ling also stood up. Without any movement, he appeared in front of the boy. His big hand reached out and landed on the boy's crotch. "I'm afraid you won't be able to do it anymore." Crack. Lin Ling's palm slightly exerted force, and the sound of an egg breaking came out. The boy was stunned. He looked down at the palm between his legs, and his face turned pale. "Balls broken. Crack." As he spoke, the fat boy also looked down between his legs. His eyes turned red. He obviously knew that after his balls were broken, he could no longer do those things. "You've earned enough over the years. Since you've earned enough, don't play anymore." Crack. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently, and withdrew his right hand. His palm was full of blood. The boy was so scared that he fell to the ground with a plop. At this time, he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Young master." Crack. The guards finally came to their senses. They looked at the crippled youth and finally understood what it meant to be in great trouble. It's over. If Lord Delay comes back and sees his son like this, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape the 72 days of hell." Crack. What should we do? Crack. They were very anxious. Obviously, they were very afraid of Emperor Delay. They had completely forgotten that Lin Ling was in front of them. And he was the murderer who crippled the boy. "Let me help you. As long as you die, everything will be easy." At this time, a cold and threatening voice quietly fell into the ears of those guards. They also completely reacted. They turned their heads and wanted to roar, but they were greeted by evil spirits. These evil spirits were very terrifying. They had a large number of tentacles and looked like a jellyfish. But the jellyfish was in the shape of a human skull. After rushing over, they finally understood the meaning of the previous sentence. Because they were going to die, why should they worry about how Emperor Delay would punish them? Crash. In the blink of an eye, all of the guards were devoured, and not even their corpses were left behind. Grandpa. After dealing with these people, Lin Ling rushed over and helped Patriarch Extreme Flame up from the ground. "Silly child, a real man doesn't cry easily. He doesn't kneel to the heavens or the earth. How could you kneel down so casually? If the leaders of the God-Slayer Alliance saw this, it would definitely affect your prestige." After Ancestor Extreme Flame stood up, he didn't mention the trouble he had encountered. Instead, he worriedly spoke to Lin Ling. Right now, Lin Ling was also a giant in the 9 prefectures. No one dared to underestimate him. Therefore, if the scene of him kneeling was spread out, it would naturally affect his prestige. Linger is willing. What's more, what I Lin Ling want to do, it's not up to them to tell me what to do. If they don't accept it, I'll just kill them all. Seeing that Ancestor Extreme Flame was fine, Lin Ling hurriedly said with a smile. However, the last sentence carried a threatening murderous aura, like a rolling sea of blood. This was because Lin Ling knew that he was too merciful. If he had killed the Duan lineage martial god, and the eternal martial god back then, would the current martial god Delay dare to provoke him? Although Lin Ling was strong, he couldn't take care of everything. For example, this time, if martial god Delay's people came to find him, Lin Ling wouldn't have been able to come back one step later. Therefore, at some point, it was important to have a fierce reputation. If it could stop Lin Ling from going to the final world, no one in Snow Blowing City would dare to do so. Provoke. Next, Lin Ling also cut the chains on Yu and the others. Of course, during this process, Lin Ling still noticed that the divine power left behind by the chains was very strong. It was of the lightning attribute, and was not much weaker than Lei's true body. It seemed that martial god Di Lei still had some real skills. Brother Ling. Brother Ling. Lin Ling. Brother Ling. After Yu and the others got free, they rushed over and hugged Lin Ling. Sorry, I'm late. Brother Ling. Lin Ling looked at his lovely wives and said with guilt. Of course, when he said that, his eyes were full of killing intent. Because if he had come one step later, that little fatty would have done something to Yu and the others. And he, Lin Ling, was now one of the 8 new gods. How dare someone do this to his family? It's not Brother Ling's fault. We are useless. Brother Ling. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Yu and the others immediately said, it's not that you are useless. It's because there is a great change in Lei Gong's main hall this time. So many experts have been dispatched. They are also very powerful. You can't fight against them. Lin Ling stroked the hair of his lovely wives and shook his head. Because he also knew that if it weren't for the gods, who could hurt them in the void of the 9 regions, there were definitely not many people who could reach Yu and the others. After all, Lin Ling had snatched the precious palace from a boundary deity named Shuezun, who was a true disciple of Miaoshen. That kind of treasure could guarantee that no martial gods could break it, unless they were gods. Let's go and save Big Brother. Go. Then Lin Ling brought Yu and the others out of the garden. Of course, when he left, he also used his divine origin to form a cage, and brought the unconscious young master away. Where is my big brother? Go. After leaving the garden, Lin Ling arrived at the mansion. Soon after, he let out a loud roar. His surging murderous aura seemed to have materialized and shook the entire mansion. Moreover, after he rushed out of the mansion, everyone in the surrounding area sensed him. What a strong killing intent. What happened? Go. It seems to be coming from the Imperial Palace. Not good. Let's go there immediately. Go. It's over, it's over. If something happens to the Imperial Palace, we will be in trouble when Lord Di Lei returns. Go. The expressions of the experts on the entire island changed drastically, and they all rushed in the direction of the mansion. At this moment, the experts in the mansion were the first to arrive. These experts were extraordinary, and 2 of them were early-stage lower gods. It could be seen that God Emperor Di Lei dared to seize the position of a god. She did have some confidence. Young master. Young master. Those experts soon saw the young man behind Lin Ling, and they all shouted anxiously. Who are you? How dare you catch the young master? Let him go immediately. Young master. Everyone was furious, but they didn't dare to act rashly. Catch. I'll cripple him. Young master. However, compared to the anger of the crowd, Lin Ling's anger was not much weaker than theirs. This was because he had no enmity with God Emperor Di Lei. It was the latter who took the initiative to provoke him. What? Young master. Hearing Lin Ling's words, everyone took a closer look. Many of them were so frightened that they fell to the ground with a plop, because they also saw that their young master was actually crippled. Chapter 43-39. This murderous aura was so strong that it made people feel cold from the outside to the inside, and from the inside to the soul. As long as one was not a deity, all of them were trembling at this moment. Those who were weak could not even stand properly. What's going on? Why is this murderous aura so strong? Damn. Who is he? Is he Lin Ling? Damn. Oh my god. Why is Lin Ling here? Damn. Everyone was shocked, and they were even more surprised by Lin Ling's speed. After all, they had just caught Lin Ling not long ago. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ling had come to find them. I was wondering who was so arrogant. So it's the 8 new deities of this era. Hee, the new deities are indeed powerful, but it doesn't affect us much. Damn. At this moment, an aged voice resounded, and it was like a stabilizing needle that caused the panicked hearts of everyone to gradually calm down. This old man was one of the 3 elders of the imperial court, Man Chao. This old man's strength was at the early stage of the lower deity realm, and he was as famous as Ancestor Qing and the others. Looking at Lin Ling, although he was also very powerful, They obviously thought that Lin Ling was not a match for the new deities. As for Lin Ling's murderous aura, it was indeed terrifying. However, murderous aura was still murderous aura, and it did not represent one's cultivation realm. Thinking of this, the henchman of Divine Emperor Di Lei became bolder. He walked towards Lin Ling with a malicious expression as if he wanted to capture Lin Ling alive. Lin Ling, this is the Imperial Court, the home of Divine Emperor Di Lei. I don't care if you are a bullshit new deity. Here, even if you are a dragon, you will still have to coil up. Even if you are a tiger, you will still have to lie down. Damn. The old man named Man Chao smiled sinisterly and no longer talked nonsense. He attacked Lin Ling. He stretched out his hand and his divine origin surged, forming a scene of thousands of divine grasses growing wildly. These divine grasses were like endless tentacles, covering the sky and covering the earth as they moved towards Lin Ling. Second brother, don't worry about me. Take you grandpa, and leave quickly. At this time, a worried shout was heard. Sakura was held hostage by several people and was walking over from afar. Those people who were holding Sakura were afraid that Lin Ling would be too presumptuous, so they took Sakura as a hostage. But now, it seemed that they were thinking too much. Brotherling, be careful. Yu and the others also worriedly shouted, because from the voices of the lackeys around them, they also knew that the old man called Man Chao seemed to be a god, and their understanding of Lin Ling was only that of a martial god. Although at that time Lin Ling could fight with a god, but in the end, he was still a god. This battle didn't mean that he wasn't afraid of the deity realm. However, Lin Ling did not say a word. He raised the sword in his hand and slashed forward. If this Man Chao was a lower god in the Age of Gods, Lin Ling would still be cautious. However, this Man Chao obviously rose up in the Age of Gods. This kind of half-baked god, Lin Ling did not put him in his eyes. The sea of blood surged as the sword slashed out. The murderous aura was thicker than before. And in the sea of blood, the old man called Man Chao felt it the most, because he felt a power that didn't seem to belong to divine origin, and divine origin. Could it be the legendary steps of gods? Swoosh. Just as he was thinking, the sword arrived and cut all the divine grasses. Then with a bang, under the eyes of countless people, an arm fell to the ground. It was Man Chao's arm. What the fuck is going on? Shit. This strange scene undoubtedly frightened everyone. Because in their opinion, although Lin Ling was a new god and there was hope that he could fight with a god, there was only hope. However, the result in front of them was that Man Chao's arm was cut off with a sword. Was there still hope? It was simply a one-sided suppression. However, in the next moment, they were once again scared silly by Lin Ling. They were not shocked by Lin Ling's strength but by Lin Ling's methods. They saw that Lin Ling held the blood sword in his hand and was expressionless as he continuously slashed. With every slash, not only did Man Chao's body appear, but a large piece of flesh was also cut off. It looked as if he could not resist at all. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Just like this, a large amount of flesh was cut off by the sword. Man Chao, who was originally somewhat fat, was now cut into a thin man. At this moment, the old man called Man Chao also let out a painful howl. He naturally wanted to resist, but he found that there was an unknown power that was actually sealing him. He could only watch as he continuously turned into a skeleton. So scary. The surrounding people finally let out nervous voices. It was easy to kill a person, but to not let a person die, and to personally experience their own flesh and blood being continuously reduced, and to taste the pain of death by 1,000 cuts, this was not easy. But Lin Ling had done this, and he was also telling everyone that he dared to do this. This is the consequence of touching the people of the Lin family. Wah! Ugh! In the end, a large number of people in the surrounding area vomited. Even though they were considered people who killed people like flies, they were still completely frightened by this scene. Hurry up and run. Run. They did not care so much and fled in all directions. However, Lin Ling was already prepared. Powerful divine origin gushed out, and then he slashed out with his sword again. In every direction, the divine origin merged with the sea of blood, forming a terrifying sea that drowned everything. Those who tried to escape were drowned by the sea of blood before they could even get far. They tumbled up and down as they screamed for help. In the end, they turned into a torrential pool of blood. Are you going to kill them all? One of the 3 great elders of Emperor Delay, the old man called Old Jing, roared with red eyes because he also saw that the experts of the imperial court were submerged by the blood river. At first, they were rolling up and down, but in the end, all of them turned into blood, leaving only white bones floating in the sea. This method was obviously not effective. It was more cruel than this. Why didn't you say this when you caught my people? Huh? Lin Ling looked at the old man expressionlessly and said, although we caught your people, we did not kill any of them. But you, on the other hand, want to kill everyone in the imperial court. Huh? The old man roared again, looking at Lin Ling as if he was an enemy who had killed his father. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled and said softly, if we were not still useful, do you think you would not kill our people? As soon as this sentence fell, the old man could not refute. After all, Emperor Delay wanted to capture Yu and the others. Naturally, he wanted to use Yu and the others to threaten Lin Ling, so if Yu and the others were not useful, they would have been killed long ago. Trash is full of nonsense. Lin Ling was too lazy to explain anything. He slashed out with his sword, and a sea of blood surged toward the old man. The old man's strength was comparable to Ancestor Qing's. Even Ancestor Qing could not stop Lin Ling, so how could he succeed? Chapter 4340. Pluff pluff pluff. Beautiful flowers bloomed in the streets and alleys. Those who were hit by the divine energy would explode and die. Your Excellency, please spare us. This has nothing to do with us. Your Excellency, please spare us. Run. The people on the island didn't expect such a calamity to befall the paradise of martial god Delay. Nothing to do with you? All of you must die because you are related to martial god Delay. Lin Ling's eyes flashed mercilessly because Yu's group didn't provoke martial god Delay. However, they were implicated because of Lin Ling. As long as these people were related to martial god Delay, they would be implicated as well. This was karma. Splash. The merciless sea of blood continued to reap people's lives. This was the first time Lin Ling had massacred 100,000 martial gods since the Spirit Nation Island. It should be known that after he went to the final world, he had not killed so many people in one go even when he returned 100 years ago. However, although Lin Ling was killing, his heart was as clear as a mirror. This was because after becoming a god, he had gained a deeper understanding of the universal void Great Tao. He also knew that killing was also a part of the Great Tao of the Void. It was indispensable. For example, when winter came and everything was frozen to death, this was also killing. However, no one thought that winter was merciless and cruel. Everything was relative. Dead, dead, all dead. Dead. On the other side of the island, Qingzu's heart trembled as he watched the people dying. He didn't expect to pay such a great price for offending Lin Ling. Later on, he looked at the barbarian grass that had been cut into skeletons on the ground and finally understood what Nanwufengyu meant by dying a miserable death. Oh, a divine spring? Yes. Suddenly, Lin Ling's gaze shifted and he saw almost 100 divine springs in a mountain range. He immediately smashed the mountain range with his palm, and then waved his right hand. His divine energy was like countless invisible hands that gathered all the divine springs hidden in the mountain range. He didn't expect martial god Delay to have so many treasures. Holy Spring. When Lin Ling went to Miao Shun's true inheritance, he spent a lot of treasures to exchange for a few. Later on, he used them all to break through. However, there were over 100 of them here. It was obviously a huge sum of money. It should be known that the Emperor Crystal was no longer of much help to a cultivator at the late martial god realm. It required too much Emperor Crystal. Powerful experts used the Holy Spring to break through to the deity realm. The Holy Spring, which was a product of the void, was absolutely helpful. It could restore one's divine origin. This was because the number was beyond imagination. Otherwise, after all these years, Treasure God Nanwufengyu and the others would have broken through long ago precisely because of insufficient cultivation resources. So many innate divine weapons. After that, Lin Ling's gaze swept around again. In the depths of the mountain range, he discovered a treasury. With a slap of his right hand, the mountain range exploded, and countless treasures floated out. That go board is quite extraordinary. What is that broken ball of mud? And this jar? Under the control of Lin Ling's divine origin, all the treasures flew to him. Except for the innate divine weapons above the 8th grade, Lin Ling ignored them all. After all, the weapons below the 8th grade were not as powerful as Lin Ling's attack. However, the weapons above the 8th grade were quite extraordinary. Lin Ling didn't expect Celestial Emperor Di Lei to have so much wealth. No wonder he dared to challenge a god. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't know that Celestial Emperor Di Lei had robbed his home when he wasn't home. TSK, this martial god Di Lei is really a treasure collector. These treasures are extraordinary. At this time, treasure god Nanwufengyu flew over and clicked his tongue in amazement. My lord's treasures. As for Ancestor Qing, he had seen these treasures before. In the past, Celestial Emperor Di Lei would take them out to admire at a certain time. This made Ancestor Qing and the others jealous, but they could only look at them and not touch them. Now these treasures were all in Lin Ling's hands. Lin Ling, among so many treasures, only these 3 required divine origin to activate. Treasure god Nanwufengyu grabbed with his right hand, and a go board appeared in his hand. He examined it carefully and said in surprise, Universe Qingtian formation? This is a formation board. However, although my spirit formation Dao is good, I still can't understand it. Lin Ling, you do it. He tossed the chessboard over to Lin Ling, who caught it. Lin Ling's mastery of world spirit techniques was very powerful to begin with. He was even capable of setting up a grand formation capable of killing gods. Merely, a grand formation like that required a lot of materials. Lin Ling was unable to gather them all at once. Thus, the great universal Qingtian formation was not a problem for Lin Ling. Trap formation. After examining it carefully, Lin Ling cried out in surprise. Trap formation? Treasure god Nanwufengyu asked curiously. Lin Ling nodded. Divine origin and soul power poured in to activate the go board in his hand. If one wanted to control a high-level formation, the difficulty was obviously much higher. It required powerful soul power and divine origin. After the go board was activated by Lin Ling, it grew bigger. Then 19 huge blue pillars appeared, towering under the sky with divine might. Those pillars were motionless. After they grew bigger and took shape, a huge blue hall appeared in front of Lin Ling and the others. This hall was also very grand and gave people a feeling of profoundness. Once this formation is activated, it can trap people. Those are the 19 pillars of Fong Nan. They are made from 9,999 rare treasures. After 7,999 years of forging, once one enters the formation, even gods will find it hard to escape. Lin Ling also explained, at present, powerful spirit formation divine formations are generally divided into 3 types. The first is offensive formation, the second is defensive formation, and the third is trap formation. All spirit formation divine formations are created from these 3 types of spirit formation divine formations. There are offensive formations and defensive formations, trap formations and offensive formations. This universe Qingtian formation is a true trap formation. It doesn't have any offensive power. Treasure god Nanwufengyu nodded in shock. To be able to trap gods, TSK, this is probably martial god Di Lei's trump card. Yes. I reckon so. But now, this spell formation belongs to us. Lin Ling smiled and put away the universal Qingtian formation. Then he looked at the other treasure. This treasure was also the only one he couldn't see through. This was because there were 8 of them. They were 8 dark and swarthy balls of mud. Heavenly Star Lightning. This treasure is freakish. It was created by a god suppressing the heavenly star lightning of the divine realm. 1 lightning bolt is equivalent to the full power strike of a peak low god. 8 lightning bolts. TSK. Unless one is fast enough to escape the lightning, even a god would be blasted to pieces. Chapter 43-41. So powerful. Wow. Lin Ling was shocked as well, and then he was overjoyed. His soul power had noticed that there was a trace of the power of the god's stairway hidden within the mud ball. What about this jar? Wow. Then, Lin Ling took out the last treasure he couldn't see through. This jar was as big as a wine jar, but it was very exquisite. There were mysterious words written on the surface, and there was a golden lid on top. This jar seems to be a set with the chessboard from before. Wow. Nan Wufingyu looked up and down, because this jar seemed to be used to store chess pieces. Upon hearing that, Lin Ling opened the jar. However, the contents of the jar were very ordinary. There were only countless white beans. These beans were also very exquisite, just like soybeans. Could it be the legendary bean soldiers? Wow! Suddenly, Nan Wufingyu shouted in shock. Lin Ling, try to throw a bean. Remember, use your spirit energy to activate it. Wow. Okay. Wow. Lin Ling nodded. His divine energy was clearly much more powerful than his world essence. It could imitate anything. Hence, Lin Ling pinched a bean between his fingers and took it out. However, when he poured his divine energy into the bean, he discovered that the bean seemed to have changed. It was as though he was holding a person. After he threw it, the bean exploded in the air, and then clouds floated out, and an old man walked out from the clouds. This old man is here. What is it? Wow! The old man had a long sword on his back, and he wore an emerald green robe. He looked like a master, and after he appeared, he stroked his beard and smiled at Lin Ling's group. Lin Ling and Nan Wufingyu were a little surprised. What was this strange guy's background? My name is Yi Liangchen, and I like to attack people who think they are outstanding. Sirs, do you need my help? Wow! The old man was still stroking his beard with a smile. Cut this place. Wow! Lin Ling was just testing it out, so he spoke casually. Hearing this, the old man looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. The sword in his hand floated out and was held by him. He said indifferently, Liangchen doesn't like to cause trouble, but he is also not someone who is afraid of trouble. After he finished speaking, he slashed out with his sword. Boom! The entire island was sliced into two halves by the sword. Smoke billowed as it was completely destroyed. Now everyone in the imperial court was dead, and even the island was destroyed. Ancestor Qing's face was pale, and he bit his lips, not daring to say a word. This old man is leaving. After completing Lin Ling's instructions, the old man let out a carefree laugh and his body exploded, turning into a cloud of mist and disappearing. Is this what it means to turn beans into soldiers? Lin Ling was tongue-tied, because he was surprised by the strength of the old man. And there was a whole can of beans like this. If all of them were spilled, wouldn't that mean that he had the help of a large number of deities? This is also a great treasure. Of course, the old man who spilled it out seems to be a bit too arrogant. Treasure god Nan Wufingyu was also surprised, and then he murmured, These treasures, I'm afraid that Emperor Di Lei found them in the divine realm. Maybe she had already been to the divine realm in the past, so she has been missing all these years. But now it's all ours. Lin Ling smiled contentedly and gave all the other treasures to Yu and the others, leaving only 3 treasures for himself. Let's go back immediately. I guess Lei Gong's palace is also in a state of emergency. Then Lin Ling led everyone away. Emperor Di Lei is already so strong, and it's not only Emperor Di Lei who wants to harm Lei Gong. It seems that there will be a fierce battle later. On the way, treasure god Nan Wufingyu sighed. Fortunately, we have plundered some treasures here. At least they can help a lot. Now I hope Emperor Zhonggang and the others can withstand the pressure. Lin Ling nodded and then sped up. When they reached the final world, he asked Yu and the others to leave first, and then he and treasure god Nan Wufingyu went up the divine stairs. Let me go, let me go. It hurts so much. Behind Lin Ling, the fat boy was still tied up. At this moment, he shouted angrily. Of course, the pain in his crotch made him cry and snot. Young master, you'd better not shout. Beside him, Green Ancestor immediately said with a wry smile. After witnessing Lin Ling's domineering destruction of the imperial court, he knew that Emperor Di Lei had provoked someone he couldn't afford to provoke. Lin Ling ignored them and continued to speed up. When he was about to reach Lei Gong's palace, a series of roars came, and the dazzling light illuminated the entire Tianji. Sure enough, the battle has begun. Lin Ling's body flickered as he rushed past the divine stairs and finally arrived at the peak of the clouds. He glanced around and saw that half of the ancient thunder god Great Hall had already been destroyed. A large number of experts were fighting in the surroundings, clashing with each other. Of course, Lin Ling could easily see that one side was weaker and the other was stronger. After all, one side had two gods working together, and the only one resisting was Lei Gong's side. Eugene, the Titanic Crescent God's people are here. The Kirishin and Lei Gong have a good relationship, so they didn't attack Lei Gong at this moment. Lin Ling instantly figured out what was going on. Although the Kirishin didn't come to help, it was enough to prove their loyalty. After all, the four gods' goal was to fight against the world will, so anyone related to the world will was an enemy of the 9 continents. Now Lei Gong was the host of the world will, but the Kirishin didn't come to deal with him. Was this not enough of a friend? Lin Ling is back. Suddenly, many of the divine paladins on Lei Gong's side saw Lin Ling and were overjoyed. Lin Ling, you're back. Quick, go help Lord Lei Gong. The leader was a divine general, and at this moment he shouted excitedly. Lin Ling, one of the 8 new gods. The experts on Eugene's side also looked over. When they saw Lin Ling and Lei Gong, who had just rushed out of the divine stairs, they couldn't help but be shocked. It would be a lie if they said they weren't afraid of the 8 new gods. What's there to be afraid of? He's Lei Gong's man. Maybe he has already joined the Spirit Nation. In my opinion, we should kill him as well. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly sounded. The one who spoke was the 7th prince. At this moment he looked at Lin Ling angrily and sneered. Lin Ling, let me give you a piece of advice. You can only wait to be captured. Once it's clear that you have nothing to do with the world will, Eugene and the rest will clear your name. Clear your name. In the past, he was also completely afraid of Lin Ling. However, now that Lei Gong was the host of the world will, as long as Lin Ling wasn't a fool, he would definitely cut ties with Lei Gong. The premise was that Lin Ling had to be controlled by Eugene and the rest. The so-called control naturally meant that he would put down his weapons and be obedient. Chapter 43-42. Lin Ling, what are you trying to do? What are you trying to do? Stop! The 7th prince also shouted anxiously when he sensed the strong wind blowing towards him. He would never have thought that Lin Ling had no intention of compromising at all. Even if he knew that the Thunder God was the host body of the world's will, he would still support the Thunder God. Poof! The 7th prince lowered his head, and immediately saw that his chest had been clawed open by a hand. His life force was also constantly dissipating. If you want to touch Lei Gong, you will have to do it over my dead body. Stop! Lin Ling said in a low voice. His words caused the experts from Eugene to tremble. This meant that Lin Ling was now an enemy of the 9 states. While everyone was still in shock, the 7th prince lowered his head in disbelief. He realized that a powerful force was destroying everything in his body. Lin Ling, you have become a god. He raised his head abruptly and his eyes were filled with shock. Die. Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not even look at him. With a shake of his hand, a sea of blood spread out and killed the 7th prince. With his current strength, killing the 7th prince was as easy as flipping his hand. To the crowd, this tyrannical method was undoubtedly bloody and crazy. This was because the 7th prince was a trial taker and had a high status. He was obviously a few levels higher than the paladins of the gods. Killing a trial taker was a blatant act of rebellion against the gods. Kill Lin Ling. The people from the various gods roared in anger. In their eyes, Lin Ling had rebelled. Although Lin Ling's name had spread throughout the 9 states, Lin Ling was now facing the 4 gods. How could he go against the gods? Lin Ling really dares to kill. The eyes of Lei Gong's people narrowed. Although they were also fighting against the people from Eugene, they obviously did not dare to kill them. After all, they still thought that these people were on the same side. There must be a misunderstanding. Lin Ling is now a member of the will of the realm. Kill Lin Ling. At this moment, more and more experts arrived from the distant sky. Their killing intent was surging. Die, all of you. However, Lin Ling did not show any mercy. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand. With a slash, a sea of blood spread and drowned the experts in an instant. So powerful. Seeing the people who were gradually drowning in the sea of blood, Lei Gong's people gasped. Although Lin Ling was one of the 8 new gods, his strength was not enough to kill so many experts. unless Lin Ling's to increase his strength. Where is His Excellency? After temporarily dealing with the group of people, Lin Ling looked at the old man and asked, "In the palace." Lin Ling, quickly go and help him. Now that Eugene and the Titanic Crescent God have gone, along with many other challengers, our mission is to prevent more experts from entering the palace and reduce the pressure on His Excellency Lei Gong. The people looked at Lin Ling and said. Hearing this, Lin Ling shook his head. He had a feeling that with this group of people, they would not be able to stop more experts. Why don't we go in together? Lin Ling suggested. Lin Ling, we appreciate your kindness. We know what you are thinking. Although we cannot change fate, we will do our best to do what we should do, even if it means death. The old man said word by word. It was obvious that he was loyal to Lei Gong. His heart was devoted. All right. Lin Ling could not bear to persuade them anymore. Regardless of the outcome, they might die outside the palace, but it was their own choice. If Lin Ling continued to stop them, it would be an insult to them. Capture Lei Gong alive. At this moment, a large number of experts came from the distant horizon. They were all martial gods. No one knew what kind of reward Eugene had given them to make these people fight with their lives on the line. Die all of you. Looking at the greedy cockroaches, Lin Ling's heart was filled with murderous intent. He slashed out with his sword. Splash! The sea of blood spread out once again. With a single slash, tens of thousands of experts were killed. It was ruthless and cold. Tyrannical singing sword Steps of Slaughter is gradually reaching perfection. Once it reaches perfection, it will not be used for a short period of time. After killing those experts, Lin Ling thought to himself. He had already activated the tyrannical singing sword. However, the Steps of Slaughter of the scabbard had a time limit. Once he killed a certain number of people, the scabbard would enter a dormant state. Just like in Spirit Nation Island, Lin Ling had killed a large number of martial gods at once. In the end, the tyrannical singing sword could not be used. Lin Ling, go ahead. I will help them. I will look for you later. At this moment, Nam Wufingyu spoke. He obviously knew that Lin Ling wanted to help these people who were not afraid of death. However, with so many people coming from all directions, Lin Ling was not at ease. Thank you, Grandpa Treasure God. Hearing this, Lin Ling immediately nodded and pounced toward the palace's gate. Die. However, just as he reached the gate, a powerful attack shot out from the gate. It turned into a flaming rope and completely tied Lin Ling up. Now that the palace was full of enemies, if he was not careful, he could easily die. Lin Ling. Seeing this, the experts outside the gate anxiously shouted. Only Treasure God Nam Wufingyu had a cold smile on his face. He was not worried at all. Immediately, several figures walked out of the gate. They were all trial takers. One of them was Wang Guyanhui. When he saw Lin Ling tied up by the flaming rope, he immediately laughed excitedly. He had wanted Lin Ling to die for a long time, but he did not dare to touch Lin Ling because of Lei Gong's power. It was also a good opportunity. Another one. However, his laughter did not last long because Lin Ling, who was tied up in front of him, shook his body. The flaming rope was shattered into pieces, causing Wang Guyanhui and the others to open their mouths in disbelief. Because this flaming rope was a grade 9 divine artifact, bestowed to them by the gods. As long as one was a martial god realm expert, once trapped, they would not be able to break free for half an hour. This rope was called the World God Rope, and it was obtained from the divine world. Lin Ling only needed to be tied up for half an hour. It was enough for them to kill Lin Ling. Unless Lin Ling was no longer a martial god realm expert. While they were still in shock, a sword slashed down, sharp and clean, and overflowing with killing intent. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several heads flew into the air, sucked into the roiling sea of blood. Wang Guyanhui was among them. He naturally died with his eyes wide open. If he knew that Lin Ling had such strength, he would have avoided Lin Ling immediately. After all, although he could kill Lin Ling now, Lin Ling could also kill him. Several more trial takers died in Lin Ling's hands. Chapter 43-43. After all, Sir Lei Gong was also the first person to help Lin Ling after Lin Ling had arrived in the final world. Die. After entering the hall, Lin Ling quickly rushed forward along the corridor. Everyone he encountered along the way was slain by his sword. Indeed, no one could stop him. However, Lei Gong had clearly entered the secret realm in the palace. Thus, Lin Ling did not see Lei Gong for a while. Instead, when he arrived at a large hall, he saw two groups of people facing each other. These powerhouses were actually one of the 12 martial gods of Jiuzhou. Lin Ling. After seeing Lin Ling enter, someone let out a cry of surprise. And this person was the unrestrained sword martial god. Beside him were Emperor Miao and a Yuan venerate martial god. On the other side, in addition to the remaining 12 martial gods, there were two other people standing there. One of them was Wang Shui. This person was an expert that Lin Ling had defeated in Spirit Light City. He was very powerful and had also been a powerhouse of the Snow Wind Academy. He had cultivated the 8-9 demonic art, and had an extremely strong physical body. Of course, although Lin Ling had defeated him back then, it was obvious that this person had suppressed his cultivation base to be exactly the same as Lin Ling's. That was why he had lost. If he had used his full strength, Lin Ling would have definitely been defeated. The other person was also an old acquaintance of Lin Ling. It was the city lord of East City. Everyone looked at Lin Ling. The Yuan venerate martial god was stroking his injured chest emotionally. Clearly, he had also been injured in the previous clash. Lin Ling. As for the martial god powerhouses on the other side, they were also staring at Lin Ling gravely. They had all witnessed the Battle of the Yellow Sea and knew how powerful Lin Ling was. It could be said that in the current Jiuzhou Void, Lin Ling was a true authority. No one dared to underestimate him. One of Lei Gong's valiant generals, Lin Ling, whose strength is only below that of the young Qilin, has also come. A voice transmission token appeared in the hand of the city lord of East City. He spoke to the voice transmission token quietly. His voice seemed to spread throughout the entire Lei Gong Great Hall. Whether it was those who were fighting or those who were advancing, everyone stopped attacking at this moment. Some people frowned, while others licked their lips in excitement. Obviously, they were not surprised by Lin Ling's appearance, and many of them were looking forward to seeing him. It was Lin Ling's turn. After the city lord of East City spread the news of Lin Ling's appearance, he looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. Lin Ling, I knew that you would come eventually. Are you going to stop me? Lin Ling also spoke indifferently. He had no enmity with the city lord of East City. It was just that their standpoints were different, so they were enemies. Both he and the city lord of East City were principled people. They would fight for the lord above them. Therefore, his confrontation with the city lord of East City was also an ironclad matter. Lin Ling, Lei Gong has already fallen. He is the host body of the world's will, and is a great enemy of the entire Jiuzhou Void. Do you want to die with Lei Gong? Let me give you a piece of advice. If you wait to be captured without a fight, we will not treat you as part of Lei Gong's camp. At this moment, an old man also laughed sinisterly. He was one of the 12 martial gods. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled sarcastically. Lei Gong was the host body of the world's will. There was nothing wrong with that. However, weren't the city lord of East City and the rest not? They were from the Spirit Nation. Moreover, the entire incident was probably caused by the Spirit Nation adding fuel to the fire. Did these people really think he was an idiot? Go to the underworld and talk nonsense again. Lin Ling slashed out with his sword, cold and merciless. Lin Ling, do you want to walk this path to the end? You've missed your last chance. Seeing Lin Ling attack, the martial god expert's expression changed, and he issued a final ultimatum. However, just as he finished speaking, he was drowned by the sea of blood and died completely. So powerful. Such an unexpected turn of events had undoubtedly shocked the remaining martial gods, because they knew that Lin Ling was very strong, but they hadn't expected him to be able to kill a martial god with a single swing of his sword. After all, that was one of the 12 strongest martial gods in the 9 continents. You martial god kings will all die in a while. While they were shocked, Lin Ling looked at them coldly and said contemptuously, Now I've killed the Duan lineage martial god and the eternal martial god. If there are a few more of you, then from now on, there will be no more 12 martial gods in the Jiuzhou Void. What? Hearing this, those people's faces turned pale with a swoosh. Obviously, they did not expect Lin Ling to be so strong. However, the city master of Yi City and Wang Shue's expressions did not change. They naturally knew what had happened to Lin Ling on the island of Ling Kingdom, and they knew very well how strong Lin Ling was. Lin Ling, let's continue the battle from that day. How about it? At this moment, Wang Shui walked out and unleashed his full strength. Demonic energy surged out and caused the ground to sink because his powerful physical strength was erupting. This was the power of 500,000 worlds. However, compared to the last time, he did not suppress his strength this time, so his strength was at the early stage of the lower god realm. Wang Shui, I know that your goal is not to kill me, but to stop me from helping Lei Gong, right? Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he looked at Wang Shui indifferently and said, That's right. Lei Gong has fallen. This is the law of the Great Tao, and no one can change it. Wang Shui nodded. Lei Gong is also a world will host. If the Ling Kingdom wants him to fall, isn't this going against the principles of the great god of the Ling Kingdom? Lin Ling pondered for a moment and said again. He knew very well that the 10 world will hosts would not be opponents because they were in the same camp. Therefore, Lin Ling could not understand why the great god of the Ling Kingdom wanted to frame Lei Gong. The thoughts of the great god of the Ling Kingdom are not something I can understand. My goal is to stop you. Wang Shui shook his head and said firmly. Lei Gong is my benefactor. Whether he is a world will host or not, I will definitely help him. Even if he is a devil who has killed trillions of people, I will still help him. If you want to stop me, then the only outcome is death. Lin Ling's voice turned cold as his talents began to fuse. The first stage physique appeared, causing the palace to tremble. We walk different paths. If I can die in the hands of you, Lin Ling, I will have no regrets. After all, you are also from the Wind Snow Academy. From another perspective, you are also one of us. Wang Shui nodded. The demonic technique on his body was even more majestic and domineering, making him look like a giant. If I can die in your hands, I will also have no regrets. Lin Ling nodded and punched out. Rumble. The void exploded as cracks spread out like a mirror. The powerful energy gushed out and caused the surrounding martial gods to fall to the ground. Their faces changed greatly. Chapter 43-44. Wang Shui is the #1 physical body expert in the 9 states. Lin Ling chose to meet him head-on. He might lose. Although the other martial gods were shocked by Lin Ling's momentum, they still had confidence in Wang Shui. Boom. Almost at the same time, Wang Shui also made a move. He threw out a punch that could destroy everything in its path. Not only did it have the strength of the physical body, but it also had the power of spirit essence and powerful divine power. Puff. Puff, puff. The 2 fists collided in mid-air. Then, a gust of wind with the fists as the center gushed out in all directions. Around the fists, a void appeared. One could even vaguely see the fierce battle in the void. It was the collision of tens of thousands of experts, and that void was obviously where Lei Gong was. This meant that when Lin Ling and Wang Shui's fists collided, they had inadvertently hit the void where Lei Gong was. Of course, this void disappeared as quickly as it came, so Lin Ling only caught a glimpse of it. Then, his eyes also looked at Wang Shui in front of him. Wang Shui's long hair was fluttering, his eyes were calm, and his sickly face was rosy at this moment. Lin Ling, compared to last time, now you can finally defeat me under my full strength. Suddenly, Wang Shui opened his mouth, but he also coughed up a lot of blood. Senior, if you have any unfulfilled wishes, I, Lin Ling, will fulfill them for you. Lin Ling was still expressionless because he knew that Wang Shui had been completely killed by him. Say sorry to the Dean of the Snow Wind Academy for me. I have disappointed them. Wang Shui suddenly smiled, but he also coughed up more blood. Then his body completely decayed like ashes and disappeared from the hall. The enemy who defeated you back then. I will also defeat him for you in the name of the Snow Wind Academy. Before Wang Shui dissipated, Lin Ling also heard a name from Wang Shui. So Lin Ling also said lightly. At that time, Wang Shui was the strongest genius in the history of the Snow Wind Academy. He represented the pride and glory of the Snow Wind Academy, but in the end, he was defeated by someone and disappeared without a trace. Not being able to defeat the other party in the name of Snow Wind Academy was also a knot in Wang Shui's heart that had yet to be resolved. Lin Ling, it's my turn now. The moment Wang Shui died, the city lord of Yi City spoke indifferently. He was clearly not surprised by this scene, and had even sensed it a long time ago. The great god of the spirit kingdom has the power to revive people. I want to know if Wang Shui is dead. Lin Ling looked at the city lord of Yi City and said, back then, when he first came into contact with the spirit nation, someone said that after the people of the spirit nation died, they could be resurrected. Therefore, Lin Ling wanted to be sure. Maybe not. This is no longer important. The city lord of Yi City smiled and did not give an answer. Lin Ling nodded and did not continue to ask. Instead, he said, do you think you are my opponent? I don't think I'm your match. The city lord of Yi City pondered for a moment, and then spoke the truth. Because on the island of the spirit nation, Lin Ling had defeated the 4 great gods of the island, including Mengpe and the bloodline of the 12 ancestral sorcerers. Therefore, he knew very well that the current Lin Ling was no longer the Lin Ling of the past. Of course, he was actually surprised by this news for a long time. Especially when he thought of the junior he had met in Yi City, and the indomitable expert in front of him. This made him feel as if he was dreaming. What? Hearing the words of the city lord of Yi City, the rest of the martial god kings were all suffocated. Previously, when Lin Ling defeated Wang Shui, they were already very surprised. However, when they saw the city lord of Yi City come to fight Lin Ling, a glimmer of hope rose in their hearts. However, the city lord of Yi City now said that he was also not Lin Ling's match. What level had this Lin Ling reached now? Alright, if you can take my sword, I'll consider it your win. At this moment, Lin Ling slowly pulled out the tyrannical song sword. On the huge sword, there was a sea of blood flowing, and the murderous aura was incomparably dense. Let me try. The city lord of Yi City nodded, and did not dare to neglect Lin Ling. He also activated all of his divine origin. Above his head, an ancient 8 trigrams appeared. Qian trigram, Kuan trigram, Zhen trigram, Gen trigram, Li trigram, Qin trigram, Dui trigram, Sin trigram. The ancient voice constantly drifted out. At this moment, in the final world, Yi City was in turmoil. The 8 trigrams mirror that had been floating in the sky above Yi City shot toward Lei Gong's main hall like a meteor. Heaven moves vigorously, and a gentleman strives constantly to improve himself. Earth moves vigorously, and a gentleman carries things with great virtue. An 8th grade divine fetus descended. The power of the divine fetus had actually reached the number of 5,000. 5,000 was an incomparably huge amount of divine fetus. It was also the full strength of the city lord of Yi City. This is the divine fetus. The surrounding martial god kings also sensed that the entire main hall was protected by an ancient 8 trigrams intent. It felt as if it was immovable like a mountain. Try your steps of God. However, even if he activated all of his strength, the city lord of Yi City still did not dare to underestimate Lin Ling's sword. This was because he knew that Lin Ling's sword had killed millions of martial gods. Very strong. Lin Ling stared indifferently at the city lord of Yi City, nodded, and activated the final sword. Although his steps of death was powerful, there was a time limit. It was fine if he did not use the sword. Once he used the sword, he had to kill people. After killing a certain number of people, the steps of death would disappear, and he would not be able to use it for a short period of time. At this moment, Lin Ling sensed that the scabbard had finally reached its limit. Xiao Mo Sha, Suapahi. An ancient voice drifted out. Then, behind Lin Ling, an old man quietly appeared. His long hair was like a raging fire, and his killing intent was like an ocean. He gently slashed out. An incomparably dazzling sword appeared, and its speed was also incomparably fast. Even with the city lord of Yi City's strength, he could only roughly see the shadow of the sword. Looking at the martial god kings, they were even more miserable. They could only see a ray of bloodlight. Rumble. When this sword slashed towards the city lord of Yi City, the 8 trigrams above his head shook violently. A ray of bloodlight appeared on the surface of the 8 trigrams mirror. Moreover, the bloodlight kept cracking, and the cracks kept spreading. In the end, the originally clear mirror quietly turned into the color of a sea of blood. Pucci. The city lord of Yi City was originally standing on the ground, but he staggered back and finally sat down on the ground. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. He did not block this sword. Yi Jian's killing intent was too strong. It shocked the world and made ghosts and gods weep. Was this the power of the steps of God? Why didn't you kill me? Suddenly, the city lord of Yi City raised his head and frowned at Lin Ling. Because of your daughter. Lin Ling looked indifferently at the city lord of Yi City and said. His words caused the city lord of Yi City's body to tremble. Lin Ling continued. I don't know why you're fighting for the spirit nation. But to me, the world will wants to destroy my family, so I'll do my best to stop it. This is why I'm fighting. Chapter 43-45. As for the tyrannical song sword in Lin Ling's hand, the blood-red light on the blade began to recede. However, before it did so, Lin Ling did not even look around and slashed out with his sword. Ah! A painful cry rang out. However, before the cry ended, a martial god expert was cut into two halves. Swoosh! Lin Ling did not stop waving his sword and slashed out again. Puff! Another martial king fell. In the end, all the martial gods who were enemies of Lei Gong were killed by Lin Ling. Unrestrained sword martial god, let's go! When they arrived at the entrance of a corridor in the main hall, Lin Ling's voice also floated over. Okay. The unrestrained sword martial god. And the others subconsciously replied as if they had heard the order of a god. In fact, Lin Ling's sword was too terrifying and made them understand a truth. There was always someone better than you. Lin Ling, your sword, whose sword is it? However, just as Lin Ling was about to disappear, the city lord of Yi City hurriedly asked. Xiaomo. A cold and emotionless voice quietly floated over from afar in the corridor, causing the city lord of Yi City to tremble. He kept recalling, Xiaomo, Xiaomo. In the end, he laughed bitterly and shook his head helplessly. Xiaomo. He had heard from Lord Ning that although he was only a god in the Age of Gods, he was extremely famous in the Age of Gods and had to mobilize all the gods and Buddhas to punish him. He did not expect that Lin Ling had actually obtained his sword. Xian knew this time, father is alive because of you. Then the city lord of Yi City looked into the distance, as if he could see the woman in Yi City, who had been waiting for him to return home. His daughter was called Yi Xian Nu. She liked Lin Ling, but was rejected by Lin Ling with an excuse. However, Yi Xian Nu did not give up and had been waiting in Yi City for Lin Ling to pick her up. Lin Ling, have you become a god? As Lin Ling and the others quickly floated along the corridor, Miao Di asked curiously. Lin Ling nodded. His eyes were still looking forward. By now, he knew that Lei Gong's main hall was filled with experts. It would not be easy to reach Lei Gong's side. By the way, have you seen a monster that looks like a yaksha? Then Lin Ling looked at Miao Di and said. Miao Di, carefree sword martial god, and the others were still shocked by Lin Ling's strength. After hearing Lin Ling's words, they immediately felt an irresistible feeling and hurriedly replied. Right now, the Lei Gong Great Hall is filled with experts. We have never seen that yaksha-like monster you mentioned. Hearing this, Lin Ling frowned. The yaksha-like monster he mentioned was naturally the giant ghost. Lin Ling wanted to know where the giant ghost, Emperor God Zhonggang, and the others went. He wanted to know if they had reached Lei Gong's side. There was also Shengyi. What about him? But now, it seemed that Lei Gong's main hall was filled with battles. Only by going to Lei Gong's side could he know everything. Die. As he was thinking, a large number of experts appeared in front of him. They were not from Lei Gong's main hall, so Lin Ling rushed forward and punched out. Lin Ling, it's Lin Ling. Those people were all wearing heavy armor. They were from Titanic Crescent God, so they recognized Lin Ling. However, just as they recognized him, they were immediately killed by Lin Ling's punch. The current Lin Ling could kill martial gods as easily as chopping vegetables. Lin Ling. Just as he rushed out of the corridor, there was another main hall in front of him. There were many people from Lei Gong standing there. However, they were now like stone statues, unable to move. There was also a black cauldron in the main hall. Black Crow Old Man. Lin Ling swept his gaze and immediately recognized the black cauldron. During the Battle of the Yellow Sea, Lin Ling fought with this Black Crow Old Man. This person was a divine fetus who borrowed the body of another to revive. He was a god from the god realm. However, Lin Ling never expected that this Black Crow Old Man would appear in Lei Gong's main hall. He must be thinking of fishing in troubled waters. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling floated towards the black cauldron. Then he kicked out fiercely and directly shattered the black cauldron. Lin Ling, it's you again. After the black cauldron exploded, an illusory figure appeared. It was like a ghost and fog. At this moment, it was staring at Lin Ling with a face full of anger. Die. Lin Ling activated his divine energy and flooded it, completely refining the ghost fog. Lin Ling, I won't let you off. Black Crow Old Man's voice seemed to come from another void. It was mixed with malevolence and resentment. Because it was Lin Ling again. Lin Ling again. He, Black Crow Old Man, had powerful means, but it was ineffective against Lin Ling. Because Lin Ling's soul force was too strong. It was completely uncontrollable. Get lost. Lin Ling frowned slightly. He immediately knew that Black Crow Old Man had escaped. In reality, this divine fetus from the God realm was not in Lei Gong's main hall at all. However, after destroying Black Crow Old Man's black cauldron, Lin Ling was confident that he had also greatly damaged Black Crow Old Man's vitality. Lin Ling. After the black cauldron was broken, those people who were like stone sculptures recovered their strength. It turned out that they were all controlled by the black cauldron and nearly lost their lives. Do you know where Lord Lei Gong is? Lin Ling could not be bothered to say too much and asked directly. I know. Over here. An old man also knew that there was no time to lose, so he immediately led the way. Everyone followed Lin Ling and rushed towards Lord Lei Gong's side. Along the way, Lin Ling saved many more people, causing more and more experts to follow behind him. The current him was like the new master of Lei Gong's main hall. He made all of Lei Gong's people believe in him. Lei Gong's main hall was grand and vast. Currently, there were battles everywhere. Moreover, a voice suddenly appeared in everyone's ears. Lin Ling has returned. Lei Gong's trial taker, one of the current generation's 8 new gods. He has already killed the trial takers, the 7th prince, Wang Guyanhui, Wang Shui, and City's city lord, Black Crow Old Man. He's heading towards the Kuan position. Those who received the order, stop him with all your might. It was unknown who shouted the voice, but everyone who heard it focused their eyes. As expected of one of the current generation's 8 new gods, Lin Ling was actually getting closer and closer to Lei Gong. Lin Ling, the second strongest expert after Lei Gong? I'll stop him. This guy is finally here. I've been waiting for a long time. In the direction of the Kuan position, the top experts of the 9 prefectures void began to rush there. They wanted to obliterate Lin Ling there. At the same time, in the void of Lei Gong's main hall, everyone heard the previous sentence, causing many people's eyes to focus. Emperor God Zhonggang, Lin Ling is here. An evil spirit that looked like a yaksha revealed a vicious smile at this moment. He's really late. If he came a little later, he would have been able to collect our corpses. Not far away, a middle-aged man who was fighting a woman said with a faint smile at this moment.